1. The Astor bloodline. The original founder of the Astor fortune was John Jacob Astor, 1763 to 1884. John Jacob Astor was born in Waldorf, Duchy of Baden, Germany, from a Jewish bloodline. The Jewish origins have been hidden, and quite a number of various ideas of the Astors' heritage have been put into circulation by the Astors. John Jacob Astor was a butcher in Waldorf. In 1784, he came to America after a stopover in London, England. Although the story is that he came to America penniless, and that may be true, he soon joined the Masonic Lodge, and within 2 to 3 years had become the master of the Holland Lodge No. 8 in New York City. This Holland Lodge is a prominent lodge in that many of its members have good connections to the Illuminati elite. An example of just one Lodge #8 member is Archibald Russell, 1811, 1871, whose father was president of a real hotbed of Illuminati action for many years, the Royal Society of Edinburgh. By 1788, Astor was a master of Masonic Lodge #8. This is rather interesting considering Astor could not speak English when he arrived in America, and supposedly was very poor. John Jacob Astor was always very famous for being cold-hearted, antisocial, a man who didn't have charm, wit or grace. This quote comes even from a relative of the DuPont family who wrote a sympathetic biography entitled The Astor Family. If this man lacked social graces and was so cold, and was so poor during his first years in the U.S., why did he rise to such prominence in Freemasonry? Certainly not because of his social graces. For instance, one time later in life at a meal given for elites, when his hands got dirty at the table, he reached over and used the shirt of the man beside him to wipe his hands. The original financial break came by carrying out a series of shady and crooked real estate deals in the New York City area. The next break came when two men who are now known to have been in the Illuminati gave John Jacob Astor a special government privilege. The two men were President Jefferson and Secretary Gallatin, both Illuminati members. The United States government had placed an embargo on all U.S. ships from sailing with goods in 1807. But Astor got special permission from these two men for his ship to sail with its cargo. His ship sailed and made close to a $200,000 profit in that day's money. Astor strangely profited greatly from the War of 1812, which crippled almost all the other American shippers. Astor also worked together with George Clinton, another member of the Illuminati, on land deals. Even at that period in history, British intelligence worked for the Committee of 300 and for the 13 top families. It is interesting then, that John Coleman, who had access as an intelligence agent to secret documents, discovered that the original John Jacob Astor was also a British secret agent. The 13 families have very intimate roles with the American and British intelligence cults. Prior to 1817, John Jacob Astor entered into the fur trade and remained the biggest player in the fur trade until he got out of it in 1834. Over the years, he had managed to build up a monopoly. How he managed to push everyone else out is a good question. Bear in mind, white people had been trapping furs in the New World for several centuries, and the Indians for who knows how long. Then this guy Astor comes along and in a few years totally owns the whole industry. Again, this could only have happened because the occult power of this Astor family gave them the right. Obviously, others in the Committee of 300 had to step aside. If his position in the hierarchy had not given Astor the right, believe me, the other families that originally controlled the fur trade would have gotten rid of Astor. One result of his fur company was that Astoria was created. Today, perhaps in honor of the family that originally took interest in it, Astoria is a real hotbed for the secret satanic covens in Oregon. John Jacob Astor did have a few helpful connections. 3 of his relatives were captains on clipper ships. He had connections in London to the Black House family. He married a Todd, a family frequently associated with Satanism. His wife, a Todd, was also connected to the influential Brevoort family. And finally, for some reason, John Jacob Astor was also on good relations with the politicians of the day, perhaps because most of them were Freemasons too. For a few years John Jacob Astor had participated in the opium trade, but in 1818 he publicly quit running opium to China. John Coleman, in his good book The Conspirators' Hierarchy, The Story of the Committee of 300, p. 131 notes, John Jacob Astor made a huge fortune out of the China opium trade. It was the Committee of 300 who chose who would be allowed to participate in the fabulously lucrative China opium trade, through its monopolistic beak, and the beneficiaries of their largesse remained forever wedded to the Committee of 300. Interestingly, another top 13 family, the Russells, was also one of the lucky ones to get a slice of the China opium trade. It is clear repeatedly from history that Astor was privy to inside information in the government, and maintained his own courier system. John Jacob Astor bought up large amounts of land in New York, which land greatly increased in value. The financial panic of 1837 allowed him to foreclose on a large number of mortgages. John Jacob Astor's wealth continued to skyrocket. As one biography said, when it came to a question of principle versus profit, Astor was a practical man. Put simply, he had no scruples. Astor had a reputation for being a ruthless landlord. He also had the reputation of not paying his legitimate debts. Astor became a banker, and sat on the board of 5 directors of the new national bank that Hamilton created for the U.S. government, called the Bank of the United States. Astor owned a large block of the stock of the Bank of the United States. Astor also was fairly active during his life as a Freemason, holding several more key positions in the secret lodge life. John Jacob was the richest man in the United States. Note this reference. Mayers, Gustavus. History of the Great American Fortunes. London, Stationers' Hall, 1909, p. 147 said, statistics issued in 1844 of manufacturers in the United States showed a total gross amount of $307,196,844 invested. Astor's wealth, then, was 1/15 of the whole amount invested throughout the territory of the United States. Is having 1/15th of all of what American money is invested not rich? John Jacob Astor's descendants had a penchant for secrecy, and set up things to rule from behind the scenes. In contrast, to some of the other top families, the Astors preferred not to sit on boards of corporations they controlled. In 1890, a real estate expert calculated the Astors owned 1/20 of New York City real estate. After making their fortune while residing in the New York area, the Astors by and large have all gone to England. They still wield great financial power in the United States through proxies. Forum magazine, November 1889, commented that authorities estimated the Astors were worth $300,000. But that figure had to be an underestimate. Today, my estimate of the Astors is that they are worth about $40 billion. One of the many foundations that the Astors created was the Vincent Astor Foundation, which is controlled from England by the Astors and has in the range of $100 million tax-exempt dollars. The Vincent Astor Foundation has typically given to Catholic and Episcopalian needs, among other things. They also give money to agencies opposed to private ownership of guns. They give money to New York's public library. Imagine how much influence that gives them, when the library is receiving regular help for general support. A 1971 foundation directory stated that the V. Astor Foundation had its present emphasis on preventing juvenile delinquency. Why don't I trust the Astors in helping out with law enforcement? The William Waldorf Foundation states that its purpose is promotion of mutual understanding and the diffusion of knowledge and culture among the United States and the dominions, colonies, and countries of the British Commonwealth. This sounds very similar to the public statement of purpose that the secretive pilgrim sock has given out to those who need something about them. Assets for this foundation are a mere $64,000. Vincent Astor, now deceased, was a member of 41 private clubs. To give an idea of how much power just one of the many Astor men wield, some of the businesses Vincent was involved include: Director, American Express Company de Atlantic Fruit and Sugar Company de Chase Manhattan Bank, of the Rockefellers, de City and Suburban Homes Company de Classical Cinematograph Corporation de Cuban Dominican Sugar Company de Great Northern Railroad de Inter Mercantile Marine Company de National Park Bank of New York de New York County Trust Company de Weekly Publications Incorporated de Western Union Telegraph Trustee, New York Zoological Sock Advisor to Bankers Trust of New York, member AMA Museum of Nat History, member Nat Institute of Social Sciences. Notice these last two, like so many elite-controlled organizations, are heavily involved in the spread of the evolution theory. Just like the Rothschilds, DuPonts, and Rockefellers, the Astors always set one of their Astor males as the head of the entire family. This headship is passed down as a birthright within the different branches of the family, just as any king passes on his throne. On the corner of 33rd Street and 5th Avenue, the site later became the site of the Empire State Building. The original Waldorf Astoria Hotel was built by William Waldorf, et al. The hotel opened in March 1893. It is described as the ultimate in snob appeal. Later two Astor cousins built the Astoria, another even taller elite hotel, in New York, which opened in 1897. Of course, like many of the other elite families, the Astors have their main property to get away and relax. In 1894, John Jacob wrote a novel, A Journey in Other Worlds, where he describes a society which operates on the idea of conserving energy. Strange how the elite likes to promote conservation among us cattle. In the late 1800s, the Illuminati began to reconfigure its outward face. The higher levels started creating innocent-sounding cover organizations to hide their meetings behind. In 1901, the Astors contributed toward the creation of the Pilgrim Society, which was the cover organization for AMA and Brit. 6-degree princes of the Illuminati. I believe at least 5 Astors are now members of the Pilgrim Society. The Pilgrims had recently included David Astor, John Jacob Astor VIII, and William Waldorf Astor III. And during the 1970s, Baron Astor of Hever was the president of the London branch of the Pilgrims. This implies that Astor of Hever was at least the next level up in the chain of command. The Astors also have been very prominent in the group which is Britain's equivalent to the Skull and Bones Sock. In Britain, the Astor, along with about 20 other families, dominate the group, just as certain families like the Whitneys in the US help dominate the Order of Skull and Bones. Again, as was earlier pointed out, the key to understanding Satanism is the bloodlines. In 1910, the muscle and bone branches of the Illuminati reconfigured themselves with the creation of the Round Table groups in 1910. The Astors were the part of the financial backers behind the Round Table groups, along with A. Bailey. Rhodes and Milner were key players in setting up the Society of the Elect, a super-secret top circle of Illuminati. Rhodes Trust, in part helped by the Astor, helps finance the Rhodes Scholarship System. Rhodes, a high-ranking Freemason, wanted the Masonic claptrap as part of these various new groups, but Milner and Brett did away with the Masonic rituals and costumes, etc. In 1919, the Royal Institute of International Affairs, RIA, was created. And the Astors were the major financial backers of the RIA, which functions as the 4-degree cover of the Illuminati. For those who are new to this, the RIA is the British equivalent to the Council on Foreign Relations, CFR, which takes a major role in the policy-making process in the US. Waldorf Astoria was appointed to the RIA. just above the CFR/REA round table groups, which were initially named by Cecil Rhodes as the Association of Helpers. Cecil Rhodes set up the Rhodes Scholarships to recruit and bring top men from several nations to Oxford to be initiated into the Illuminati and to learn about how to bring in a one-world government. So the initial selection into the Rhodes program 1st degree of the Illuminati is equivalent to the initiation into the Skull and Bones. In the picture you see how the Cliveden Astors were intimately connected to the Rhodes Scholars. Rhodes Scholars frequently went to the Cliveden estate. By looking at the genealogy chart you can see how the family in London broke up into two powerful segments. One part centered around the Cliveden estate. Another group became barons, the Astors of Hever, or the Hever Astors for short. William Waldorf Astor owned the Pall Mall Gazette, the Observer, and the Pall Mall magazine. The London Times was largely controlled by the Astors, and since 1922 they have owned this major source of British news. The DuPonts and the Rockefellers also have some major businesses where they too own blatant large holdings. However, most of the wealth of the 13 top families is hidden so that the ties to who owns it are difficult to track. Hoyt Amidon has been a proxy for Vincent Astor and the other Astors. See membership list of Illuminati in this newsletter. The Astor family also used Owen Lattimore as their proxy for opium trade, who in turn used Laura Spelman, who was funded by the Institute for Pacific Relations, I.P.R. The I.P.I. was the group that supervised the Illuminati's decision to allow Red China to share in the opium trade. The puppet strings behind big world events may not be seen by the public, but if we trace the origins of several big events we see the Astors helping pull strings. The I.P.R. helped lay the groundwork for the Pearl Harbor attack. The Astors also were behind the appeasement policy in Europe which allowed Hitler to become a threat. The Astors were also involved in the temperance movement against alcoholic drink which was begun by the Women's Christian Temperance Union. The temperance movement was an elite-created movement, just like today we have big issues like apartheid which are made up by them to keep us busy. Joseph Kennedy and Onassis, two other top 13 Illuminati families, got rich off of the temperance movement by bootlegging. So many people have exposed the temperance movement. See Occult Theocracy for just one expose of Freemasonry's involvement, that it is not pertinent to cover it here. Today's equivalent of the temperance movement is the drug war. Colonel Jack Astor, one of the world's most powerful men, was among those who went down with the Titanic. To his honor, he didn't have to sacrifice his life, but did. If he had been a scoundrel he could have chased a woman and her children from some lifeboat. Many sermons have been preached on the significance of the Titanic, and I personally am beginning to feel that God laid it on the hearts of so many of his ministers to understand that the Titanic was a judgment upon the pride of the world. More specifically, it was a warning to the New World Order's elite. Another Illuminati invention was communism. This has been so thoroughly documented I don't know why I have to state it here, except that there are still people who haven't taken the time to study it out. James A. Billington's book Fire in the Minds of Men, a very scholarly work, and Occult Theocracy are some good starting points to study this. The Fabian Society was also connected to the Illuminati. For instance, Illuminati Prince Professor George Edward Gordon Catlin, Pilgrim Sock. Was a member of the Fabian Society's executive committee. The Fabian logo is a wolf in sheep's clothing. Fabians like H. G. Wells, who wrote so eloquently on the New World Order with such books as The New World Order, A Modern Utopia, The Open Conspiracy Blueprints for a World Revolution, was a wolf in sheep clothing. H. G. Wells made the New World Order something that sounded advantageous to everyone, a utopia of sorts. That is not what it will be. During the 1930s, the Fabian Socialists created the Political and Economic Planning Group, PEP. Mason Viscount Waldorf Astoria was a leader of PEP. A confidential program that the BEP created and implemented through the British government was later described in a book, Principles of Economic Planning, in 1935. The book doesn't explain why its cover has a Masonic square and compass ostensibly displayed on its cover. George Bernard Shaw, who was a communist and Fabian socialist, was the best friend of Lady Nancy Astor, who became the first woman member of Parliament. These two spend vast amounts of time together, much more than Nancy did with her husband Waldorf, who she didn't care to be around. Waldorf was the Mason that was mentioned earlier who helped lead PEP. After Nancy Astor was elected, or selected by the elite, to be the First Lady MP, one of the Russell ladies soon afterwards also became an MP. Communism pretends it is the enemy of the rich capitalists, but both the rich elite and the communist leaders are committed to wipe out Christianity, to wipe out free trade with monopolies, and to set up an Illuminati one-world government. Do you see they have similar goals? A picture is included of Waldorf and Nancy Astor's visit to Russia during the 1930s. The Astors were not treated like enemies but like royalty. Can we see how the elite-controlled press have deceived us? Do not trust our Illuminati-controlled elite to protect us from communism. They control communism. Besides socialism, Nancy Astor was a big supporter of Christian Science. Christian Science was a front for witchcraft from its very beginning. For more information on what Christian Science is about, I suggest people study Be Wise as Serpents, Chapter 2.6, The Healing Light. Nancy Astor wrote The Natural History of the Vampire and a book on the early Mason/Communist Bakunin. She used Grenfell family papers. The Grenfell family were close friends to the Cliveden Astors. David Astor, the Honorable, attended Bilderberger meetings in 1957 and 1966. Alpha Lodge is the lodge in England that is traditionally for royalty. There are other elite lodges too, where those of the elite can protect themselves from rubbing shoulders with those of less social stature. These are the type of Masonic lodges that the Astors join. In summary, an examination of the Astor family reveals their close connections with the full spectrum of Illuminati activities ranging from Freemasonry, the Illuminati itself, the Pilgrim Society, the Round Tables, communism, Fabian socialism, CFR, RIA, the Bilderbergers, as well as the various politically, that is Illuminati, tainted banks such as Chase Manhattan. Ava Alice Muriel Astor was an occultist. She was born in 1902, was pretty but also a very serious woman. She was a very strong-willed person that was able to dominate a person in her presence unless they were also strong-willed. She was into Egyptian magic and believed she was the reincarnation of an Egyptian princess and a disciple of Akhenaten. Alice Astor may have been one of the first people to enter King Tut's tomb, where she got herself a necklace. Aldous Huxley wrote Brave New World as a picture of things that were to come. Most people think as a expose, but it was really more as a plan or blueprint. Aldous Huxley and Alice did a great deal of occult things together. Their financial power is unchecked. Myers and others have noted the Astors are above the law. The top 13 families don't obey the law, they are the law. The Astors may have Illuminati kings and princes in their ranks. They may have dozens of billions of assets, yet it will all be nothing when they face their creator at judgment. FDR and Lady Astor, two socialists. Follow-up on the Astors. One of the items that I felt I should have given the readers back in the 1/1/93 issue was the Masonic background of John Jacob Astor, 1763 to 1848. For the record, here is his Masonic involvement: Master of the Holland Lodge No. 8, of N.Y. C. 1788 Grand Treasurer of the Grand Lodge of New York 1796 1801 Junior Grand Warden on 2 occasions 1796 and 1801 Secretary of the Commandery, then called encampments. For a busy man, he kept himself busy in his Masonic work. the Astor family revisited with information on their Chandler branch. There are 13 top bloodlines. 13 families or bloodlines are at the top, and 5 of these families are the inside core of these 13. Prior to Be Wise as Serpents, the existence of 13 top families was not known by very many people. The existence of the 13 families had come out in Berry Smith's book Final Notice in the 1980s, but the names were still unknown. Berry Smith of Australia wrote in his book Final Notice p. 9, there are 13 families or groups heading up the world government plan. These families are portrayed as the 13 layers of blocks found on the strange seal on the reverse side of the US $1 bill. In a Little Read article, one ZRA victim recently wrote that Satanism was controlled by a few families. Recently, one of the DuPonts was on a television show because the DuPonts were trying to kidnap him because they didn't like his support for the book Dope Incorporated. I was able to get a copy of the book, and was overjoyed to find such an excellent book. My sources have been telling me that the top Illuminati families were behind the drug trade. Yes, Satan's top followers are also the kingpins in destroying humanity for profit through drug trafficking. The following families, besides others, or individuals from these families are mentioned in Dope Incorporated as involved in some aspect of the drug trade: the Astors, Bundys, DuPonts, Freemans, Kennedys, Lees, Rockefellers, Rothschilds, and Russells. It is no coincidence that 9 of the top 13 families would get their names in a book which revealed the big names behind the world's illegal narcotics trade. It should be mentioned that some other prominent Illuminati families also play key roles in the drug trade, such as the Bronfmans, Cabots, Shaws, Bacons, Perkins, Morgan, Forbes, Cisneros and Oppenheimers. Where have we seen such names before? There are names in Dope Incorporated that people would do well to know the danger of, such as Louis Mortimer Bloomfield, Robert Vesco, François Genaud of Switzerland, Ivan Slavkov of Bulgaria, the Duke of Kent, Master of the Grandmother Lodge of the Scottish Rite, and Jardine Matheson, to mention a few. All our favorite secret fraternal groups appear in Dope Incorporated too. For instance, the Triads, P2 Masonry, regular Freemasonry, the CIA, the Order of St. John, and the Jesuits. The Universal Christian Gnostic Churches, which practices black magic, has a whole chapter showing its connection to the drug trade. Britain's Assassination Bureau Permindex, which has been mentioned previously in this newsletter, also gets a chapter in the book. In the Be Wise as Serpents book, I examine in detail only the Rothschilds and the Russells. I did not present much to back up my statements about the 13 families. Further, one of the unthinkable items that most people do not want to consider is that their leaders who they have idolized may be utterly corrupt. There was nothing to do but sit down and give the nitty-gritty details if the threat from the Illuminati was to be properly understood. The facts would speak for themselves. The ideal solution for both writer and reader was for me to write up my research and for you to read it as a series of articles. There is only so much a person can assimilate at once, and these articles give lots of details. In January of this year, one began a series of articles on the top 13 families which the top experts said nobody knew about. I did this with the hope of stimulating others to notice these families, and to alert a wider sector of the body of Christ. The young colleague David J. Smith, who wrote part of the January 1 article on the Illuminati, was led to carry out further research in addition to what the January 1 article had. Most of this article's information on the Astors then is a result of David's research. Difficulty in determining the facts. Most of the material put out on the Astors shows the unmistakable mark of distortion by writers and historians giving information in line with what the Astors wanted the public to get. Books on the Astors contain both believable and unbelievable material, fact and fiction. Some of the real facts may remain obscured forever, but that has not stopped us from getting the most accurate picture we could reconstruct. The Astors do not make the task of investigating them easy. They have been very secret and very deceptive since they arrived in this nation. John Jacob Astor, the first prominent Astor, was a notorious liar. He was known on occasion to invent romantic tales for the edification of people who annoyed him with questions. Men who knew him best were, therefore, neither ready to discredit completely all legends about his exploits nor to repeat them as gospel. The truth, they suspected, lay somewhere between the two extremes. Tyrrell, John Upton. Furs by Astor. p. 102. John Jacob's son ensured that his father's lies would go unchallenged by incinerating all of his personal records, business records and other papers. Origin of the family and its name. The Astors have come up with various origins for themselves, and those for or against the family have added more ideas. One strong possibility is that the Astors are descendants of the Astorga family found in southern Italy before the 1600s. The most likely meaning of the name is that both Astorga and Astor are variations meaning Astarte, who is the mother of the occult. Her name is also Semiramis. In Babylon the trinity was Nimrod, the sun, Semiramis, the moon, and Tammuz, the morning star. In Egypt, these gods were called Osiris, Isis, and Horus. The pictures and statues Isis and Horus were renamed by the Roman Catholic Church as the Virgin Mary and the Christ Child. The family in Europe. The family may have moved from Savoy to Waldorf, Germany. Although it is not a certainty, the best explanation from the available clues indicates that Waldorf's coven had some important personages in the witchcraft/satanic system and that Johann Astor's family had power. At that time in Europe, the Astor family had no chance to turn their occult power into success. The power and class structure in Europe was rigid and gridlocked. The boundaries between peasant and aristocracy were solidly in place. So the family looked to the New World to transmute their position in the satanic hierarchy into financial wealth and power. Johann Astor in Waldorf was only a butcher. His best son John Jacob, 1763 to 1848, was selected to establish the House of Astor in America. John Jacob Astor goes to America. At age 16, John Jacob Astor quit helping the family butcher business, went to England and then later to America. Looking at the details of things, and piecing the truth together, it appears that his satanic authority was already in place, because he was able to travel to England, and as a German-speaking peasant converse face-to-face with the Backhouse family in England. Of course the biographers make it sound like John Jacob Astor left Germany for himself, rather than his family. Michael Astor gives a glimpse of John Jacob's mission. He concentrated almost entirely on building a fortune, on escaping the poverty of his childhood and establishing a secure financial position for his family in America. Astor, Michael. Tribal Feeling p. 11 Overview. The process of 400 years looks like this. Various satanic families moved into the southwest German area in the late medieval time period. Witchcraft associated with Diana was practiced in southwest Germany, and this began to alarm various elements of the Roman Catholic Church. The Astor family provides leadership in the covens in the Heidelberg area. Witchcraft spread virtually all over southwest Germany. An examination of the old records from about 1500 to 1650 show that witchcraft was being practiced throughout the area. I have the names of over 120 towns where it was practiced in SW Germany, the list derived from old German records. The Astors did not have the position, wealth, and power that accorded their position in the late 1700s of occult leadership. In Germany, England and France there was no way to climb the social ladder. However, the New World presented opportunities. The Astors sent two sons to prepare the way for John Jacob, one to England, one to America, and then sent John Jacob, their most promising brightest son, to the New World. While in America, the Astor family helped the satanic elite headquartered in England to maintain its control over America. Having come from Germany, and also due to Satanism being secret, John Jacob Astor's help given to pro-British elite moves were more difficult to suspect. After establishing themselves as aristocrats in America, the tribe of Astors moved to England, where because of their high social position in America, no one questioned the Queen bestowing titles of nobility on them. All along the process, people with Illuminati connections opened doors for the Astors. At this point, it needs to be pointed out that there were ties between the following groups: English royalty, English Satanism, English Freemasonry, and German witchcraft, and the Italian black nobility. Taking the liberty I have as author of this article, I am going to digress to give some examples of these connections. Although on the surface this doesn't directly pertain to the Astors, it does. When one paints in the bigger panorama of what was happening in the occult world, and then one sees a blazing star streak across that panorama, then the real history of that blazing star is given by tracking its voyage through that panorama. However, the history books have intentionally hidden the significance of so many of the players and groups that lay along the track of that blazing streak. Specific groups. Order of the Knights of the Helmet. This was an illuminated secret society with Sir Francis Bacon at its head. In order to hide its Masonic rituals, Sir Francis Bacon wrote a play entitled The Order of the Helmet. This was performed in January 1594, and again for 12 days in December 1594. In December 1594, British aristocrats who had been demonically illuminated, met and put on a play. Calling their initiation ceremony a play was a great cover. Sir Francis Bacon was made King and Prince of Purple. Various men were invested with the collar of knighthood of the helmet, and took vows, and a series of charges by 6 high councillors was given in a manner that is very similar to what the Satanic SRIA does now. The reader may ask, what does this have to do with the Astors? This is simply a brief look at the background of what was happening in the occult in Europe. The Queen of England sent Sir Francis Bacon as a young man in his 20s to the continent of Europe. Sir Francis Bacon toured France in places such as Louvre, Street Cloud, Blois, Paris, and Poitiers. He also travelled to Germany, Italy and Spain. He visited the various royal courts, such as the court of Marguerite de Val. Marguerite was married to King Henry of Navarre. Her mother was the evil Catherine de Medicis. Sir Francis Bacon also met with many secret societies. At Marguerite's court he spent time with the Played Fraternity, which was a group of 7 intellectuals. According to the best biographer of Sir Francis Bacon, who was Alfred Dodd, Alfred spent his entire life studying Sir Francis Bacon. Sir Francis Bacon was initiated into a large number of secret occult societies when he was on the continent of Europe. He learned Kabbalistic magic, Egyptian mysticism, Arabian mysticism, and the customs of the German medicine. Dodd, Alfred. Francis Bacon's Life Story. London, Ryder and Company 1988, p.10.4. This information has been provided to give some feel for how the occult in Europe was in contact with its various parts, and that its tentacles included many of the royal families. Hellfire Club. This was a secret satanic cult which was associated with early Freemasonry. When the connections became known between the Satanists of the Hellfire Club and the elite of Freemasonry, Freemasonry and the elite made some radical moves. First, Freemasonry publicly proclaimed that it had nothing to do with the Hellfire Club. When the Hellfire Club was publicly disbanded by the government, acting on orders from people that tied in with the club. Later, quietly the club was reconstituted. Philip, I Duke of Wharton, 1698 to 1731, who was the second person of nobility to be Grand Master of England's Freemasons, G.M. of the Grand Lodge 6/1722 to the 25th of November 1723, was president of the Hellfire Club. He was an M.P. in the House of Lords. In 1726, He left England and was basically brought into ill repute by the Masons, who distanced themselves from him. George Lee, Earl of Lichfield, was also another prominent Mason who was a member of the Hellfire Club. Benjamin Franklin, who was the head of the American Freemasons in various capacities, and also the head of the Rosicrucians and a number of other secret occult groups, was also a member of the Hellfire Club. Benjamin Franklin's Satanism was not mentioned in my Be Wise as Serpents book, but he was an important Satanist who was part of the Order of the Quest, that is the group which has been entrusted with the plans for bringing in the New World Order of Satan. Remember that John Jacob Astor was very involved with Freemasonry, as were a number of his intimate friends such as New York Governor DeWitt Clinton and General John A. Armstrong. In regards to the Hellfire Club, the Earl of Sandwich, Benjamin Franklin and Sir Francis Dashwood were leaders in the Hellfire Club and were also Postmaster Generals of the British Postal Service. All were Freemasons too. Their positions as Postmaster Generals allowed them total access to the mail, and allowed them to spy on the communications of the 18th century. The man who became Postmaster General after Dashwood, who moved on to be a M.P. in the BR Parliament, was the Mason John Wilkes. John Wilkes took over in 1766, in 1774 was Lord Mayor of London. Wilkes then brought one of the original Hellfire Club members, a friend of his, Willis Hill, to help with the postal service. The next Postmaster General was the totally corrupt man, the Earl of Sandwich, who served until 1771. Benjamin Franklin spent the summers of 1772, 1773, and 1774 at Dashwood's estate in West Wickham. The caves under Dashwood's estate at West Wickham were used for satanic sexual rituals, which were participated in by Benjamin Franklin. Ordo Satanus. This is an old secret satanic German order. In the last few newsletters, I have been educating people on the meaning of Saturn. It means Satan. This previous information helps us understand John Jacob Astor when he writes in his book A Journey in Other Worlds, the souls of the righteous departed were found on Saturn, where, to a background of weird music, pulsating hearts, luminous brains and centers of spiritual activity quiver with motion. A side comment. John Jacob Astor had a reputation for his insatiable sexual lust to poor women. One of the people we have to investigate in relation to the Ordo Satanus is Valentine June, who was John Jacob Astor's mentor in Waldorf, Germany. June may well have belonged to an organization such as Ordo Saturnus. John Jacob Astor leaves Germany for England and America. John Jacob Astor arrived in England and may well have been introduced in England to British intelligence by his brother George. At any rate, he got involved in British intelligence, which has always been closely linked to Freemasonry and the elite. He spent time socially with the Black House family, which an aristocratic family. How do you suppose such a supposedly destitute young man could be accepted so easily into the Black House social scene? This is not explained by modern biographers. After 4 years, his brother George then sent him to America to represent George's music company. His brother Henry met him when he arrived in 1784 at age 20 and introduced him to the occult world in New York City. Thomas Backhouse and Company was a leading house in the lucrative fur trade. John Jacob Astor set out to bring the fur trade under his own control. There is a tact that must be faced. The Elites Committee of 300, a secret legislative group of the Illuminati, decided that John Jacob Astor could expand into the fur trade and into the opium narcotics trade. Dope Incorporated shows that the Astor family was the first American family to get into the opium trade, and that their opium trade was a special privilege that most other American businesses did not even try to compete with. Why? Dope Incorporated doesn't say this, but I know that it is because the Committee of 300 decides such things, not free enterprise. American furs yielded 1000% profit in those days. The privilege of fur trading was a pot of gold, so to speak, that the Committee of 300 gave Astor, and it could only have happened because the Astor family in Waldorf was already part of a principal satanic bloodline. The Illuminati members of the Astor family today use their influence to help those of the Illuminati in their dope trade. William Backhouse, the American representative of the London Backhouse family, and John Jacob's brother Henry were two of John Jacob's initial contacts in the New World. Soon John Jacob had met all types of people involved in New York's occult world. John Jacob married Sarah Todd. John Jacob's stepmother Christina Barbara is described as the perfect, cruel fairy tale stepmother. John Jacob raised the principle of self-interest to the level of a philosophy and claimed for himself a natural superiority over his less able and less powerful fellow men, a sort of God-given right to exploit the world and its inhabitants for his personal gain. This was not mere cynicism, but a genuine belief that in some way, he was among the chosen people for whose convenience and advancement life was ordered. Such people make history, but they also pervert it in human terms because their world and the codes that govern it have nothing to do with morality. Sinclair, David. Dynasty: The Astors and Their Times. p. 59. Astor took Freemasonry seriously. Governor DeWitt, Clinton rose unusually fast in the degrees, but the German immigrant, John Jacob, who talked at times as if he had marbles in his mouth, was not far behind him. Astor eventually caught up to Clinton. Terrell. Furs by Astor, p. 84. DeWitt Clinton's uncle George Clinton, who served as Jefferson's vice president, was also a member of their Holland Lodge No. 8. Archibald Russell of the Russell family, as well as two members of the elite Livingston family, were members of this lodge too at the time. The Livingston family were participating in the Committee of 300 at the time. One of my Masonic reference books states that business at the Holland Lodge No. 8 was conducted in German. If so, why were all these other men involved with it who apparently had English as their mother tongue? In the 1/1/93 issue, Astor's dirty real estate deals and his activity as a drug kingpin were discussed. However, Astor's connivance to create a nation on the West Coast wasn't. Thomas Jefferson, who I have now come to realize was a part of the Illuminati, was in on the plot. Jefferson said that he hoped for the establishment of an independent nation on the Pacific Coast, bound to the United States by ties of blood, language, and friendship. The Northwest was to become a sovereign nation under Astor's rule. The plan failed miserably due to a variety of reasons. Another item that was missed in the earlier article was how John Jacob Astor profited by using his own courier system and powerful friends to profit from the War of 1812. Astor knew the War of 1812 was coming, and he set himself up to profit from it in several ways. His Masonic brother and friend John A. Armstrong 1758 to 1843 helped the British war effort as the American Secretary of War. A descendant of John's later married into the Astors. Astor himself helped the British when he could profit by it. The two Illuminati, Jefferson and Gallatin, gave Astor special sailing privileges which netted him much profit. When war was declared against Great Britain, Astor sent agents to the British forts in Canada to inform them. This gave the British advance knowledge of the war, before the Americans' troops knew. This allowed the British to seize Northern American forts and to ensure that the British had control of the region's fur trade. This was essential for Astor to get control of the fur market, because then when the British furs were embargoed he had less competition. He obtained special permission from the president to import all furs owned by him and held in Canada before the war. He used this permission illegally to trap new furs. When the war ended, Astor was able to beat everyone else to Europe with his furs and make a killing. Astor cleared his name of shame by sending Washington, D.C. information about a mutiny at a British fort which allowed the U.S. Army to take advantage of the enemy's weak condition to capture the area. John Jacob Astor traded in guns, and his firearms were used in at least one Latin American revolution. Bear in mind, Latin American revolutions have all been planned in Masonic lodges. When employees of John Jacob Astor would trap for or trade furs with the Astor fur houses, they would be paid with letters of credit. Then Astor agents would be sent out to ambush and kill them, so that the Astor Fur Company could save money. The deaths were blamed on Indians. Zachary Taylor stated, "Take the American Fur Company in the aggregate, and they are the greatest scoundrels the world ever knew." O'Connor, Harvey. The Astors p.40 for William Backhouse Astor. This was the son of John Jacob Astor. He was infamous for his hank treatment of thousands of people who rented from him in New York. There were repealed riots by tenants who were opposed by the harsh, filthy living conditions in the buildings Astor owned, but their complaints were consistently ignored by Astor and their riots suppressed by the police. Only half of the children of his tenants lived to age 20. The Astors were deeply involved with the Tammany organization. William B. supported the corrupt administration of the infamous New York mayor, Fernando Wood. The government at the time was a pack of corrupt men. When Wood was exposed, Astor's involvement was overlooked. This is another example of Astor power. John Jacob E.A. He was the son of William Backhouse Astor. He was just as haughty, just as cruel, and just as corrupt as his father and grandfather had been. He created sweatshops for the poor masses living in his New York tenements. He also supported corrupt politicians such as the criminal boss Tweed, who ran New York City. That Tweed ring stole millions of dollars from the city of New York. Before they finally got caught and sent to prison, Mayor Tweed and gang cost the city $200 million. Again, John Jacob Astor EI's power allowed his involvement to be basically overlooked by the press, while Tweed went to prison for life. The Chandler branch. Most of the Astors took off for England, but one branch of the Astors that is clearly involved in Satanism and the occult is the Chandler family. The Chandler family have Astor blood via Maid Astor Ward. The Chandlers' parents died at an early age, and the Rokeby estate in New York was given by the Astors so that a cousin Mary Marshall could raise the Chandler children. The Chandler family is one branch that clearly shows all the earmarks of the satanic hierarchy. The behavior of Robert Chandler, Elizabeth Chandler and Armstrong Chandler have all the classic earmarks of having MPD, and having suffered SRA. The Rokeby mansion that the Chandler family lived in was a haunted house of the first rate. Fairies, ghosts, signs and portents, and all type of occult activity takes place at this mansion. When top ex-Illuminati members who have managed to escape Satanism describe their home life, they mention that occult phenomena was a natural part of home life. This certainly is what life has been like at the Chandler Rokeby mansion. The Chandlers are not well known publicly but have been part of the social scene of the elite. Theodore Roosevelt and Senator Henry Cabot Lodge, of the elite Cabot family, were good friends of the Chandlers. The Chandlers created the town Roanoke Rapids, North Carolina. At some point I hope to do an expose on the resort area in that general area that is a meat market for the Illuminati. Families like the Bill Clintons go down there every year for vacation to mingle with other middle management families that the Illuminati use as lackeys. Illuminati scouts watch and choose who they want to use for political office, etc. Who of the Astor orphans the Chandler family who are of interest to our study of the Illuminati will now be given. John Armstrong Chandler married mystic novelist and morphine addict Amelia Rives. Once wandering in the twilight she asked wistfully, "Do you think if I drank a whole cupful of warm, bubbly blood, I would see a real fairy?" Then there had been the period during which she suffered anguish over the thought that Satan was banished from paradise forever. She prayed with tears that ultimately he might be pardoned and readmitted to celestial bliss. Thomas, lately. The Astor Orphans, A Pride of Lions p. 76. John carried on spiritual experiments in what he termed esoteric Buddhism. Due to his obsession with this practice and a business fight with his brothers, they put him in an insane asylum. He finally did get released. One has to wonder what the whole story was behind the incarceration. His esoteric Buddhism or X-faculty was a trance state where a spirit spoke or did automatic writing through him. His eye color would change when this spirit worked through him. Margaret Livingston Chandler retained the rights to Rokeby. She married into the Aldrich family, which is another Illuminati family. The Aldriches now own Rokeby. William Chandler was a friend of Tom Foley, who was the Tammany district leader of the Irish-Italian district east of City Hall. Another friend was Jack Follansbee. Jack Follansbee's cousin was William Randolph Hearst, an illuminatus of the Sixth Degree who got Billy Graham's ministry going by financing the first several years. The Hearst family is in the Illuminati. One of the Rothschild descendants, Don Hearst Bauer, has changed his name to Don Hearst. Winthrop Chandler's wife, Amelia Rive, her father William Cabell Rives studied law under Thomas Jefferson. The Roosevelt connection. The Roosevelt family has been connected to the Delano family, which is a black Venetian noble family that goes back for many centuries. The lives of these families also intertwine with the Astors. Examples of the interweaving are Franklin Hughes Delano, heir to a massive whale oil fortune. He married Lavia Astor, daughter of the original William Backhouse Astor. James Roosevelt married Helen Astor, daughter of William Backhouse, Jr. James Roosevelt, a Freemason, he married the sister of Vincent Astor's wife. Summary. In our revisit to the Astors, we have examined in more detail the early life of John Jacob Astor and his connections to Satanism. We have touched on his son and grandson who led the Astor family after John Jacob died. We have seen more of their meanness and connections to corruption. We examined how Satanism and the occult had a hold on England even back when John Jacob Astor came to the New World. Three important occult organizations of the 17th and 18th century were introduced. We have looked at the Chandler family, a branch of the Astor family which is part of Satanism. We also looked at how the Roosevelts and Delano families have been associated with the Astors. 2. The Bundy bloodline. Families in the world who are allied with the Illuminati. Who and what kind of family are allied with the top 13 Illuminati bloodlines? The Illuminati seeks to capture the occult power of powerful occult bloodlines around the world. They have intermarried with American Indians to gain the spiritual power resident within the leading spiritual American Indians. Various Indian reservations are used for Illuminati rituals. They have been doing this type of thing for thousands of years. Powerful families around the world participate on different levels with the Illuminati. Some participate on a business level, such as the various crime, mafia-type families around the world. Mafia families might not subscribe to the occult philosophy, but they do recognize power and business. Some powerful families around the world participate simply on the level that they have been sucked into the world's system and are dependent upon going along with the flow of the world's system. An example of this would be the King of Nepal. The King of Nepal rules over a poor Hindu kingdom. The British Empire has done a great job in trying to make Nepal dependent upon them. Nepal was given British protection, their leading families were given British educations, and their leading tribe of warriors, the Gurkhas, have been serving as British mercenaries. Should the King of Nepal break loose from his advisors and take an anti-No track, his throne could be taken away via revolution, or invasion. The No has the capacity to arrange for the Indian Congress Party to invade or some other destabilizing factor. The British MI6 and the American CIA have also stationed assets, agents, in the country. However, the trump card in sucking in nations like Nepal is to create conflict like the Cold War and then apply Hegelian dialectics. Many nations around the world have been forced to cozy up with the British and Americans, because of the Cold War. Secretly manufactured and secretly controlled international conflicts are a great way to take away the independence of some of the smaller nations. The King of Nepal has for many years feared invasions from either India or China. However, Switzerland has been afforded the luxury of not having to take sides in the Illuminati's secretly created wars, because the bloodlines have had such total control over Switzerland for so many centuries. There is no need for Switzerland to participate in Hegelian dialectics. If families are powerful but not in the Illuminati's clique, they can be destroyed, such as Howard Hughes was. An example of this is how the Rothschilds progressively destroyed the Romanovs, the Russian imperial family. But the Romanovs were also an occult bloodline, and so the Illuminati secretly took children of the imperial family to serve as breeders for the Illuminati so that the Illuminati could channel in the Romanovs' occult blood into their bloodlines. The families that control Switzerland go back to Venice. Some of the pharaoh families of the Byzantine have had enduring powerful lineages. The Venetian and Genoese banker/international commerce families have produced some enduring powerful lineages. Families from these groups have tended towards Satanism, Gnosticism, or cults that are not Christian. In this category, we can mention Darius Socinus of Venice. Note also that the Warburgs, who work so closely with the Rothschilds, are descendants of Abraham del Banco, an old banker in Venice. The Warburgs in turn are related to the Rosenbergs of Kiev, Russia. Some of your old aristocratic Russian occult bloodlines were the first to financially help Hitler's fledgling Nazi party. The powerful bloodlines diversify into different last names, but some of them still have enough visibility that they can be halfway tracked by their modern names. For instance, the Cabot family of Boston are descendants of Sebastian Cabot, who was born in Venice. Sebastian Cabot, whose father was John Cabot, was in turn descended from Giovanni Caboto of Genoa. Giovanni Caboto was a member of a powerful family in Genoa. In modern times, the Cabot family has been active in politics and intelligence agencies for the know. For instance, Thomas D. Cabot set up Radio Swan on Swan Island for the CIA. Paul Cabot was a director of J.P. Morgan & Company, beside director of other corporations that interlock with the Illuminati's power. Your ruling families in Western Europe tie back to William of Orange. There is a powerful Arabic connection to the Illuminati. Men like Sir Dirkbul Ali Shah are very knowledgeable about Arab magic and occult practices. Sir Dirkbul Ali Shah has written at least 70 books on magic and occultism. These families keep track of their genealogies, and certain members of these occult families know the histories of these families. I believe that a history of the top 13 Illuminati families is the key to understanding history. Many of the families which appear to be allied with the top families are actually related at some point back in time. Further, many of the allied families are top-level flunkies for the families with the real power. Some people have tried to put the Rothschilds in this category, but such thinking is nonsense. Not only do I have too many eyewitnesses who have come from the inside of the Illuminati who say the Rothschilds are one of the top, but one can also point to how much control and wealth the Rothschilds exercise. The process of history has been to increase their control and wealth. The overall picture can't be denied. The Rothschilds are not flunkies for some other more powerful family. I believe that an investigator will do himself a favor in tracking down the ties a family has with the top bloodlines and how that family interacts with the top families. This is the principle behind why history books discuss royalty so much. All that I encourage is that people investigate Satan's royalty in order to understand how Satan's realm, the power behind the scenes, operates. In the Be Wise as Serpents book I gave a good example of how Satan's realm works behind the scenes. The Illuminati control the Watchtower Society. The nominal head of the Waite Society for many years was their president, Fred Frantz. Yet, Fred Frantz had grown very old, was blind and stayed in his bed. Matthias Alley was supposedly Fred Frantz's bodyguard and helper, but all communications to late President Fred Frantz had to go through 62, Nathia Saleh, who would supposedly ask Frantz and then would come back with an answer. Apparently Saleh may be from an Iraqi Jewish bloodline. He wears big rings and has expensive tastes. Saleh was the channel through whom the Illuminati could pass their decisions for the weight onto the governing body and Bethel's staff. The Bundy bloodline. My knowledge and research is limited. So much more work can be done to uncover the evil works of darkness that collaborate to destroy the Christian faith. Hopefully articles like this will serve as spotlights on the Jewels and hide the ravage our land. And that seeing their opponents better, Christians will avoid the many secret spiritual undertows that drown so many. In the 1980s, one of the most famous criminals was a serial killer named Ted Theodore R. Bundy. It is not publicly known why he killed so many innocent victims. Ted Bundy told his girlfriend Elizabeth Kendall that the Force caused him to kill. Bundy's confession to her was given after his final arrest in Florida. Elizabeth wrote down his confession as he gave it to her over the phone. Ted said, "I don't have a split personality. I don't have blackouts. I remember everything I've done. Like Lake Sammamish. We went out to Farrell's for ice cream after eating hamburgers. It wasn't like I had forgotten or couldn't remember, but it was just over. Gone. The Force wasn't pushing me anymore. I don't understand it. The Force would just consume me." Kendall, Elizabeth. The Phantom Prince: My Life with Ted Bundy. Seattle, Madrona Publishers, 1981, B.176. The Force is the very term that high-level Satanists use to describe the power that they believe in, which they believe can be used for either good or evil. The movie Star Wars surprisingly used the Illuminati's term, the Force, which up until that time had been reserved for esoteric use by Satanism and the occult. This is part of the plan to take the occult and its goals and instill it into the public's thinking and goals, so that the conspiracy becomes an open conspiracy, with the general public promoting the drive toward witchcraft as the world religion and its one world government. Who was Ted, and why did he do what he did? There are a great number of unknowns about Ted. And although it appears to the public that the newspapers covered his crimes thoroughly, often appearances can be very deceiving. If Ted Bundy was related to the Bundy family of the hierarchy, we could expect several things almost without doubt. 1. That his satanic activities and any occult connotations to the murders would be kept very secret by the police, the newspapers, and his family. 2. That information about the case and Ted Bundy would be closely contained. Interestingly, when I recently went to research Ted Bundy, every copy, all 4 of them, of the book Ted Bundy, Conversations with a Killer by Stephen G. McCord had been stolen from the Portland Central Library. One of the other books on him was also missing, and the other was overdue. The university library, which is on a different library network, was just as bad. I did my research across the border in Washington state. Another category of books that is consistently stolen, I have been told by the library staff, are books on Freemasonry. Consequently, the Portland Central Library has a policy that interlibrary loan books on Freemasonry cannot be taken out of the library, even though the lending library doesn't mind if they are checked out. Another example of how books relating to Satanism or the satanic conspiracy become rare is when I checked the Thurston Company Wall Library's computerized system for Anton LaVey's Satanic Bible. Of the system's 18 copies, 14 were lost, I assume stolen, 1 was listed trace, and 3 were being held by the libraries, that is, they were not out on the shelves. Before proceeding any further, let me categorically state that I haven't found anything that ties Ted Bundy in with the top satanic family of the Bundys, nor have I found anything that disproves it either. I don't know either way. Still, there are some interesting items about Theodore Bundy. Perhaps someone else will be motivated to do the genealogy work, and save me the work. Ted was a law student. One of the schools he studied law at was University of Puget Sound, WA. A major reason he did so poorly in law school was the immense stress that took place in his life in connection to the time and effort he put into murdering beautiful women. Yet, his poor academic performances were no barrier to his political success. Ted does have a number of items that seem suspicious. First, Ted drove all the way from Washington State to Miami, FL to take part in Nelson Rockefeller's 1968 campaign. He was a big Rockefeller fan. Ted was appointed assistant chairman of the Washington State Republican Central Committee. Ted traveled in elite social circles, and was preparing for a campaign for Ted to run for state governor. For instance, in 1973, he was part of the Republican State Committee. He may have been on this committee in other years too. Ironically, Ted Bundy had served briefly on the Seattle Crime Commission on a study of white-collar crime. For whatever reasons, whether it be elite connections or his winning personality, it is certain that he had a big political career in front of him as a young person if he had not blown things. Second, almost all the serial killers have had connections to Satanism, and in every case the media and the police have suppressed or greatly downplayed their connections to Freemasonry and Satanism. For instance, Charles Manson, Freemason, OTO. And Satanism, son of Sam Berkowitz, OTO. And Satanism, Jack the Ripper, Freemason, and Henry Lee Lucas, Satanism. Could it be that Ted Bundy had a satanic side to him? I haven't seen anything that shows that he wasn't a Satanist. He did join the Mormon Church during the middle of time period of years when he was murdering innocent women, but his motive for joining certainly had nothing to do with sincerely serving God. I have learned that Ted had an interest in astrology. Perhaps the closest person to Ted Bundy, his longtime girlfriend Elizabeth Kendall, wrote in her book The Phantom Prince: My Life with Ted Bundy that she didn't know why he brutally killed so many women. She was aware that he liked bondage-type sexual arrangements. But the inner workings of Ted's mind were a mystery to her. And Ted was capable of some of the biggest lying and yet coming across totally honest. This type of lying goes on every day by the Illuminati members who as a habit make bold-faced lies to the public. Ted Bundy was adopted by his father Johnny Bundy, who was a dentist in the northwest area of Washington State. What is this main branch of Bundys that we are speculating that Ted's father might or might not be tied to? The original Bundy family came to the New World before 1635 to Boston, Miss. A few years later they moved to Taunton, Miss. A large branch of these Bundys went to Connecticut, and later a few went on to New York. Another group of colonial American Bundys were in North Carolina. The particular members of the Bundy family that are prominent in the New World Order today, are the ones who would have inherited the position of authority over the family if Satanic tradition had been followed. The Bundy family was an old American family that was part of the Eastern establishment, but with only a few exceptions like Congressman Solomon Bundy in the early 19th century. The family has only come into the public side during the 20th century. This family also surfaces in not-so-prominent places too. Two of the key early Watchtower Society leaders were Bundys. These were Walter H. Bundy, who went with Charles Taze Russell to Great Britain on his May 29–31, 1909 trip, and Edwin Bundy, who worked at the Bethel headquarters at the turn of the century and traveled around the U.S. for the Watchtower Society from 1906 to 1910. The following is my own who's who of the Bundy Illuminati family. After this list introducing our cast of characters, this article will get back to discussing the Bundys. Who's who of the Bundys? Eric Bundy, placed in charge of the prisoner Howard Hughes by the Illuminati family of Onassis. More about this later. Eugene H. Bundy, lawyer, judge, 1889 to 1896, v. President and Der. Central Trust and Savings Company banking ties, Der. Industrial Company partner Bundy and Jones, chairman exec. outcome. Of the Republican State Central Committee in 1898 and 1900, Knights of Pythias, Order of Red Men, Order of Elks, Episcop. Frederick McGeorge Bundy Skull and Bones, in it. 1921, CHRMN. North Atlantic Fillet Council Harriet Lowell Bundy married Skull and Bones member Gaspar d'Andelot Berlin, in it. 1939 with Harriet's brother. Harvey Hollister Bundy, 1888 to 1963 Skull and Bones, in it. 1909, Special Ass. To Seconds of War Stimson, Skull and Bones, Law Clerk for Justice Oliver Wendell Holmes, Key Pentagon Man on the Manhattan Project, Seconds of U.S. Sugar Equalization Board, CHRMN Panama Railway Co., in the U.S.'s Canal Zone, CHRMN. Boston Personal Property Trust, DER. Boston 5 Cents Savings Bank, DER. State Street and Union Trust Companies, DER. New England Merchants, DER. R.M. Brady Company in 1952. He became the chairman of the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, CHRMN Foreign Bondholders Protective Council, trustee and president of World Peace Foundation, chairman Wellesley College, chairman of the New England Rhodes Scholarships Selection Committee, member Century Associates and some other things. Unitarian. Harry W. Bundy Mason, Satanist, and Chief Adept, 9 degree, of SRICF. Harvey Hollister Bundy, Jr. possibly in it. In one of the other Yale secret societies, banker. Catherine Lawrence Bundy daughter of Harvey Hollister, S.R. McGeorge Bundy, 1919, MJ12, Skull and Bones, in it. 1940, CFR. President Ford Foundation, Bilderberger, Special Assistant to Presidents Kennedy and Johnson on National Security Affairs National Security Advisor. Robert Bundy edited Images of the Future, the 21st Century and Beyond. William Putnam Bundy, 1917, Skull and Bones, in it. 1939, C.F.R., CIA, 1951 to 61, once CIA always CIA, editor of CFR's Foreign Affairs, 1972, member of the Permanent Steering Committee of the Bilderbergers, AS. Seconds of State, Far Eastern Affairs 64 to 69, 1960 Staff Der. Of Presidential Commission on National Goals, Professor Mitt, 1969 to 71, part of the law firm of Covington and Burling which represents many of the Illuminati elite in Washington, D.C. Other prominent Bundys include Charles Allen Bundy Foundation Executive, manager of several companies, President Springs Foundation, and President Close Found. China, S.C. Parks, Recreation and Tourism, Mem. S.C. Coordinating Council for ICANN. DVL, Rotary Club President CHRMNBD.LST Meth. Church, 1978-79 Charles H. Bundy Seconds of Frost Foundation. Charles W. Bundy Seconds of Cornelius Foundation. Edwin S. Bundy Business Executive, Cornell University Century Associates. Hezekiah Sanford Bundy Congressman, lawyer, Jonas Mills Bundy founder and ed.in-chief of New York Evening Mail, newspaper, close friend of President Garfield, law degree Harvard. Omar Bundy West Pointer, General William Edgar Bundy as. Attorney So. Dist. Trustee Ohio University, editor of some journals. What is so powerful about the Bundys? Most Americans would not recognize the Bundy family as a powerful elite family. However, During recent history, two Bundy brothers held the key positions that controlled most of the information that was fed to U.S. presidents during the Kennedy and Johnson administrations. When Johnson took over after J.F. Kennedy was assassinated, McGeorge Bundy was in the key position as Nat. Second's advisor to determine what the president did and didn't hear. His brother was in a key State Department position. Both Bundy brothers were also fraternal brothers of the Illuminati Order of the Skull and Bones. Interestingly, Jonas Mills Bundy, 1835 to 1891, was a key advisor to President Grant, President Garfield, and President Chester A. Arthur. McGeorge Bundy and his brother William P. Bundy have held important C.F.R. and important Bilderberger positions. This in itself makes it clear that the position and power of these two men is extensive. McGeorge Bundy sat on MJ-12, which is the Council of Wise Men that rules the United States. See Be Wise as Serpents Chapter 2.13 for an explanation about what MJ-12 is and documentation. United States has been the most powerful nation overall on the earth, so without a doubt McGeorge has had both great public known and great secret power. The three most prominent Bundys to write about are Harvey Hollister Bundy, S.R., William P. Bundy, and McGeorge Bundy. We will now take a look at these three along with Eric Bundy, who was given a key position in a sinister plot to steal all wealth and power of Howard Hughes. And Harry W. Bundy, who was a chief adept of one branch of the Illuminati. Harvey Hollister Bundy S.R. His grandfather was a lawyer and a congressman, and his father was a lawyer. Harvey also became a lawyer. But he didn't stop there. Harvey was initiated in the Skull and Bones in 1909. After his law degree he did some world traveling. Then in 1914, he began working for Justice Wendell Holmes. Later in 1929, Alger Hiss, CFR, also began working for Justice Holmes. Hiss was a communist spy and later a key player during F.D. Roosevelt's reign. Harvey's son William P. narrowly missed having his career ruined because William had financially helped Alger Hiss. Harvey had 5 children. 3 of these had ties to the Skull and Bones Order also. Harvey became the A.S. Secretary of State in July 1931 until March 1933 under Henry Louis Stimson. Secretary of State H.L. Stimson was also a Skull and Bones member. In it, 1888, Harvey's son McGeorge would go author a book with Stimson entitled On Active Service in Peace and War in 1940. Harvey was special legal assistant to the U.S. Secretary of the Treasury. Harvey became the special assistant to the Secretary of War during WW.A. He traveled with the Seconds of War overseas numerous times. It is often said if you want to know where the real power lies, look at a man's advisors. Here we see Harvey giving advice to the U.S. Secretary of War and Bones pp. 49-50 where he gives various reasons why Covington and Burling are highly suspected of left-wing activity. William began his war during the United States' largest military challenge in history. Harvey was one of the most key figures in the supervision of the Manhattan Project developing the atom bomb. He was the key Pentagon man. He did liaison work between the War Department and Office of Scientific Research and Development. In 1952, Harvey took over the Carnegie Endowment for Peace from John Foster Dulles. The Carnegie Endowment for Peace has been a major vehicle for the Illuminati to finance tax-free various projects. In 1971 for instance, the Carnegie Endowment for Peace spent over $2 million, and had assets of $41 million. The stated object of the foundation is, to promote international peace. This is the type of peace that President George Bush told the United Nations that the world needed. Skull and Bones member George Bush informed the UN that a one-world government peace was needed by the world. Harvey got the job at Carnegie because Alger Hiss had been convicted of perjury. John Foster Dulles was on record recommending Alger Hiss to replace himself. See Eleanor, Allen, and John Foster Dulles and Their Family Network by Leonard Mosley, p. 311. The various men who run the various Carnegie Foundations work with the Rockefellers. William P. Bundy. William P. Bundy started out his career in 1947 working for Covington and Burling, which is a firm that represents many of the Illuminati in Washington, D.C. Covington and Burling appears to have been a conduit for the Illuminati to create a left-wing political movement in the U.S. Read Anthony Sutton's book America's Secret Establishment: An Introduction to the Order of Skull and Bones. In 1951 he quit Covington and Burling to begin openly working for the CIA as an analyst, and then as assistant to the deputy director of the CIA. His job as assistant required him to get atomic energy clearance. In 1953, Joe McCarthy had caught on to the New World Order. Although the history books and papers report that he was commie hunting, if one reads Joe McCarthy's own words, it is clear he was gunning for the New World Order. Senator Joe McCarthy subpoenaed William Bundy to testify. The senator knew he could expose a great deal if William P. Bundy was questioned, and if he might try to lie. The calling card to get the subpoena was the fact that William had donated at least $500 to help communist spy Hiss defend himself. Hiss's brother Donald worked for Covington and Burling when William was there, and Alger had worked at the firm William's dad had worked at. McCarthy sent down many subpoenas, but Allen Dulles, who was part of the Illuminati and the CIA director, ignored the subpoenas, and eventually was able to get William P. out of the country so that he would not have to face McCarthy's questions. The State Department was going to arrest William P. at the dock as he was trying to escape on the Queen Mary, but Alien Dulles was able to get the State Department to call off the arrest, and William P. Bundy sailed. McCarthy wrote Allen Dulles, "I note your refusal to give us any answers to our questions. Your insistence is very revealing. It would seem that the last man in the world who had tried to protect and hide the facts about one of his top officers, Bundy, association with, and contributions to, a convicted traitor would be the head of the CIA. I think it necessary for me to call your attention to the tremendous damage you thereby do to this organization. That the matter cannot and will not rest here is, of course, obvious." A biography of Eleanor, Allen, and John Foster Dulles and Their Family Network by Leonard Mosley, p. 322. Lou Russell, who was an important figure in the House of Un-American Activities Committee, HUAC, was part of the Illuminati power structure. This is something one wouldn't expect. It appears like some of the men McCarthy thought were on his side weren't. While the Hiss/Bundy affair led to McCarthy, a genuine patriot, being killed and discredited, someone else who was a socialist and lackey of the CFR was given wide publicity as an anti-communist hero from what happened to Hiss. Funny how the credit is distributed by the establishment media. This socialist was Richard Nixon, CFR. He was given false credit for convicting Hiss, CFR, to build a false public image as an anti-communist crusader. Nixon did not do the footwork etc. to get Hiss convicted, contrary to the false image the establishment newspapers and history books give. Later, protected by his anti-communist mask, Nixon would recognize Red China, among many other pro-communist no acts. By trying to subject a member of one of the top 13 Illuminati families to congressional questioning, McCarthy had signed his death warrant. It was not long before the Illuminati killed McCarthy. And they have dragged this great patriot's name through the mud. Skull and Bones George Bush was still taking pot shots at Joe McCarthy during the 1992 presidential campaign. William P. Bundy commented on the help Allen Dulles gave him throughout the Hiss affair with the following words: "I guess there was an element of tribal loyalty in the way Allen handled this, that he knew me. He knew my brother, a sort of fellow feeling, a feeling for the comradeship of the CIA, but also a tribal feeling toward a set of people who were in law firms, entered government when the need was felt, could be invited back to the house. Yes, that set of people is called the Illuminati. In 1960, William P. Bundy, while still with the CIA, was placed as the staff director of the new Presidential Commission on National Goals. If national goals are seriously being set, then that implies that something is happening above and beyond the American people voting at the voting booths, congressmen voting at the Capitol, and the marketplace simply functioning. Indeed, there is a guiding hand behind events which is taking us down a pre-planned route to achieve Illuminati goals. Bundy's Commission on National Goals set down goals that are Hegelian philosophy. The goals state that the individual has a duty to advance the will of the state, and that the state is to stimulate changes of attitude. The American citizen in the years ahead ought to devote a larger portion of his time and energy directly to solution of the nation's problems. Many ways are open for citizens to participate in the attainment of national goals. America's Secret Establishment. p. 50 Eric Bundy. The Illuminati uses what is called Hegelian philosophy. A thesis is set up. An antithesis, the opposite of the thesis, is then set up, and then out of the conflict of the two comes the synthesis. Hegelian philosophy is really a fancy term for what the Illuminati were doing before the term was invented. To bring this all down to street terms, the Illuminati's mafia, yes, the Illuminati created and runs the mafia, would send businessmen a letter demanding money and signed with the imprint of a black hand. This was the thesis. If the demand wasn't met, then the business would be burned or the businessman hurt. Then the mafia would introduce themselves as potential protectors for the businessman from the black hand extortioners themselves. This is the antithesis. And when the businessman begins paying the mafia for protection, that is the synthesis. The Illuminati are doing this tactic all over the world, and it certainly has almost everyone fooled. Mafia strongman Sam Giancana, birth name Momo Salvatore Gingano, had a girlfriend Judith Ixner, that J.F. Kennedy, a member of one of the top 13 Illuminati families, spent regular time with sexually. Giancana also had a friend named Robert Maher who worked under Stavros Niarchos of the Onassis family. Stavros Niarchos is a Bilderberger and a nephew of Aristotle Onassis. The Onassis family, of the top 13 Illuminati families, runs the mafia. Robert Maher worked for Giancana and the CIA. Why was a CIA agent willing to help Giancana? Well, as I indicated in other places, the CIA is run by the top Illuminati families, and so is the mafia. This CIA agent, or mafia man, or Illuminati henchman, whatever you want to call Robert Maher, shows up in the details of the Kennedy assassination and the kidnapping of billionaire Howard Hughes. Robert Maher and other men like him had infiltrated Howard Hughes' organization prior to the kidnapping. In March 1957, a wing or branch of the Illuminati under Onassis, commonly known as the mob or mafia, kidnapped the upstart billionaire and genius Howard Hughes. Now do you see what happens to competition to the Illuminati top 13 families? Either you join them, or you are destroyed. Satan must keep his organization intact. From the best inside information I have obtained concerning this area of Illuminati activity, apparently two, who were look-alike to Howard Hughes, were used. The reason two were used will be explained. First, because the Howard Hughes actually L. Wayne Rector, who on rare occasions showed himself, was a fake. The Illuminati wanted to keep him out of the public eye as much as possible, so it made sense to have another double. The natural story was that because Howard Hughes was so reclusive, he had hired Hollywood actor Brooks Randall to be his double to keep newsmen and other snoops from following him. When Howard Hughes, L. Wayne Rector, would go out, then the decoy, Brooks Randall, would be employed to keep photographers, process servers and private detectives away from the Illuminati's real, Howard Hughes, L. Wayne Rector. It was Robert Maher that hired Brooks Randall. And working with Maher and somewhat over Robert Maher was Eric Bundy, was given oversight of the day-to-day operations involving the control of their prisoner Howard Hughes, who most likely died in 1971, and whose public death was 1975. For those wanting an official, paper trail, see Senate Report No. 94-465 entitled, Alleged Assassination Plots Involving Foreign Leaders, 11/20/75, p. 74, where Maher's role is talked about in the death of Onassis. One of Maher's top men was Lou Russell, who, besides working for Maher, the CIA, the Onassis family was the person who bandied the security and investigative needs of the Republican National Committee, RNC, and Russell was with the company that provided security for the Watergate complex when it was burglarized. The Russell family is a top 13 family. The Russell family will of course have its own turn to have an article about them in this newsletter. It is Lou Russell who helped Nixon get Hiss convicted? Was McCarthy and Hiss used? It appears so. John Smith now puts out the theory contained in his book Alger Hiss, the true story, which claims Alger Hiss was framed. So we have come full circle. The communist agent that almost ruined William P. Bundy's career, because Bundy was Alger Hiss's and Donald Hiss's friend, is now exonerated by a book written by an establishment researcher. McGeorge Bundy. Anthony C. Sutton does an excellent job in his book on the Skull and Bones Order in describing how McGeorge Bundy received preferential treatment all through his life. Consistently, McGeorge Bundy got jobs for which there were thousands of better candidates. McGeorge Bundy went to Yale, where he was initiated into the Skull and Bones in 1940. McGeorge then went to Harvard. After this, McGeorge joined the Army as a private. Very few privates ever achieve the rate of promotion that McGeorge received. Within a year after joining as a private, McGeorge was promoted to captain. Not only was he made a captain, he was placed on staff to plan the logistics and other details of the invasion of Sicily and the Normandy invasion. That is honestly fantastic. How can a greenhorn without experience of the experience to know how much supplies, etc. are needed for a certain operation? Bear in mind that these calculations are for battles in which the wrong combination of supplies could mean death or defeat for a unit. As Sutton points out on pg 51, can a 23-year-old, with no military experience, undertake planning for amphibious operations? The answer is obviously no, even if his father, the Order, is in the Pentagon as an aide to the Secretary of War, the Order. After the war, McGeorge continues his phenomenal climb from job to bigger job, often with no credentials. 1945. He becomes assistant to the Secretary of War and co-authors a book with Stimson. Then McGeorge, without any experience or credentials in economics, becomes a consultant to the Economic Cooperation Administration. Then he becomes foreign policy analyst for presidential candidate Thomas Dewey. Christians may recognize from the instruction that the Bible gives that pride warps our abilities to accurately see. How much pride has been installed in men like McGeorge that they feel comfortable to hop from one unqualified position to another and to make weighty decisions. 1949. Bundy was invited to Harvard University to teach as an assistant professor, and in 4 years is made the dean of the Faculty of Arts and Sciences at Harvard. How does anyone become dean of a prestigious university department after 4 years of teaching? Not only has McGeorge been treated as if he is an instant military genius, an economic whiz, now he is dean of the Arts and Sciences. Bundy becomes the National Security Advisor. From 1961 to 1966 he is the Special Assistant for National Security Affairs to the President. This gives him great control over what the presidents are told. For instance, on pages 177–178, Sutton quotes a conversation between McGeorge Bundy, Dean Acheson, scroll and key another Illuminati initiation point, and President Kennedy recorded in a memorandum. President Kennedy is led to believe that the United States has deserted its ally of Portugal to aid nationalists in Angola, when in fact the U.S. was supporting Marxist guerrillas, that is communist guerrillas. In 1966, McGeorge was appointed president of the Ford Foundation, another Illuminati foundation that is promoting their agenda. McGeorge brought in Harold Howe to be vice president, a position that Howe was unqualified for, except that Howe was a skull and bones brother and was a team player that would help promote the New World Order agenda with its Hegelian philosophy and socialism. Both of the Fords on the Foundation board resigned in disgust at the way these skull and boners were using the Ford Foundation. Harry W. Bundy. Harry W. Bundy was a Mason, a Satanist and the chief adept, 9 degree, of the Colorado part of the SRICF. To clarify to the reader what this all means, allow me to inform you about the structures Satan has built. Pure Satanism, in order to function easier, has set up some branches which are secret, but if the public hears about these branches, they have a veneer of respectability. Dr. Wynne Westcott, a famous Satanist and the supreme magus of SRIA, wrote the rare book History of the Societas Rosicruciana in Anglia. It was privately printed by these Masonic Rosicrucians on December 30, 1900, and later received the B.R. Museum Press mark of 0475H54. Within this rare book the leader of the SRIA spells out the purpose of the organization to the brotherhood, the aim of the society, searching out the secrets of nature, to facilitate the study of the system of philosophy founded upon the Kabbalah and the doctrines of Hermes Trismegistus. Hermes Trismegistus, as many of you know, means the thrice greatest Hermes, who was the Egyptian scribe god who is claimed to be the author of all magical writing. Hermes is credited for the grossly evil satanic witchcraft rituals that the ancient Egyptians and modern Satanism continue to practice. For an excellent expose of the connections between the Egyptian Book of the Dead, Masonic rituals and modern Satanism, I suggest David Carrico's book The Masonic Egyptian Satanic Connection. Obtainable from Followers of Jesus Christ, 5220 Ashley Drive, Evansville, Indiana 47711. As I was just writing, a number of branches of the Illuminati were created with the same pattern as the Bavarian Illuminati, and these branches sometimes refer to themselves as Illuminati, and rightly so, since they are integral part of Satanism. One branch has been set up within Freemasonry called Societas Rosicruciana. They call themselves Rosicruciana and Christians. How they attach the name of Christ to Satanism is beyond my imagination. Perhaps the Christ consciousness they seek justifies in their minds calling themselves exclusively Christian. Whatever they want to call themselves, they practice magic and Satanism. A number of daughter organizations have sprung up from the SRIA, such as the Golden Dawn, the Stella Matutina and the Ordo Templi Orientis, OTO. The SRIA also worked closely with German Illuminism and the Theosophical Society. In England the Societas Rosicruciana, S.R. is named S.R. In Anglia, in Scotland it is S.R. In Scotia, in Greece it is S.R. In Graecia, in Canada it is S.R. In Canada, and in the U.S. it is S.R. In Civitatibus Foederatis. The membership is very exclusive. And my understanding that there are about a dozen lodges called colleges with about 40 members each, which lends me to guess they have an exclusive membership of about 500 in the United States. Membership in Societas Rosicruciana has included such notable Satanists such as A. L. Waite, Eliphas Levi, and Kenneth Mackenzie. It has included that Luciferian Albert Pike too. Within a nation the arena are divided up into provinces, each of which has a college, their fancy word for a satanic lodge. On April 20, 1948 Harry W. Bundy became the chief adept of the Colorado College. 2 letters by the supreme magus of all the S.R. groups Win Westcott are photocopied so that the reader can read for himself from the Sri as supreme magus, lending magician, that they are connected to the Illuminati. See for yourself. An interesting point in light of what I have printed in other newsletters, the Mass College in 1393 printed a book by its supreme magus Gould, 9 degree, which declares that the grand central sun of the universe is Alcyone in the Pleiades. Shades of Alice Daly, and C. T. Russell. One of the most knowledgeable people to try to expose the New World Order and the satanic hierarchy behind it said, "It remains for the student to follow every line of inquiry to the point of concentration where nil threads are gathered and systematically manipulated for the eventual destruction of Christian civilization. It may lend to the B'nai Brit, the Universal Israelite Alliance, India or Tibet, but in any case a thorough and complete study of Rosicrucianism embracing a minute one of Rosicrucian in Anglia and its various branches will be a great step taken in the direction of uncovering much of the political and moral chaos of present-day history of mankind." P. 510 Interesting, that this expert would say this. The threads go back to 13 top families, and wouldn't you know, several of their people are leaders of the SRIA. Including Harry W. Bundy. The Bundy family has been a very powerful family in American history which has managed to keep itself out of the limelight. Often the members of the Bundys have had power by virtue of being advisors to those in powerful positions. P.S. Congressman Reese, a real hero, tried to go farther and expose the connections between his, the Carnegie Endowment Fund, the Morgan Bank, and the rest of the tax-exempt foundations. The Illuminati moved mightily against Reese. 3. The Collins bloodline. The next family in our series of articles on the top 13 Illuminati families is the Collins family. The first 2 have been the Astor family and the Bundy family. The first 2 articles were fairly straightforward. Both the Astor and Bundy families have been written about by others, and I had more information on both families than I needed for my articles. In fact, I left out worthwhile details in both articles in order to keep the articles to a comfortable length. In this Collins article, there will be some padding. In terms of research on the Collins family from a scale from to 100, I'm about at 10. There are some hard connections that will be presented and some soft connections. Joan Collins is what I'd call a soft connection. She has associated with a long list of key Illuminati men and at least a few known Satanists, but this is only the barest of dues that she might have anything to do with the Illuminati herself. Let me give some of the hard connections first. The following is a description of a highly secret high-level satanic meeting. It comes via an ex-insider who is now a Christian. If any other ex-hierarchy person is reading this, perhaps this will trigger some memories for you. This experience dates to 1955. This is a meeting that is held twice yearly, and to which the Rothschilds and all the mother families attend. The meeting is inside in a big room, and the grandmother on the throne was a Collins. The Collins family has been kept out of the limelight because they have more occult power than the Rothschilds or the Rockefellers. To make money, this Collins family does something financially, such as deal with the exchange of money. I've noticed that numerous Collins have been insurance executives, and although I haven't exposed the connections between insurance companies and the No, there is a book out which shows how that most insurance companies are connected and under the guidance of the No elite. The grandmother Collins dressed in black has an ebony and gold moon-shaped throne that she can automatically rotate by pushing a pedal with her foot. Behind her sits the Grand Council with 13 members. This might be or might not be the Grand Druid Council that you will read about further on. The difference between this council in 1955 is that it was all males, while the council in 1978 has several women on it. The grandmother, a Collins woman, was thought to be in her middle 50s at the time of this meeting. She had a deep dictatorial voice, was small in stature, and was very powerful. She was decked out on her throne with a great deal of jewelry. One of the first things done was to lay before her feet small gold bricks, shaped like small bricks and made of pure gold. Two boys, who were taken to be her sons, one of whom was Tom Collins. Tom was later gunned down by the Illuminati, were near her throne. As only the most honored and powerful dared be in the vicinity of her throne, this showed that these two Collins boys were powerful. The boys passed out papers, which had timetables written on them of things that were to happen. A great discussion was carried on about what had happened in the world to bring in Satan's one world government during the last 6 months and what was prepared to happen in the near future. Things that had not gone according to plan were discussed. The Ark of the Covenant was discussed, where it was hidden in Africa, and a ritual mocking the Ark of the Covenant was held. 7 children in white were brought in from generational satanic families and presented before Grandmother Collins. They laid prostrate in worship of her. She would move her scepter with a snake up and down, striking the floor to show approval of a child candidate. Then 7 other children were sacrificed for the 7 approved children, one for each child, whose name would then be written with a quill using the sacrificed child's blood. The children were given oaths. The grandmother rotated her throne and faced the council of 13 and declared, speaking in English, "This is tomorrow's generation, a chosen few." The John the Baptist of the Antichrist put in an appearance. But the Antichrist at that time was not born or only a tiny baby. Was this Benjamin Graham? The ex-insider didn't learn the name of this John the Baptist forerunner of the Antichrist. However, the descriptions of this occult John the Baptist do match Benjamin Graham. Benjamin Graham was born in 1924, and was deeply into the occult and witchcraft even when he was a boy. See the official newsletter of Tara Center Emergence, Jan 1982 issue. He claims that in 1959, he telepathically received a message from his master, a member of the demonic hierarchy. Krem calls these master spirits simply the hierarchy. Christians know it as the demonic hierarchy. Because all these things are planned out well in advance, it would have been very appropriate if Krem had been at a high-level planning meeting in 1955. For more understanding on Krem's Christ, the reader is directed to read the article on the Sufis in this newsletter. Referring back to the gold bricks laid before the grandmother's throne, there are several reasons that real gold is important to the Illuminati. Perhaps in some other article this newsletter will go into it all. There have been massive secret gold shipments out of the United States and Russia. Guess who is getting it? In my 1/1/93 newsletter the names of many top Illuminati are given. One that could have been included is Robert Moore Collins, 1867, who was a member of the Pilgrims, 60 of the modern equivalent of the Bavarian Illuminati. Robert M. Collins was a reporter for several important newspapers and worked as an editor in the Washington and New York offices of the Associated Press. He did chiefly political work for the Associated Press. He was the chief newsman for Reuters, Illuminati-controlled press, and the Associated Press for many stories coming out of the Orient. Although he was born in Washington, D.C., his address as an adult became Bournemouth, England. He never married. As those who investigate the Illuminati find out, the Illuminati control the press. Here was a man who helped do it for them. Last newsletter issue, 1/15/93, went into some detail about how important the Satanic Society's Rosicrucian is in relation to the satanic groups such as the OTO, Golden Dawn, and Stella Matutina. The Society's Rosicrucian is definitely a high-level exclusive Illuminati organization. One of the New York S.R. Officers was James F. Collins, 8 degree, who died April 2, 1896. He was with the original set of S.R. officers of the First High Council of the S.R. in America, which had oversight over all the S.R. colleges, lodges, in America. His position was presenter. I don't know what that officer does. When the Canadians set up a Societas Rosicruciana in Canada, the High Council which had oversight over all Canada included a Collins on its council, Daniel Collins, 8 degree. Daniel Collins had several positions on the council. The highest degree is the 9 degree. If you've read the Jan 1, 1993 newsletter or Be Wise as Serpents, you have come across the Grand Druid Council. This is a high-level Illuminati council. In Be Wise as Serpents, in the second section in a chapter entitled Heresy Interlocks with Power on the 8th page, I gave the names of people who were on that secret Grand Druid Council in the spring of 1978. Each of those people are powerful witches, and have a great deal of power in the world. Yvonne Collins was on the Grand Druid Council. She was a traditionalist. To be a traditionalist means that she holds the view that only those people who are born to families with satanic power and witches in their family background can be true witches. Obviously, the Collins family has a long history of witchcraft if she holds this view. Remember, that the leading Satanists feel they have special blood. The top ones feel they are gods. Even grandmasters may teach their selected children they are the god which created the children. This last statement makes more sense when one learns the methods, state of mind, and beliefs of the satanic hierarchy. Yvonne Collins would reject the idea that just anyone can become a witch of any significance by training and practice. The occult demonic power would not be strong enough for a convert to witchcraft. Yvonne's occult name is Legina, which means Lucifer's bride. Legina, Yvonne Collins, who lived in Virginia, got upset with Jerry Falwell. He didn't follow orders well enough. She got the Security and Exchange Commission to investigate his church, which caused the church economic hardships. Even mainline Christian ministers are expected to follow directives of the Grand Druid Council, which is said to operate under the orders of the Rothschilds. Everyone who was high up in the Illuminati and are now Christians remember Tom Collins. Collins was in the Illuminati, but for some reason the Lord changed his heart and he began to talk to churches about what is really going on. He had a schedule of churches to speak to, of which a Baptist church was one. He warned what was going on. He was gunned down in a grocery store parking lot, and has been used as an example by the Illuminati to anyone else who dares utter a word. Remember Tom Collins. They warn people in the covens. This reminds me of another incident, which happened to a brother in Olympia, War, the capital of War. 2 weeks after Reagan was elected, a beautiful Mercedes pulled up to where this Christian brother was working. The guy who got out was obviously rich. His suit had to be in the neighborhood of $800 and his wife had fox furs around her neck. They said their son was going to work for the state and they wanted to look for a home for him. The woman was being independent and said, "I don't want to go see the houses. I want to talk to this nice man." The houses were done by Donahue Construction. The men went on to look at the houses, and the woman remained behind and talked. This Christian is an easy talker with people. He struck up a conversion naturally. He said, "I think it's great Ronald Reagan got elected, he's going to be a good president." The woman replied, "We wanted George Bush to get it, who's we?" The Christian asked to this rich lady who kept tossing her furs back and forth, "The Illuminati," she said, "we're the enlightened ones, and George Bush was drained by us." Unfortunately, the men had just returned at this point and were entering the room. The man with the expensive suit was livid. "Shut your mouth," he yelled. She huffed back, "Well, if you insist." He then turned to the Christian, who he didn't know, and politely told him that they had failed to find anything that suited them. "Thank you very much, everything is secure." and handed him the keys. Then he dragged the woman to the Mercedes, giving her hell all the way for talking, and when they got in proceeded to physically slap her around. This was an extremely rare incident. Many of the satanic hierarchy live their entire lives without uttering a word to anyone anything about the hidden satanic side of their lives. As a rule, they find very respectable cover lives in society, the more respectable the better, to cover their hidden lives. The satanic rituals are always memorized. You will not walk into these people's houses and find incriminating books or objects. Remember Ted Bundy in last issue's article. Ted was exactly the model of how many top Illuminati are. They are capable of the most horrendous things, but to everyone who know them, they are the most likable, intelligent, normal people. People who knew Ted Bundy had no idea what he was doing in secret. The satanic hierarchy and their Satanism is clearly the most secret religion in the world. They are a priesthood that rules the world through political leaders that they place in power. And because of their power, they have the ability to suppress a great deal of the publicity that could arise from their numerous activities. To describe the security methods employed to keep high-level Satanism secret could take an entire book. Let's just put it this way: if you were a billionaire, which several of the leading Olympians, King Illuminati, are, what kind of security could you afford? And what kind of clout would you have with national governments and police forces to get even governments to provide security for you? Remember, these people own the press, and the media. They will kill, or discredit anyone who exposes them. Don't be surprised if both of these happen to me, the author. Just know this: they can kill the body, they cannot kill the soul. Our Christian God reigns. They also control the CIA and FBI. See Be Wise as Serpents for more details on this. Many leading FBI agents have not only been Masons, but many have been Satanists. The FBI sends out reports which paraphrased go like this: far more crime has been committed by zealots in the name of God than has ever been committed in the name of Satan. The actual involvement of the occult in a criminal case usually turns out to be secondary, insignificant, or non-existent. The law enforcement perspective on occult crime requires avoiding the paranoia that has crept into this issue. Unless hard evidence is obtained and corroborated, police officers should avoid being frightened into believing that Satanists are performing criminal ceremonies requiring investigation. An unjustified crusade against such activity could result in wasted resources, unwanted damage to reputations, and disruption of civil liberties. This type of thing is hilarious to hear from the FBI, for those who know how they have trampled on every civil liberty by investigating tens of thousands of organizations simply because they opposed the establishment and ruined the reputations of many people, Martin Luther King for instance. People who have read my book may have picked up that J. Edgar Hoover was a 32-degree Mason, homosexual, and worked intimately with the Illuminati. For those who haven't come out of Satanism, one way to explain to people how satanic secrecy functions is to compare these satanic families with the mafia families. Individuals in these families learn what they need to know, no more. The top bosses have cover jobs, and give their orders orally. Actually, the comparison between Mafia or Costa Nostra families and Moria or Illuminati families is quite fitting because they tie in organizationally and were created by the same occult stream of secret societies that Satan has been running. Don't expect to find what you are reading here about the Collins family, that they are one of the very top Illuminati families, even more powerful than the Rothschilds, anywhere else. People are getting the inside story for the first time. I am grateful for various ex-insiders giving me accounts of secret meetings. Except for the testimony of eyewitnesses, there is little evidence of what happens at hierarchy meetings. There are numerous clues, but they are rejected by most people who refuse to accept that the satanic hierarchy exists. Before the 1960s, and the space programs, man had not seen the far side of the moon. But that didn't mean it wasn't there. The hierarchy are professionals at Satanism and are really pros at obtaining satanic power through ritual, deeds and worldly power. Their activities are very secret. In contrast, there is great deal of physical evidence from the coven levels, the lowest level, that periodically surfaces robes, candies made of fat, athames, altars, dead animals, ritual sites, etc. The higher levels believe that the force must be balanced, one's good deeds must match one's evil deeds. Consequently, some of the greatest philanthropists are leading Satanists. The lower levels are not concerned with developing power such as what Satan has. They simply enjoy being evil, and in that respect are rather crude in their exercise of evil. The Collins family hasn't received much attention. Who do you think of when you think of the Collins? Joan Collins? She was a beautiful, Jewish Hollywood actress from England. Joan's grandmother lived at Brighton, England. Joan mentions her father being a Jew on page 13 of her autobiography. Joan Collins passed imperfect. Her father Joe Collins and his friend Lord Luggrade had an acting company. Joe Collins' father Will Collins and his wife can dancer Henrietta Collins were also into acting. In the L970s she was in several horror movies and picked up the title, Queen of the Horror Films, p. 271. In 1977 and 1978 Joan was nude in two sexy films, not her first, which were expected to do better at the box office than they did. Neither of the titles of these films bear repeating. One was based on a sexy book Joan's sister wrote that was a bestseller in England. Joan was the first old woman to be in the buff in Playboy, the Dec 83 Playboy. The issue is a collector's item. In her 40s, she was still posing in the buff, which according to her autobiography she feels comfortable doing. I wonder if being exceptionally beautiful and a sex idol for millions makes it easier to pose nude. For those who watched Dynasty, you'll likely remember her. For those who watched Hansel and Gretel, Joan was the witch. She was the woman in film The Devil Within Her. In December 1982 Joan was asked to be the mistress of ceremonies at Prince Albert Hall before the Queen and His Royal Highness Prince Phillips. Besides knowing that she is into astrology, after looking at her autobiography I don't pick up a hint of any religiousness. Besides her amazing beauty, her lack of morals made her a perfect fit for Hollywood. Among her many friends, she had Sammy Davis, Jr. p. 332, and Jane Mansfield as friends or acquaintances, both of whom are publicly known to be Satanists. She rubbed shoulders with Henry Kissinger, p. 3454 of Autobio. Joan Collins vacationed in the winter at St. Moritz, which is an exclusive ski resort of the international set where Joan rubbed shoulders with Nearchos and Aristotle Onassis. These are kings within the Illuminati. Joan Collins spent time with Edgar Bronfman. The Bronfman family are the Jewish Illuminati family that runs Canada. p. 281-282. Joan Collins may not be part of the Illuminati Collins family, but if she isn't, she has at least associated with some of the top Illuminati. Joan was married several times but obviously preferred her maiden name. Another famous Collins is Michael Collins, who was one of the 3 astronauts on the Apollo A. Apollo 11 was the first officially announced visit by man to the moon. For those who have read Be Wise as Serpents, you are aware that the first flag on the moon was the Scottish Rites flag. There are a number of very strange things about the flight, and about what NASA has been doing. Buzz Aldrin is a Freemason. Neil Armstrong has gone into seclusion, shunning any publicity. As Michael Collins puts it, Nell has dropped out and doesn't sell the NASA program. Carrying the Fire, by Michael Collins, p. 461. The title to his book is based on Greek mythology. The god Apollo carried fire, which is what Michael felt described Apollo 11. What our government has been doing with NASA, flying saucers and a manned lunar base, is beyond writing about in this article. But the question did naturally come to my mind, could Michael Collins be related to the Illuminati Collins family? Michael Collins writes about himself, "Fortunately, I have been a poor student all my life, and my parents, concealing their disappointment, seldom pushed me." Carrying the Fire, p. 462. It certainly seems like such a student would need some pull to get into West Point, USMA. Michael Collins also sits on the board of directors of the Illuminati's Rand Corporation, which works with Tavistock Institute. He is not even a nominal Christian as far as I can tell. He states dryly that no, he did not find God when he went to the moon. It looked like the clues were leading in the direction that he might be part of the elite, when I came across one sentence that changed my mind. Michael Collins wrote, "I feel just as thankful today that I live in the United States of America as I did before flying in space, and I have no desire for this country to merge into a United States of the world." p. 470 of his book. By the way, Michael Collins wrote his own book in contrast with so many of the Christian authors like Pate Robertson's New World Order, and some of Billy Graham's books, which are written by others with the big name tacked on to sell it. If anyone could promote internationalism, one world govt, without any suspicion, it would be Michael Collins, for few men share his experience of seeing the tiny earth in the vastness of the hostile universe. And yet he doesn't. He simply advocates that humans learn to cooperate to solve our problems, which we certainly need to do. Michael Collins has some really interesting and in a sense inspiring things to say about what seeing the Earth from way out in space meant to his life. What he writes bears repeating. I don't have the space for it all, but will share one idea that is novel. Seeing the Earth from a distance has changed my perception of the solar system as well. Ever since Copernicus' theory, that the Earth was a satellite of the Sun, instead of vice versa, gained wide acceptance, men have considered it an irrefutable truth, yet I submit that we still cling emotionally to the pre-Copernican, or Ptolemaic, notion that the Earth is the center of everything. The sun comes up at dawn and goes down at dusk, right? Or as the radio commercial describes sunset, when the sun just goes away from the sky. Baloney. The sun doesn't rise or fall, it doesn't move, it just sits there, and we rotate in front of it, while dusk means we have turned another 180 degrees and are being carried into the shadow zone. The sun never goes away from the sky. It's still there, sharing the same sky with us. It's simply that there is a chunk of opaque earth between us and the sun which prevents our seeing it. Everyone knows that, but I really see it now. pp. 472-73. I like Michael Collins. What I just quoted is neat. After reading lots of occult garbage, I really appreciate someone who isn't into emphasizing the sun. If Michael were an occultist, he would not have made this statement. In fact, I think it would be healthy for Christians to quit looking at the stars, and realize how wonderful God's green earth is. Praise His holy name. The earth is a very unique, wonderful, marvelous place. And all these people who use their imaginations and belittle the earth because they think some other planet in another galaxy is better, should do some space travel. The earth is a miracle, and anyone who doesn't see God through His creation is not thinking straight. Back to the question, is Michael Collins' family part of the Illuminati Collins family? I have no idea, but Michael himself is not an internationalist. The Collins family is an old New England family. Early members of it were Francis, Edward and John. See the genealogical chart. Part of the satanic branch may live in England too. Like most top Illuminati families, the Collins have spread all over, so that even the West Coast has some members of this satanic bloodline. Part of the family is both related to aristocracy and to witchcraft. For instance, I have a complete list of all people accused of witchcraft in New England in the 17th century, which includes some Collins. The 17th century was the first century that British settlers, mostly Puritans, some of whom are also known as Pilgrims and Congregationalists, settled in New England. In 1640 in Aquitaine, Mass. A Collins was accused of witchcraft. In 1653, Jane Collins was accused of witchcraft in Lynn, Mass. And a Collins family lived in the Salem, Mass. area of Marblehead during the 1650s when the witch trials occurred. They were neighbors to the family accused of witchcraft. Interestingly, some of the last names of other people accused of witchcraft in early colonial Massachusetts include Young, Bailey, Carrington, Godfrey, Hall, Brown and Clinton. You will find all of these last names on people today who are connected to the satanic hierarchy, Illuminati, and Satanism. However, the worst example of dealing with witchcraft, the Salem witch trials, was instigated by the Collins family to destroy Christians. Christians have been held accountable for something the Collins family did to Christians in Salem, Mass. My opinion is that the Collins family practiced witchcraft before coming to New England in the 17th century. One ex-Illuminati member who was from the Collins bloodline stated that the Collins family brought witchcraft from England to America. For the first part of the 1700s, one of the British Collins was prominent for his books promoting days against Christianity. As an example of some of their aristocratic ties, Arthur Collins' 9-volume reference work Collins' Peerage of England published in 1812 was a definitive work on aristocratic peerage. Obviously, Arthur Collins had a great deal of clout to be able to research such a massive work on people of significance in England. The Collins family gave us John Collins, 3rd Governor of Rhode Island. John Collins was born to the rich powerful part of the Collins family at Newport, R.I. John Collins, 1717 to 1795, played an important part in the creation of our federal government, and a role in one of the most remarkable court cases, Trivett v. Sweden, which set the precedence in court which allowed courts to declare legislative enactments unconstitutional. He advocated the issuance of paper currency and a strong central government, which made him unpopular in the rural areas of Rhode Island. He married Mary Avery. Another John Collins, 1775 to 1822, born to a well-to-do Collins family, was 10th Governor of Delaware, 1819 to 1822. Quite a number of Collins have been well-to-do. The wealthiest Collins that I have discovered so far is Matthew Garrett Collins, 1874 to 1925. Matthew Garrett Collins was an oil producer. His father was Oliver Cromwell Collins, named after Oliver Cromwell. Oliver Cromwell was the early Mason who was paid off by the Amsterdam Jews to allow the Jews back into England. Matthew Garrett Collins was a Mason. M.G. Collins manufactured silk and in 10 years took the operation in 1886 from nothing to a $2 million business. He was president of Interstate Gasoline Company. He worked with several other big oil men, such as Governor Charles Haskell of Oklahoma. He was trustee for Drew Seminary. He participated in the Methodist Church. Matthew Garrett Collins' oil operations and friendship with the governor of Oklahoma are very significant. Inside information indicates some type of connection between the Collins family and Oklahoma, and Tulsa is a major headquarters for Satanism in that area. There are a number of buildings that the Satanists own in the Tulsa area that are used for their operations. Besides Matthew Garrett Collins, there have been a number of other wealthy Collinses, such as Theodore Clyde Collins, Jr. in Zoar. Company exec. Banker, president of etc. Arthur Fletcher Collins, real estate corporation exec. HT of some financial institutions and an financial analyst, Henry James Collins III, in Zoar. Company exec. Treasurer of several financial organizations, J. Barclay Collins II. Oil company exec. Lawyer, B.D. Durr. Of trustee of a hospital, Leroy Collins, Jr. Banker, Durr. Or president of some organizations, John Roger Collins, aerospace company exec. Banker, economist, trustee or BD of DER. And VP of a number of organizations, John Paul Collins, banker, DER. Of Rothschild's Citicorp Research Corporation plus trustee of a hospital, besides holding other leading positions in a number of other organizations. And finally Michael James Collins, not the astronaut, who has been an investment company exec, plus to name a few items President Fidelity Union Life Ins. President Allianz Investment Corporation President Collins Capital, Dallas, Trustee Kera TV, BD. DER. And V.P. of the card P. Collins Foundation. None of these men gave information concerning any church affiliation. With the other Collinses, usually if they do have a church affiliation, it is Episcopalian. The Collins family also built the world's fastest, nicest ocean-going ships during the 1850s, for which they spared no expense. The Collins lost a number of ships to natural sea disasters, and after the financial panic of 1857, the Collins got out of shipping, and directed their attention to coal and iron. They had a home on Madison Avenue, New York. One of the Collins who is clearly descended from the old New England family is the banker Atwood Collins, 1851 to 1926, who graduated from Yale in 1873. One line of Collins that were descended from the old New England family were the father and son who gave their names to several locations in Westerners. Fort Collins Company is named after California William Oliver Collins, a descendant of Edward Collins who arrived in Boston from England in 1630. And Casper, Wyoming is named after Colonel William O. Collins' son Casper Collins. Casper Collins died fighting Indians, and so this family line died out. Colonel William Oliver Collins' family were well-to-do Episcopalians. W.O. Collins had originally gone to law school, then became a senator, and then was made a colonel by the Secretary of War at the outbreak of the Civil War. Because the U.S. troops in the far west were widely dispersed, the rank of colonel was a very high rank to hold in the Western territories during the Civil War. Now this article will list a few Collins who I suspect may have been connected to the Illuminati in their time. These are only suspects, but interesting people at that. Clifton W. Collins. Clifton studied St. Simon, who was the Mason/Illuminatus that started communism in the early 19th century. Clifton wrote a book about him entitled St. Simon. Cop Collins was involved in so many political things for the Republican presidential elections, and involved with consulting federal agencies and so many other government positions it is difficult to give a list of what all he has been involved with. He also was involved with Bahrain Petroleum Company Limited during the 1950s. DeWitt Clinton Collins. DeWitt Clinton Collins was born on September 5, 1866 and was named after DeWitt Clinton, who was associates with the Illuminati very early in the history of the United States. His father, Clinton DeWitt, was also named after DeWitt Clinton, D.C. Collins did his postgraduate work in Vienna, and practiced in Chicago. Hugh Collins, author, Marxism and the Law, published by Oxford University Press. James Foster Collins worked for U.S. intelligence, for the United Nations, graduated from Yale, had such jobs as Research Assistant U.S. Senate Atomic Energy Commission, Political Affairs Officer, United Nations Secretariat, 1946 to 1949. By the way, a large percentage of the officers in the Secretariat area of the United Nations for the first 10 years were Jews. Collins also worked for the State Department and the Treasury Department, perhaps maintaining his intelligence work on the side. Jim Collins. Jim writes books on the occult, UFOs, mysticism, Uri Geller, etc. John Anderson Collins. He was intimately involved with the Illuminati plots involving Unitarians/Rosicrucians/and Masons, which created militant abolitionists who intended to wage war against the South. He worked with William Lloyd Garrison. For a full expose on this, the reader should study my chapter on the Unitarian Church in Be Wise as Serpents. John Anderson Collins was a socialist, forerunner of what is known as communism. He attempted several communist social experiments beginning in the 1840s. The importance of how this all connects to the occult and the Illuminati can be appreciated by reading Fire in the Minds of Men by James Billington. John Churton Collins. In 1886 he wrote a book on Voltaire, and in 1908 he wrote yet another book on Voltaire. As a lecturer who traveled to the US and Germany, the press always gave him great press coverage. He was involved with the occult. He was found dead in peculiar circumstances in a ditch. Lorna Collins and Virginia Collins Company authored a book, Levels of Mind, in 1984. Mornie D. Collins. Mornie Collins was state superintendent of schools in Georgia. He went to Bob Jones College sometime after 1938. He was a Freemason, a Grand Master of the Georgia Grand Lodge of Oddfellows, Associates Editor of the GA. Oddfellows News, and if my source is correct, editor of Atlanta's Masonic magazine. He was in Eastern Star, and a number of other affiliated Masonic groups. He lived at the Capitol building at the state capitol in Georgia. He was a pastor, ordained in 1909, of Friendship Baptist Church for his lifetime. Paul Valeris Collins, writer, studied art in Paris, interviewed Italian strongman Benito Mussolini in 1927 for Outlook magazine. Presbyterian and a Freemason. Robert DeVille Collins, Foreign Service Officer, Intelligence, First Secretary to NATO, 73 to 76, Director Political Officer of Personnel of the U.S. State Department 82-82, worked in the U.S. Embassy in Rome in various capacities, Roman Catholic, and given an award by the Pope. Ross A. Collins. One of the ex-Illuminati members remembers the name Ross Collins. Ross A. Collins was a high-ranking Mason, a lawyer, an attorney general, a common position for Satanists, and a congressman. He was born at Collinsville, Miss. in Congress at Washington, D.C. He was chairman of the Military Appropriation Committee, a position which the Illuminati control. Ross Collins was famous for advocating mechanized weaponry. He wanted technology to be applied to weaponry. He is credited with bringing the Flying Fortress into being. By the way, there have been many Collins who were Masons. For instance, the Masonic reference book History of Scottish Rite Masonry in Chicago, also titled Oriental Consistory 1856 to 1907 by George Wall, 33°, lists 12 Collins as being members of Chicago's Oriental Consistory, pp. 99 to 100. Varnum Lansing Collins, Princeton University professor and Episcopalian. Wilkie Collins, author of occult fiction. William Collins, his British Collins Pub. Firm has printed some books on British intelligence, Me 5, Me 6. I could continue giving more names on the suspect list, but the reader's patience has likely been tested enough. Articles like this aren't as much fun to write, when I have to pad out some hard evidence with clues. I included some of the suspects so that the readers can see that people with the last name of Collins do show up with some frequency when one investigates the occult and power. Some readers might feel that any last name could be run through history and some people involved in the occult found. I challenge people to test that. I will give them some names, and let them search. There are some names such as Gould, for instance, that reoccur way out of proportion in Masonic literature than the name should randomly occur. Russell is another name that reoccurs everywhere one turned in studying the New World Order. It became evident that the Russell family was not a common family, but wielded immense power. On the opposite side of things, some families have been essentially totally unconnected with the occult in any way. Satan guardians, demonized Nephilim placed at all levels to enforce. This is the structure of Moriah, the most powerful satanic hierarchy in the world. At the top are 13 Illuminati families, one of which is the Collins family. Organization of a Sufi order. Diagram based on the Chishti order. The Masonic membership numbers on pages 12 to 20 were obtained via Mino Piccarelli, who was a P2 Mason himself. He paid for it with his life. This is what Mino's body and car looked like after being shot. Prior to the Civil War, the American branch of the Collins family split off under the surname of Todd. Numerous occult figures, including important names in secret Satanism or various witchcraft groups, have had the last name of Todd. Presidents Madison and Lincoln were married to Todds. Lincoln's wife Mary Todd was into the occult. Whether Abraham Lincoln is in heaven or not I do not know, those decisions are God Almighty. But from examining the evidence as carefully and honestly as possible, Abraham Lincoln was a Rosicrucian, and in fact he was a member of the Order of the Lilies Council of Three along with Pascal Beverly Randolph and General Ethan Allen Hitchcock. Properly speaking, those Todds who are descended from the Collins family should have been covered in this, because they are considered by the Illuminati as part of the Collins bloodline. The Todd family hasn't been covered now, but may possibly be written about more fully at a later date. In summary, the Collins family is one of the top Illuminati families that has managed to remain low-key. It is believed that the Collins family has been kept secret because they wield more power than the Rothschilds, Rockefellers, or the Onassises. The only way that I came to realize their importance is through a number of people giving inside information. And the only reason that the inside information was plausible was the great amount of research I had done in this area. And yet what has been done is a drop from what can be accomplished. My research shows the family has been connected to witchcraft since they arrived in New England in the 1630s, and may well have practiced it centuries prior to that. At least part of the British Collins family are Jewish. Revisiting the Collins family, one of the top 13 Illuminati families. The Collins family is one of the most powerful families in the world, and yet has been able to hide their power and wealth. The Van Den family has also hidden themselves very well. But the Collins family is full of tantalizing clues, such as one Collins branch that I found in looking at genealogical family group sheets. This was a book that Gerald D. Collins drew up showing the Collins family and their relationship to the Bauer family, who according to his book changed their name to Bauer. That is exactly what the Rothschild relatives named Bauer did. The name Collins originated in the British Isles. In Ireland it began as O'Collins, and in Scotland as Collins. Today, a prominent figure in Wicca is the Wiccan reformer Collins, whose name was originally Collins. Two significant Collinses were Sarah N. Collins and her older brother. Her older brother was a member of the Satanists who called themselves the Hellfire Club. He belonged to the Boston Hellfire Club. The Hellfire Club has been discussed in previous newsletters. It has been pointed out in the past articles how Benjamin Franklin and Thomas Jefferson were members of this purely satanic group who practiced satanic sexual occult rituals. Sarah N. Collins, B.N. c. 1730, was deeply attracted to the occult. Her family was a generational witchcraft/satanic family, but many of them wanted to abandon the occult. Besides not wanting to leave the old family traditions of witchcraft, Sarah did not want to marry the man her father tried to sell her to. Neither the arranged marriage nor forsaking witchcraft was for Sarah. She went to Scotland to get to the heart of learning the occult and became a leader in the oldest form of Wicca, the Elven Path. Other traditional types of Wicca in the U.S. come from Ireland, Wales, and Greece. After the American Revolution she left Scotland skilled in occult power, and came back to the United States, where she formed the first Covendom of Wicca. She and her brother were powerful Wiccans, and their descendants are the main group of Collinses that practice Wicca and Satanism. A wild woman stabbed Sarah N. Collins to death in a Boston store. What you have just received is the important link in tracing the satanic Collins bloodline. Sarah N. Collins, and there were several Sarah Ann Collins in her day. It seems the name appealed to the Collins family, is in turn a descendant of Francis Collins of the 17th century. Francis was the head of the family when it came over from England. The Todd family seems to have satanic undertones to it, even in the days just after the Revolutionary War. For instance, John Jacob Astor married Sarah Todd, who had a fair amount of money attached to her. The Todd surname is not an extremely common name until one begins researching the conspiracy, and then it pops up with frequency. It is known that during the time of the Civil War the Collins bloodline went into the surnames of Todd and Putman. It needs to be brought out here that the Putman family also has spelled their name Putnam. One genealogy book which ties the Putman/Putnam family to the Collins family is Putnam, Thomas Russell, 1897. Putnam genealogy, recording the descendants of Thomas Putnam. The Be Wise as Serpents book exposed the early Clinton family of DeWitt Clinton as an Illuminati family. Interestingly, there was a Collins boy born in 1824 who was named after that Satanist. His name was DeWitt Clinton Collins, 1824 to 1909. Another interesting tidbit was that the Phelps family of Virginia is related to the Collins. The Phelps family arrived en masse in 1630 and became a prominent family in the Skull and Bones. And don't forget men like Skull and Bones William Collins Whitney, in it. Into S&B 1863, of the Collins family. This member of the Collins lineage had two sons, who both became members of the Illuminati's Order of the Skull and Bones. William Collins Whitney, 1841 to 1904, and his two sons are the core of the Whitney influence in the Order of the Skull and Bones. This Collins blood of the Whitneys then went into the Harriman family. Anyone who has been reading this newsletter this year knows how important the Harrimans are. Pam Harriman is the person behind Bill Clinton. Further, the Collins blood of the Whitneys went into the Payne family and the Vanderbilts by intermarriage. The Payne family has been a big part of the Rockefellers and Standard Oil. It is a small world at the top. William Collins Whitney had a lackluster career as an inspector of schools. But then beginning in the 1870s, he amassed a fortune from who knows where very quickly. William Collins Whitney was the power behind President Cleveland, who was his puppet. He also directed a group of powerful important capitalists called the Whitney Group. W. C. Whitney married Flora Payne. Their son Harry Payne Whitney married Gertrude Vanderbilt in 1896. Their son, and remember he still has Collins blood, Cornelius Vanderbilt Whitney married Marie Norton, who later married W. Averell Harriman, Unit. Into S&B in 1913, the man who helped finance Hitler to power. The Harrimans also helped bring the Bush family from oblivion back in the early 1920s. When Prescott Bush, George Bush's father, lost all his money in the 1929 stock market crash, the Harrimans again came to financially help Prescott Bush back on his feet. During the 1920s, the W. Averell Harriman, Prescott Bush, Fritz Thyssen and Friedrich Flick created several entitles to help finance Hitler and to produce the weapons Hitler would need to fight WW.A. One of these companies was the German Steel Trust, in German called Vereinigte Stahlwerk. This company produced 35% of Nazi Germany's explosives, 50.8% of Germany's pig iron, 38.5% of Nazi Germany's galvanized steel, 36% of Germany's heavy plate, 22.1% of Germany's wire, and many other things essential for Hitler. If it had not been Harriman and Bush's money helping Thyssen, who was Hitler's major backer, Hitler would never have been able to have launched WW.A. Thyssen even wrote a book in the 1930. I paid Hitler, now heir, telling about how he financed Hitler and the Nazis beginning in October 1923. As I have said numerous times, Hitler was of the Rothschild bloodline. An understanding of the top 13 families opens up a whole new understanding of history. In fact, the full extent of the power of the top 13 families is far greater than what I am able to communicate. This is because of their skill at secrecy. Allow me to explain. It was no accident that Hitler's Rothschild blood was hidden. A common practice among the top 13 families is to have an important child secretly or quietly without fanfare, and adopt the child out to another family. The child then takes on another last name, which hides the genealogy. In the occult ceremonies, the biological parents will step forward. For instance, for Mothers of Darkness, the biological father must impregnate the young daughter who is being initiated into the Mothers of Darkness. The first baby by the girl must come from her biological father and must be sacrificed by her to Satan. Many of the Illuminati children are adopted out, in fact our President Clinton was. To try and trace the genealogy of the Illuminati is most difficult. What I am trying to lead up to saying is that due to a number of reasons, many people with last names which are different than the top 12 surnames, as well as the several names I've given for the 13th bloodline, I have given are also part of the top 13 bloodlines. Last names are not the criteria. The magical occult power in their blood is. It is more than just having the correct blood, but the magic power in that blood is critical. Once a branch loses its occult power, its blood is nothing. This is why even though my wife is a descendant from the holy bloodline, the 13th family, her branch of the family has had nothing to do with the occult for centuries, and could never be part of Illuminati. In summary, this article has given some critical names in the early genealogy of the satanic branch of the Collins family. This article has discussed how important events in our world are being molded by those 13 families secretly, for example the Collins family. Finally, it was discussed how the Illuminati have a number of ways that they hide their genealogies, and one of these is the common practice of adopting out a child, so that it gets a different last name. Satanist Bonewitz calls the leading Illuminati families, Famtrads. He spells out that Famtrads mean the very powerful families that have been the actual ones to pass witchcraft down from one generation to the next. Bonewitz's article claims that the only coherent lineage of witchcraft was what these powerful families have given us. They were able to pass down witchcraft uninterrupted because they were so powerful. He writes, there is plenty of evidence of ancient pagan traditions surviving under thin Christian veneers in isolated parts of Christendom, but there is almost nothing logical to suggest that the people leading these traditions were in touch with each other. How did the leading powerful families continue to practice their witchcraft? Bonewitz's answer is interesting. He states, revisiting the Collins family. Isaac Bonewitz, who sits on the Illuminati's Grand Druid Council, wrote in Witchcraft, which was a series of articles in the Green Egg in 1976, some very interesting statements about the top Illuminati families. Most members of Famtrads made efforts to conceal their superstitious beliefs and pagan magical systems. Instead they became involved in Freemasonry and Rosicrucianism in the 18th century, spiritualism and theosophy in the 19th, for all these movements were considered more respectable than witchcraft, and still allowed the Famtrads to practice occult arts. So as the years went by, members of the Famtrads absorbed more and more from non-pagan magical sources and handed their new information down to each generation, often carelessly letting the descendants think that a Rosicrucian spell or alchemical meditation was a legitimate part of their pagan heritage. So even today we have Famtrad witches who are far closer to being theosophists or spiritualists than to being classical or neoclassical witches. Bonewitz, Isaac. Witchcraft, The Green Egg, June 21, 1976, pt. EIPP. 5-6. In 1770, Lord Petre, Grand Master in the Masonic lodges in the British colonies, appointed John Collins to be the Provincial Grand Master of Quebec. Co-authored by a board of Masonic editors, A History of the Ancient and Honorable Fraternity of Free and Accepted Masons and Concordant Orders. Boston and New York. The Fraternity Pub. Company 1891, p. 225. I mention John Collins as an example of a powerful 18th-century Freemason, who was part of what appears to be the Collins Illuminati family. In previous articles, we have documented how the early 18th-century Astors and DuPonts were active Freemasons. The history of these top families does agree with Bonewits that in order to continue to practice their witchcraft they used the cover of Freemasonry. Later, in the 19th century, some of the leading families can be seen to have moved into spiritualism, such as the British royal family, and Mary Baker Eddy of the Baker family. Interestingly, H.P. Blavatsky, who was involved with Spiritism, started the Theosophical Society and also a periodical named Lucifer in 1887. The woman who co-edited Lucifer with her was the medium, now called a channeler, Mabel Collins. Mabel Collins later had a disagreement with H.P.B. and left. Oppenheim, Janet. The Other World. Cambridge, Eng. Cambridge University Press, B.182. And it is possible that a few of the Rockefellers joined Lucy Trust, which is an extension of Theosophy, as well as members of the Hall family such as Manly P. Hall, whose wife was a Bauer, very likely part of the Rothschild bloodline. This pattern that Bonewits has pointed out to us is worthy of continued investigation. It is likely that other leading families have also followed the pattern he describes. The 13 top Illuminati families are more correctly described as 13 bloodlines. The Collins family had a branch that shot off from it during the early 1800s, which was the Todd family. The Todd family branch remained an important part of the Illuminati. We will now discuss this branch in more detail, as I said I might in the February 1, 93 newsletter. The Todd branch of the Collins family. Hot Toddy and her father John Todd. Thelma Todd was known as Hot Toddy. She was an extremely sexy movie actress, but she also had another side to her. She was intimately involved with the mob, and men like Lucky Luciano. Hot Toddy was intimate with Lucky Luciano, who made money from gambling, drugs, and prostitution. In 1935, she was murdered. The murderer left her corpse with $20,000 in jewelry on it. In 1989, the book Hot Toddy by Andy Edmonds solves the murder, which the police did not want to solve and tried to cover up. Thelma was originally from 592 Andover Street, Lawrence, Mass. Her father was John Shaw Todd and her mother Alice. Her father had been a corrupted police lieutenant before going into politics. John's cronies would come over to their house to the parlor. By 1915, John Todd became one of the most important men in the East. He was appointed Massachusetts Director of Public Health and Welfare, a job that gave him carte blanche to write checks and approve construction and medical contracts, offer political positions on high-paying state committees, most as repayment for favors, and pass funding along to hand-picked organizations and charities. Many believed he lined his pockets on more than one appointment or contract. Edmonds, Andy. Hot Toddy. New York, William Morrow and Company p. 56. In 1925, he became a political advisor to legislators. In 1926, he used his influence to get good reviews in newspapers of the film his daughter was in. Hot Toddy had a reputation for going braless, for flirting with men, etc. She as a teenager had a secret desire to be a madam at a brothel. p.60. She was sponsored by the Elks Lodge in a beauty contest in 1925 and was selected Miss Massachusetts. Hollywood even in the early 1920s was full of murders, the weirdest sexual habits imaginable, and most of the actors were drug addicts, cocaine, heroin, and booze. That was years before these habits hit the mainstream of American life. Many actors were homosexual. Many, if not most, the lists I have seen would indicate most, actors were Jewish. Charles Luciano was nicknamed Charlie Lucifer, the devil. He was the most feared and hated of the underworld bosses. Luciano liked Toddy both because he was attracted to her and she had a restaurant he wanted to use for one of his bases of operations on the 3rd floor for gambling. Luciano was one of the 3 major distributors for the Bronfmans narcotics. The Bronfmans are outwardly Jewish and covertly Satanists. Remember, they were mentioned in the previous Collins article being friends of actor Joan Collins. Rothstein and Mylansky were the other 2 Bronfman distributors. Dope. Incorporated p. 431, Luciano supplied Hot Toddy with her drugs. At the time of her murder, her movie boss had planned to raise her salary to $3,500 a week. Luciano worked for the U.S. government during WW.E, and in 1946 was deported to Sicily. During WW.I, Luciano worked for us. Intelligence SO and DOS. Where else in this newsletter have I mentioned the corruption in the intelligence agencies? After being deported to Sicily, Luciano continued to work for us. Intelligence and Permindex, Dope. Incorporated p. 483, which is the elite's assassination bureau, which later moved the center of its headquarters to Paradise Island in the Grand Bahamas. Dope. Incorporated p. 493, it seems to me that Luciano had connections to Onassis. I noticed that there was a man named Collins who was involved with the Illuminati's movements to take over the Australian economy. He was an executive of H.W. Smith, one of those companies that interlock with the CIA, mob, and Illuminati. As you may realize, I offer these types of clues because I can't presume on the future and hope that others will assist in putting together the pieces of how widespread the satanic Collins family is. Johnny Todd. Johnny Todd is reported to have converted to Christ on Labor Day, 1972, according to one person I talked to. It seemed like the talk I heard Johnny Todd give indicated 1973 as his conversion date. He was of the Collins family Todds and at some point after coming to Christ, told people he had been a member of the Grand Druid Council of the Illuminati. Before proceeding to tell about his life, let's interrupt to discuss about whether Johnny Todd is for real or not. Johnny Todd has been discredited as a fraud within much of the Christian community. If I had heard all the negative things said about Johnny Todd first, I might not be writing anything about him, because some of the people against him don't have anything good to say. However, I heard tapes of Johnny Todd speak before I heard the negative things about him. What has taken me years to understand, he went item by item and discussed. I have tried to understand what Johnny Todd did to get discredited. And the central issue seems that a tape he made after he was converted had his voice saying a satanic ritual. I must warn the readers that I haven't gotten to the bottom of who Johnny Todd is, but I was able to ascertain several things. Even the people who feel Johnny Todd was a fraud admit he had to have been in Satanism. They simply claim he wasn't as high as he thought. Every negative thing that has been said toward Johnny Todd that has any substance that I have been able to hear can be explained away very easily if a person understands MPD. If Johnny Todd was who he claimed he was, then it is an absolute given that he had MPD, because that is part of the training, part of the preparation necessary to become part of the Illuminati hierarchy. In other words, the negative things which appear to be insurmountable obstacles to his credibility, may actually, if people knew what being involved with the Illuminati is like, be items showing his authenticity. Further, it appears that after his conversion to Christ, he received so much lack of understanding and persecution from Christians that he backslid for a period of time, but was brought back to Christ by the repeated message, Jesus loves you. The clincher was listening to the man. After having done years of research and hearing someone tell me much of what I learned the slow and hard way, was very exciting. The man speaks like someone who knows Satanism and the satanic hierarchy, and knows it firsthand. I have listened to many Christians speak on Satanism, and on a scale of 0 to 100 most of them are about step 1. Todd, in my opinion, from the talks I have heard, rates around an 80. If he is such a fraud, why is what he is saying such superior information than all the other people? People claim he simply borrowed from other people, but that doesn't hold water. I know of no one else who has openly talked about the Collins family. I could be wrong, he may not be legitimate, but I feel so strongly from what I have experienced that I honestly believe that the man is just what he says he is. And in that case, he is one of the highest satanic hierarchy people to defect to Christianity who have been willing to talk. Johnny Todd is not talking now. The establishment got him put into prison in South Carolina. Illuminatus explains how the Illuminati framed him and put him in prison. This article comes from a tape which was made by someone who is part of the Collins bloodline, one of the top 13 Illuminati bloodlines. I transcribed this tape onto paper, because I feel it deals with an important person and some important issues. Christians need to realize that what happened to this man who left and tried to expose the Illuminati, is what is in store for many other Christians, that is prison. The Be Wise as Serpents book had an entire chapter on the concentration camps that are already built for Christians. There are friends of mine who feel very convinced this Illuminatus is the real thing, and that he was really part of the Illuminati. Then, there are some who feel he is not for real. There has been an intense program of discrediting this man which was orchestrated by the Illuminati and their plants within the Christian people. I have listened to both sides of the issue, and then listened to the man himself, and I am convinced he is for real. I believe he was really part of the Illuminati. That was this author's conclusion, although I'm not so firm that I wouldn't bend if new evidence confirmed differently. I have listened to hours of accusations that were leveled against this Illuminatus even before he was framed, and most if not all amount to nothing. When I have asked people what their objections were to this man, they have said they are convinced he was a Satanist, but that they doubt his Illuminati credentials. But the man is part of one of the most powerful bloodlines in the world, the Collins family. Whether he got high in Illuminati can be debated, but if he were in Satanism, which many acknowledge, he would have almost certainly been taken into an Illuminati coven. Message from a hierarchy survivor. February 26, 1991. I am John Todd, and this tape is being made in a prison cell in South Carolina. It is very late at night. All the inmates are locked down in their cells, but you will still hear noise off and on. And if the guard comes by, I have to stop and be very quiet. The reason for this tape is that I have been framed and put in prison by orders of U.S. Senator from South Carolina Strom Thurmond. I'll go into all the reasons for that, and what happened to me. And only recently, in fact just about a week and a half ago, did I find out how it was really accomplished. As I started to say, the reason for this tape is to get the word out about where I'm at. I've been in custody almost 4 years now. I've been in a prison cell for 3 years, and that time is a very closely guarded secret by the government, by the Illuminati, and definitely by the conspirators. The word of what has happened to me has not gotten out of the state of South Carolina. Here you have religious magazines that are run by the Illuminati, speakers who are members within their organization, or collaborators who have been bought by them over the years. Many of them who would consider themselves to be personal enemies of mine because of exposes which came out about them by me in the 70s, early 80s. Yet, not one of them has said a word, although they all know about it for fear that the true believers that are out there will find out what has happened to me. When I was arrested, one of the few things that was taken from my apartment was my files containing my mailing list. These were taken by the police, although they had nothing to do with the case I was supposedly being charged with. And 2 years later, when we went through a lawsuit to get everything back, This was one of the few items that did not come back. They just vanished, just disappeared. The reason for it was the reason for taking the 2 personal address books that I had. One I carried in my billfold for such an emergency, and one was in my library shelf, were taken by sled also. This was hopefully to keep me from contact with anybody who could help me obtain legal services or whatever. I want to go into the case very carefully, very diligently. One of the things that seems to be very frightening to Christians is that such a thing could actually take place. Many who knew I was innocent could not believe that I had been found guilty. Not so much that, because it just wasn't there, it didn't take place, so therefore even the manufactured evidence wasn't even there. They just couldn't believe that a child of God in this country could go to prison. I had stopped and came to the door. I can't let this tape be known that it is being made, or it would never get out of here. I want to say this now before I go on. Whoever receives a copy of this tape, I'm asking you to make a copy or copies and get the word out. Make phone calls. Let people know what has happened to me. Let them know that they can be of service to get me out of here. This is what is most feared about putting me in here, that the word will get out. Let me tell you what all has happened here. We need to go back to 1987 in Columbia, South Carolina, where I was living. I had been hurt. I had been doing labor, construction work, carpenter work for several years. I had stopped speaking publicly after my divorce to the woman who had stood beside me for years and years and years. Headquarters. Give me a polygraph. Immediately, in the form of a scream, I can assure you, not a statement. The sled agent, a Lieutenant Carlton Medal, who is now a captain, who was made captain 3 days after I was convicted, promoted over people in front of him, screamed out loud, "No, we're not going to give you a polygraph." That was their stance all the way through. I took a polygraph after my conviction. I paid for the polygraph. The polygraph. But it's not admissible in court. Now they took me PM going to go through this all so you can see. Immediately, I knew this whole thing was a frame. I wasn't sure what they were up to, but let it go. The solicitor said he wanted to have my apartment searched for evidence of the rape, and that he could get a search warrant, but they would prefer that I allow them to search. Well, I said, I have an attorney who is representing me in the lawsuit. He is also a criminal attorney. If you allow me to call him, you allow me to ask his advice, and he says yes, I will allow you to do it. They really didn't have a choice in this matter. I was asking for my attorney and they were supposed to. They took me in the hospital downstairs to the security room. I didn't know this at the time, but out of the 17 arresting officers that were sled, there 5 were lieutenants in the room with me out of the 26 lieutenants in the state. That's unheard of. Plus the head solicitor. It gets better. They take me into a room. The solicitor calls my attorney. I still didn't realize who he was or anything. He called my attorney. I spoke with my attorney. He told my attorney that if he allowed me to sign this thing, and then again he told that they didn't have a search warrant, which was a lie. The search warrant was limited as to what they could have took from my apartment. They weren't interested in anything in the rape, as you will find out. They were interested in other materials, which they could not have took under the search warrant. So they told him they will take me straight to jail, they will go to my apartment, and search it. I signed it. They took me to my apartment. They had lied to my attorney. They proceeded to box up 3 30-gallon plastic trash bags and 4 boxes with material. Nothing, except 3 knives, that they claimed they were trying to find the knife which was used in the rape. I showed them where all my knives were and some business stationery with the publishing company. Other than that knife, nothing that went out of there was used during the trial. Nothing was used except what I just said. Everything else was business material, printing concerning my past ministry, or the ministry I was involved in, which was the newsletter. The whole time I was there I was not questioned about sexual assault as they put it, I was only asked questions about the Christian underground. I want to stop and explain that. There is, though some of you might find it shocking, there is an underground in the United States, a Christian underground. It was formed over the trials in Nebraska, where Christians, pastors, ministers of the church were sent to prison. Where we started seeing non-passed laws about child abuse being put into effect by the federal and state governments without ever being passed as law. Children were being taken from their parents without a chance for the parents to be allowed to speak in the trial. All it took was some child psychologist, I suspect child abuse, blah blah blah. We started seeing how 90% of the people being tried were fundamentalist Christians, so an underground was formed. It contained Christian survivalists, but it contained everyday people also. And all they wanted was where these safe houses were, where these places of refuge were, what the underground conductors who they were. That's all they were asking me. And yet nothing was in South Carolina, so it was out of their jurisdiction. So I knew they were asking for the federal government. I was taken from there to SLED, and for the first time I was questioned concerning the so-called rape. I realized, you would have to be arrested to understand the shock you go through. I was just numb. But as my head started clearing and I realized that they held in their hands evidence that they had took from the apartment which would clear me, I told them. I also told them about my whereabouts that night. I told them people they could go question. And here's their statement: it is not our job to go question witnesses that will prove your innocence. While I was at SLED headquarters, the solicitor who had left us after we had left the apartment went and held a press conference. This was his story: I was arrested for 1 rape, I was suspected in 3, maybe as many as 80. That's right. Family members on their way home from work at 5:30 in the evening were hearing this on the radio. Never before was anybody that wasn't a murderer ever given this much publicity, and never before in the history of SLED had a person who was charged only with criminal sexual assault ever been investigated or charged by SLED. Before I was even booked in the jail, I realized that these folks did not believe I was guilty. They were only interested in something else. I wasn't sure quite yet what. The next morning I was brought before a state magistrate for a bail hearing and to be arraigned. I was denied bail on the following. Now listen to this. The solicitor tells the magistrate the following: I'm not a resident of South Carolina. But he had just searched my apartment. I had several businesses in South Carolina and had lived here for years. Further, they said I had no residence in South Carolina. And yet they had just searched it. 3. They said I had a passport and they were worried I'd flee the country. The passport had been taken from my apartment and had expired on that very day, on my birthday of 1967, and they knew it. The next statement was that I had no visible means of support. And yet they knew that I did. And the last one was that I had no family members in South Carolina, and yet, I had children right here. As I tried to tell the magistrate this was all incorrect, he wouldn't hear it. I had not yet realized that I was on the front cover of the state newspaper. Now the state newspaper is the newspaper in Columbia. It had a co-owned newspaper called The Record, which does not exist now. They have combined them. The newspapers print whatever the authorities want them to print in this state. The interesting thing in this was that it started to go into my military record. Now the Illuminati and collaborators in the Christian church have led to discredit me for years. Mainly they have said that I have lied about my participation in the military, what I was involved in, that I was in Vietnam, or any of this. During the next several days, the state became very upset at the U.S. military because the U.S. military said I was involved in a military group in Vietnam called Phoenix, and that all members who were in Phoenix, their military records were sealed and in Langley, VA, with the CIA. That is what I have said for years and years and years. And after all this, Thousands and thousands of dollars paid to the collaborators within the Christian church to Illuminati collaborators and plants have put out about me. This newspaper, which was trying to harm me, destroyed it in a matter of days. I became known as the survivalist rapist or the Green Beret rapist, and it all came out about me being ex-Special Forces Green Beret. All this stuff denied by Christianity Today, and Logos and all these others for over a year was just blown away in a matter of moments. Over the next 2 weeks, it went from I was suspected of 80 rapes to 100 rapes. Every day the solicitor was holding a news conference. Every day I was smeared in the news. In fact, when they realized that either what they could framed me of was falling apart on them, they proceeded to take my picture and put it on the television. We know he has done all this. Would anybody who has been followed by this man please come forward? They broadcast my picture all over the state. And I imagine I was told hundreds of crank calls, but nothing ever came out because nothing had ever happened. And the problem was, and we're only guessing here, is the solicitor had been tricked by SLED. The solicitor really believed this. And he thought it was a high publicity case and it blew up on him and he was embarrassed. But he was being asked, we uncovered this. This is how it went before my arrest. And I think you will be surprised by the lies, question or irony, in all this. SLED took statements from Merrill Blackburn 2:30 a.m. Sunday morning 17th, I'm sorry. May 18th Monday morning LM sorry. It was actually Monday morning May 18th at 2:30 in the morning. They arrested me at 3:30 in the afternoon. After taking statements, a close friend of who was sexually involved with the woman, who was all these women's bosses, came down to SLED headquarters, went with them to Solicitor James Anders' office, and told Anders he wanted me sent to prison. He didn't care how. He then went to the state magistrate and got a warrant signed. This politician, who lived hundreds of miles away, came down here for that precise purpose and was involved. His name was Larry Martin. Now the reason that Strom Thurmond hated me, in case you're familiar or not familiar with this, is that when I was living in California working with Chick Publications and preaching very heavily in '87 and doing mostly exposes on everybody, it had come out about Strom Thurmond being the highest ranking Mason in the world, and that he was also a member of the voting board of regents for the Bob Jones University. Now the first thing that Bob Jones University did was to deny that Thurmond was a Mason. But Thurmond wouldn't go along with it. He knew he was too well known as being a Mason. So he came out and tried to defend Masonic beliefs that Christians can be that. It blew up on him. And he became so outraged that even though Bob Jones University was always calling me a liar, constantly trying to hurt me, they had to ask him to step down. The lie was not removed. He was only placed to the non-voting board of regents, and, believe me, he still had all of his power. At that time, I was told he, Thurmond, is going to get you for this. I made a major mistake. I didn't pray about this. I met, and I let people, supposedly Christian people, talk me into moving to South Carolina. These were the first people to desert me when all this happened. Now the interesting thing about this was all through this the only thing they had was this woman's statement. And it came out that woman had first went to the sheriff's department and the sheriff would not believe her because it had been she was talking about so far back that she admitted on the stand that she never had told anybody, that she had never sought medical help. There were some things that I don't want to testify, I don't want to say on this tape because it might offend people, but things she described that night would have required her to receive emergency treatment in order to stay alive if it had really taken place. And yet she said she was not hurt, not damaged, was not bruised. She was not cut. She was not harmed in any way. The situation was this: I was held for 9 months in custody awaiting trial. The speedy trial law here was totally disregarded by the judge. The reason I was held so long is this woman moved out of state, didn't want to come back to the state. It was not, I believe this, It was not really a conspiracy in the beginning. This was a woman who wanted revenge for being fired. When it got out of hand, she didn't know who she was dealing with. When it had gotten out of hand and become so publicized and she saw all these people running around trying desperately to do me in, she ran away. See, what happened was that when she went to SLED, they typed my name into the computer that they have there. They have what they call a blacklist, a hit list that the politicians in South Carolina put people on. When my name popped up, it became a field day and it just became too much for her, and she left, and they had to force her to come back. Now, whether she was honest with them or whether they really knew what had happened or what, I do know. But they completely changed her appearance for the trial. They dyed her hair, they put her in different clothes, they restyled and cut her hair so that this was how much she changed. I had only seen her a couple times, but when she came into the trial I kept asking my attorney when Merrill Blackburn was going to be here. I did not recognize her. That's how much she had changed. And so people who would have seen her that night, which were alibi witnesses of mine, would not have been able to perfectly identify her, was the plan. And the reason for this is that there were witnesses who could have destroyed her testimony. But most important is lab tests that I happen to know the Lord was behind. I checked into the hospital within 6 or 7 hours from when she claims this had taken place. It was supposed to have taken place Mother's Day weekend of '87, and like in the wee hours of Saturday morning. And Saturday afternoon around lunchtime I was checking into the hospital. The test on admittance was this test for alcohol and drugs. Now this woman didn't know that. SLED and the prosecution didn't know that. And this woman claimed in her affidavit that I had forced her to drink and to take drugs, and that I was drinking and taking drugs along with her. The urine analysis totally proved her to be lying. There were no drugs or alcohol in my system. And yet, and let me say that, okay. Finally it was brought to trial January 21, which was a Thursday of 1988. The jury was selected. A week before I was to go to trial, I had all the funds that I had left. I settled my lawsuit out of court, which was to be $120,000. I settled it out for $10,000 and gave it to my attorney, who was supposed to spend it all on a private investigator. This private investigator was an ex-SLED agent. Supposedly, he tracked down all the witnesses I had told him there was enough evidence for. All this time I sat there and I knew I was going to be found innocent. I knew I was innocent. I knew the evidence was there to prove it. And the lawyer came and told me they had the lab tests. That they went before the judge and argued against the solicitor and got lab tests admitted into evidence, and it was going to be there. He had drawn, as he put it, 32 witnesses' subpoenas and had served most of them, and was going to have the witnesses there, and it was going to be an open show. And so all day of the 21st I watched the trial, not worried, and yet not understanding what my attorney was doing. My attorney was making me out to be the bad. You see, my attorney wanted me to take the stand and say I had an affair with this woman and she was just upset. And I wouldn't do it. I didn't know at the time that he was in on it. And if they lost, they really weren't going to lose this case. If they lost, they wanted at least to destroy my reputation. And I couldn't understand where the witnesses were. And I didn't know until this month that they were there. They were just segregated outside of the courtroom. And so all day of the 21st I listened to the testimony. It was so ridiculous. The jurors were laughing at the testimony. That's how ridiculous. I insisted when some nurses were up for jury duty, I had insisted they get on the stand because they would have been able to believe the medical evidence. I mean the medical evidence which cleared me. We won right then and there. I couldn't understand. My lawyer put a woman on the jury who admitted, it's in the transcript, that her and her husband had seen the stories and read the stories and had already formed a conclusion. Obviously, if you had read the stories, the conclusion would have been that I was guilty. Right? And as far as the public knew, I was still being suspected of all these, 100-something rapes, And nobody knew these didn't exist, and nobody knew they didn't go anywhere. So as this jury took, I couldn't understand it. He said, "Oh, don't worry, it will be all right, I know what I am doing." The next day we come back, I, still expecting to present a case, the 22nd of January, still expecting to present a case. They called up a few minor witnesses. The only new witness they put on the case, they were trying to prove that the publishing company didn't exist, that it was phony, that it was a scam to draw women into it, that I could rape and all this type of stuff. This is what the prosecution was trying to prove. There was just too much thousands of dollars, yeah, blah, blah, I'll come and testify and blah blah. Then he turns around and tells my court-appointed attorney for the post-conviction that he thinks James Corey, that's the attorney's name, did marvelous work for me. Sad did the best he could under the circumstances. Yes, I'm innocent, but no attorney could have done better for me. Making himself a witness who wasn't usable, but he didn't show up for the trial though he promised. This pastor had files question word unclear, in his hand to set me free and refused to use it. I'll let you draw your own conclusions as to why. I did not know the full extent of what my attorney had done to me. I was sent to prison. Until February 15, a week or so ago, question. At the post-conviction in Columbia, South Carolina, the only two witnesses present were myself, Sad, the attorney for the state. My attorney was testifying for the state. He got on the stand. Sad lied about several things that needed to be true, that I personally knew to be true. Now he had told me up until then that the reason we didn't use the lab was that it didn't show a screen for alcohol, and for all these years I had believed him. On the stand, however, knowing that it might come out, he revealed that it did show a screen for alcohol. And he couldn't give a good reason why he didn't use it. That in also the time I found out that all the witnesses subpoenaed were sitting outside the courtroom the whole time for 2 days. Said he never called them. Then the court-appointed attorney asked him, would this witness had contradicted Merrill Blackburn? Would this one? Yes. Would this one? Yes. On and on for the whole time for 2 days, and be never, question. And the court-appointed attorney kept asking him, would this have contradicted Merrill Blackburn? With this one? Yes. And with this one? Yes. And on and on. And yet he kept saying it wasn't important to present that. It wasn't important that there wasn't any witnesses. According to law, the lawyer can refuse to call witnesses. However, the Constitution says I have a right to have witnesses there. Under South Carolina law, an attorney can override the defendant and not call the witnesses. And that's what they did to me. So in essence my constitutional rights were, so I was sent to prison without being able to produce any witnesses. Now we left the post-conviction hearing on Feb 15 knowing that it was lost, knowing that it was rigged from the very beginning. About the most major point why my attorney threw the case. The judge cut me off. We could have documented it and proved it. Testify. In essence, he took our defense away by not permitting me to testify at all about it. Again, no fair trial. He said, I will let you know in 30 days. But we knew at the time, it was pretty much open and shut. But then I pretty much knew that in no state court would any court-appointed attorney was I ever going to get anywhere. This attorney should have subpoenaed River and Randall. Sad put him on the stand. Sad refused to do so. Again, not calling witnesses. There was another brother named Joe in Charlotte who was a major witness in the case. He would alone got me a new trial, but stating that I had called him from the jail after the first day of the trial and told him I needed him to be a witness at the next day, for him to take off work to come on down to Columbia and testify. He then called my attorney and my attorney told him not to come. This man now won't even talk to Christians about it. When they talk to him on the phone, he's just terrified. He's scared to death. Under no circumstances will he come to Columbia, South Carolina. There is a conspiracy going on here that could be overruled by an attorney. There are a couple of attorneys in this state who are known that they can't be gotten to. And they have all told me that my case is open and shut. I should never have went to prison. I could have been set free by a couple court orders. But I have never been able to get these attorneys. And the reason for me not being able to write anybody, or have contact with anybody. To be continued. In next issue, Lord willing, continuation, Ex Illuminatus reveals Illuminati revenge. In the September 1, 93 issue, a tape which was secretly made by Johnny Todd in prison was transcribed. This is a continuation of that transcription, and then a postscript is given to update the reader on things that have happened just recently. Before beginning, we will repeal the last paragraph. Last paragraph from last newsletter. There is a conspiracy going on here that could be overruled by an attorney. There are a couple of attorneys in this state who are known that they can't be gotten to. And they have all told me that my case is open and shut. I should never have went to prison. I could have been set free by a couple court orders. But I have never been able to get these attorneys. And the reason for me not being able to write anybody, or have contact with anybody. To be continued. In next issue, Lord willing. Continuation. Was so that funds could never be reached, could never be raised, so that I could hire an attorney that could set me free. In May, I'll have been in custody for 4 years. In January, this year, one was already in prison for 3 years, for something that I didn't do, and for something that could have proved I was innocent, if I'd just been allowed to produce witnesses. In essence, I have to hire an attorney who will subpoena the witnesses, who will make no deal to sell me out and will let me have a fair trial. There is something else that you need to know. 3 days after I was placed in jail without bail, my attorney came to me. He said, the federal prosecutor, the assistant attorney general, whatever you want to call him, the attorney solicitor, wanted to make a deal. Now remember, I was facing a state charge, not a federal charge. But this was the feds. Now all I had to do was tell him where all the Christians were hiding, identify all these people in the underground, and I could go free. And I said no. It's a matter of record that a federal proffer, this is an immunity grant for testimony, was offered me. It's on record, and it was turned down. After I was convicted in '88, I was sent to prison in Columbia. There are several. Kirkland was the name of mine. I was called up front and I was told to sit down and wait, that the Secret Service was coming to talk to me. The woman supervising OMSA who was on duty found it strange that this Secret Service agent, who was supposed to be locally from Columbia, did not know where the prison was. And she just said, "Boy, they are hiring dumb people today. We had to give him instruction how to get here." When he arrived, he let it slip out that he was actually a member of President Reagan's bodyguard staff from Washington, D.C. He said that he had to leave in a couple of days to Moscow. This was right before the Reagan-Moscow trip. And that he had to get ready to set up for the president. What was he doing here? And all he wanted was the same information. Of course it was the information. Why was the Secret Service involved? He was a member of Reagan's staff. Now after that, I was left alone. Everything was left alone for a long time. And then in the winter of 90, the FBI came. I had been moved to I had been in 3 prisons. They keep moving me around and they are fixing to move me again, is what they tell me. The FBI came. This was late at night. I was brought from my cell after everyone else was locked down, and I was taken up front. There were 2 agents of the FBI. They said they were there to question me again. Was I willing to talk? Was I willing to make a deal? I said, no. They said all this could be behind me. I said no. They left. They've came back 3 other times. Finally they quit coming. I guess they are getting the message. But I kind of expect them to show up now that I've lost the post-conviction. As soon as I get notified in writing that I've lost this post-conviction, I expect for them to show up again trying to know if I will make a deal. The answer is no. Isn't it amazing that I'm supposed to be this terrible rapist on a state charge, that the feds somehow have authority over this state charge and they are willing to let me just go, wipe it off the books for turning Christians who are wanted for nothing, a lot of times nothing but misdemeanor warrants, or child custody warrants where the state wants to take the kids, or for violations of court orders. A lot of these people are on the run from Christian schools where the state has sworn out warrants for these Christians because they were teaching the children, and the state decided that this was not right and so on. Little stuff, and yet they are willing to let me go for all these people plus the Christians who are hiding them out. I think you'd better wake up, brothers and sisters, because I was sent to prison without the right to a fair trial, and I won't tell you what. It could be done real easy. It could be done real easy. They control the media. They could say anything about you they want to say. They control the governments. They control the police forces. Wake up. I want to go into something else that is going on right now in the news. For over 12 years I have said that the goal of the United States government was to activate what is called Operation Garden Plot and its subplot Operation Cable Splice, which was martial law, total military control over all police forces, governments, and so on. I've said that in order to do that they wanted the populace out there to scream at the president that he wasn't doing his job of protecting them from acts of terrorism, and that they were willing to give up their constitutional rights. Now we have seen time and time again, in order to stop the drug wars, to stop the drug dealers, and all the bloodshed, that they are willing to give up constitutional rights. People are willing to do it. People, when terrorism strikes, are willing to do it. Now for years, the Illuminati have tried to have the Arab countries be so outraged that they would start terrorism in the United States on a great massive rate. And our country is more susceptible than any other country for the simple reason that we are not prepared for it. We don't believe it could happen to us. And they thought they were going to be able to do it in Lebanon. They didn't pull it off. They thought by hitting Gaddafi he would act. He was unable to strike back. He was unable to do it. And now we are involved in a war whose sole purpose is to have those acts of terrorism launched upon us in this country. The media has hyped every act of terrorism they could dredge up in recent years. And I will leave you with that. Now people, soon you will all be in the same danger I'm in. I'm asking for your help. I assure you in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ I am innocent of this charge. I state so before the Lord and you in his name. I'm innocent of this. Is it any surprise that John Todd, who did them so much damage, will be framed and sent to prison? Remember that I warned everybody about it, that it would happen 2 years before it happened. I was warned. What is so agitating in this is that Christians who should have stood by me, who knew I was innocent, didn't do it. They became so afraid that they would be gone after, that they just left me here. I need your help. I need copies of this tape made. I need it passed around. I need the word to get around. I need anybody who can help to get the word around, and to help financially. Not until I can hire these non-collaborating attorneys will I get proved and get free. I could be free at this time. I could have been free 3 years ago. I never should have been sent to prison. All I would have had to do was to have help and never had it. And I definitely desperately need this. I'm not very good. I wasn't very good at asking for finances when I was in the ministry. I couldn't even take my own offerings in the church. I need your help. I have a dear brother and sister. Common name given is no longer working with him at present. One, Fritz Springmiar, is their name, who have stood with me all through this. They don't have anything. They are just an everyday couple, a married couple. The man works, he works hard. He works long hours. He is not a minister. But they can't get to him. And he is willing to have this financial help come to him. See, I can't receive money, cash and checks, I can only receive a few dollars and they have to be in a U.S. postal money order. And if they catch me receiving a lot of mail in here again, they will come down hard on me, and it just makes it impossible. This dear brother and sister in the Lord will take money, put it in the account, and whenever there is enough money, move to get my release. I am asking you to help. I am asking you whether it is $5 or $100, or $1,000. Please, we need desperately. We need to raise the finances. We need to get me free. I never understood before as much as I understood now Paul's writings for when he was in prison to the churches for simple things, a coat, a few belongings, some finances, people who sent to him, and others who totally neglected him yet called themselves his brother and sister in Christ. It was so clear. I am asking for your help. I'm sending this tape to a couple of ministers, who after all these years I finally got their addresses again. And the Lord has just blessed me recently, and I will send this tape out. Now I'm hoping others will make copies and send it out. I'm hoping the word will get out. There is no use for me giving you my address, for they keep moving me around from prison to prison so much I may not even be here before this week is out. So let me give you how to send funds and how to contact me if you really feel you want to reach me. You can write me, and they will send me your letter and I'll pray about it. And if I need to take the risk and write you, I'll do it. For those who wish to help, you can send cash, money orders, whatever. Since I'm not allowed to sign anything in prison, they need to be mailed out to this party, now Fritz Springmiar, and if you would make it out to the party whose name I going to give you in a minute. At present checks can be made out to Fritz Springmiar to help Johnny Todd. Put a notation on the check for what it is for. You will be surprised for a small contribution of a gift of $5 how grateful I'll be. Right now the earliest I can get out, without winning in court, is the year 2005. That's a long time, people, for something you didn't do. We just don't have that long. I've got family and loved ones, and brothers and sisters in Christ that I desperately need to be out there for. I'm asking for your help. If the Illuminati, Strom Thurmond and them put so much effort to this to me, there is a reason. And I'm asking for your help. I'm asking ministers who hear this, who have newsletters, to just simply send out what is going on here, to make copies of this tape and to make it available. People, I don't have much time left in here. Right now there is a conspiracy going on, and one of the reasons I hurry to make this tape, there is a man in prison who years ago who had threatened to kill me. Amazingly, I'm just John Todd. I don't know why they would want to do that. Because at that time they were not sure what kind of a scandal it would cause. They separated us, they sent us to different prisons. And they put what is called a flag on my record, saying that we couldn't ever be in the same prison together. 9 months ago, when I was fighting to gain my freedom, lawsuits and doing some different stuff myself, because I didn't have an attorney, they got upset at me. They wanted to punish me by sending me to another prison. Okay. They couldn't do it because this man was at that prison. And they let me know they couldn't do it, that our records were flagged. Now this man was doing a life sentence without parole for murder. Since being in prison he has stabbed 4 people. 3 of them in the last couple of years since I've known him. He has sworn to kill me. And now he is here. A few weeks ago, he stabbed an inmate and second inmate at another institution. And instead of charging him with it, and putting him into solitary, like they had done before, they dropped the charges, and sent him to this prison. When I heard that he was here, he was being held up in the lockup in solitary waiting for bed space in my unit. He will be just a couple of cells from me. I went to the authorities here and I complained. Surprisingly, guess what, brothers and sisters? The flags on our records had disappeared. And there was no record of them ever being there. In fact, they went so far as to say there is no record in our records of us being in the same prison together. And yet we've been in 2 prisons together and in the same building a few cells apart. And it's right there. That much is in the records. Okay. Complaints were filed and so on and so forth. And I looked right at the captain here, Captain Bird over security, and told him, "You did this. You got the man who will kill me. There is no big secret about this. This doesn't happen by accident." Now at that time what was supposed to be done was that they should have shipped me. When I complained they should have shipped me. They claimed they couldn't send him anywhere else, that he's been to all these prisons and done all these things, that this was the last place they could have him. Well, they should have sent me away. Now they are claiming that none of the other prisons want to take me. Isn't it amazing that they can't ship me when this man is scheduled to move into my unit, into my prison dorm here Friday? This is Monday. They're doing this to try to kill me. What will happen? I'm in the Lord's hands. Johnny Todd repeats his request for help. They are afraid that eventually I'll get my freedom. God bless you. End of message. Tape was made and quietly gotten out. After my September newsletter came out, toward the end of this last month, in September, 2 inmates who were paid to stab Johnny Todd stabbed him in the back, and then while he was on the ground, they stabbed him 3 more times. Johnny Todd lost a lot of blood, but he is back on his feet and has returned to the general prison population. He is still hopeful to gain his freedom next year, because an appeal was won, and now he is to receive his fair day in court. He has an immediate need of $800 this upcoming month for a chance to get legal help. He has to meet legal deadlines. Postscript. Johnny Todd did get moved from this prison after this tape was made and quietly gotten out. After my September newsletter came out towards the end of this last month, in September, 2 inmates who were paid to stab Johnny Todd stabbed him in the back, and then when he was on the ground they stabbed him 3 more times. Johnny Todd lost a lot of blood, but he is back on his feet and has returned to the general prison population. He is still hopeful to gain his freedom next year, because an appeal was won, and now he is to receive his fair day in court. He has an immediate need of $800 this upcoming month for a chance to get legal help. He has to meet legal deadlines. The DuPonts. A dynasty of satanic royalty. The complete facts are difficult to discover. Beginning at the beginning. The next generation. The Jacobins. A powderman becomes director of the National Bank. Early years in America. A royal dynasty. The next generation. Pierre Samuel's grandchildren. Hitting pay dirt society of the Cincinnati. The Order of the Garter. The 3 cousins that saved the DuPont Company in 1902. The DuPont Company used as a tool to bring us into the new order. Review of sources. Check this out. There has been no consistency among the DuPont family members in the spelling they have employed to write their name. The correct variations in spelling the DuPont name are as follows: DuPont, 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 and DuPont de Nems. In English the second syllable is accented. In French, neither syllable is accented. The name has tended to be spelled DuPont for the family and DuPont for business. I decided for this article to standardize the spelling in line with this tendency. A dynasty of satanic royalty. Sitting down to write about the DuPont.s reminded me of 2 other families. Recently, John Coleman, a researcher on the elite, commented to me that when he had researched the Queen of Denmark he had discovered that the royal Danish family was slipping away secretly from everyone and they were going to satanic rituals. It is also noteworthy that 5 modern kings of Denmark have been the leaders of Freemasonry in Denmark, and the Danish royal family, princes etc. have been active Masons. John Dale wrote a book, The Prince and the Paranormal, which goes into the secret occult activities of the British royal family, especially Prince Charles, but also many other royal family members too. Besides the secret occult activities of the British monarch, They have been openly leaders of Freemasonry. See the appendix of Be Wise as Serpents for a detailed chart on this. The DuPonts are similar to these families in that they too are a dynasty, they too have a very public image, and they too have a totally hidden life. In fact, the DuPonts have better control over the press's coverage of them than the British royal family. One of the clues that the family is a top satanic family are the frequency of marriages between relatives of the DuPont descendants. Few people are aware of the immense importance bloodlines play in the upper levels of Satanism. Blood is believed to carry the occult power. Unless a person has the correct blood, he or she will not rise to the highest levels of Satanism. The DuPonts have intermarried with the Balls and the Gardners. These other families are known to be involved with the Illuminati and Satanism. For instance, George W. Ball is on the important permanent steering committee of the Bilderbergers and has attended the Bilderberger meetings that I know of, starting with the original first meeting in 1954, plus in 1955, 1957, 1963, 1964, 1966, 1967, 1968, 1974, 1975. George W. Ball is also a member of CFR and the Trilateral Commission. Eliza Cazenove Gardner was a sister to a DuPont. Iorsi Cazenove Gardner was a distant cousin. Will Gardner and Bessie Gardner DuPont were cousins of the DuPonts. John W. Gardner is a 60 Illuminatus and in charge of the Rockefeller Brothers Fund. I have found the Gardners in the thick of Satanism and witchcraft. The complete facts are difficult to discover. At the library, I checked out a book DuPont by William Dutton. The book had been a gift to the library from the DuPont Company. I also checked out a book Alfred I. DuPont by Joseph Frazier Wall. That book's author J. Wall was financed to write the book by the trustees of the Jesse Ball DuPont Fund. Although scholarly in appearance, it is what they don't say that can be so crucial to really understand the history of the DuPont family. When a family is worth billions, they can afford to tidy up their family histories, and keep people from spilling the beans about secrets. On May 16, 1893, the press reported the death of Alfred Victor DuPont with great laudatory comments. Alfred, known as Fred, had been in business in Louisville, KT, and was widely known in the area as a philanthropist. Louisville's main paper, the Louisville Commercial, gave the public a totally fictitious story about how Alfred Victor DuPont died, along with many pages of the highest praise. If it hadn't been for the honesty of the Inquirer, a Cincinnati paper not to be confused with today's national tabloid by the same name Inquirer, the public would not have learned what really had happened. The false story said that Fred died of apoplexy while visiting his brother Biderman. The DuPont family still maintains this fiction is true, although all the facts of the case are blatantly known, and were public knowledge to quite a number of people whose lives were involved with what actually happened. Both Fred DuPont and his nephew Coleman DuPont were regular customers at the most expensive house of prostitution in the area, Maggie Payne's Bordello. Although rich, Fred was not willing to help support a distraught prostitute raise the child she was sure he had sired. So she shot Fred in the heart. Coleman DuPont, who was familiar with Maggie's, soon went down to Maggie's, retrieved the body with a hearse and took the body to Biderman's house. There the coroner was willing to lie on the death certificate that the death was caused by effusive apoplexy. It is most likely Coleman made that lie worth his effort. Henry Watterson, editor of the Courier-Journal, although he later admitted he knew the real story of the murder, went ahead and printed the false story on behalf of the DuPonts. This article starts out with this anecdote to make a point: the 13 top families do control the press and are very sensitive to any negative publicity of any kind. Not only are their satanic activities deeply hidden, but even just the normal everyday sinfulness or human soapbox drama of their lives is deeply hidden. By the way, Coleman Dupont, an extremely hedonistic man, is one of the Duponts I strongly suspect was into Satanism. Further secrecy has been obtained by working through trusted proxies. Today, a key proxy is the Jew Irving Sol Shapiro. The Dupont family is represented in a number of groups by Irving Sol Shapiro, who is on the Council of Foreign Relations. Irving S. Shapiro is a key person who has been the go-between to coordinate the activities of the Rockefellers, the DuPonts, and the Watson families. Watson family members who are 6-degree Illuminati are mentioned in the 1/1/93 newsletter. Shapiro was a member of Carter's Advisory Council on Japan's Economic Relations, is a trustee of the University of Delaware, director of the Jewish Federation of Delaware, director of IBM, which is a Watson Rockefeller business, director of City Cop, Rothschilds and Rockefellers headed in the past by 6-degree Illuminatus, CFR member, Bilderberger Walter Risson, and the USSR Trade and Economic Council, which Rockefeller plays a big part of. Shapiro is or was director of Continental American Insurance Company International Business Machines, under IBM. Irving Sol Shapiro was chairman of the DuPont Company. Beginning at the beginning. The biographies of the DuPont family usually begin with the marriage of Samuel DuPont to Anne Alexandrine Montegin in 1737 in Paris, France. Although Anne was a Huguenot, she was a medium with the spirit world. Anne came from an ancient noble family that lived in Burgundy, France. It is quite possible that it was Anne's bloodline that gave the DuPonts their occult power. Anne's bloodline may possibly tie into the House of David. At any rate, Samuel and Anne's son was the first DuPont to rise to greatness, and the first DuPont that can be connected directly to the Illuminati. Samuel and Anne's son was Pierre Samuel DuPont. Later Pierre Samuel added an M's to his name to prevent confusion between him and other French legislatures named Dupont. Pierre Samuel DuPont was a genius. Pierre's mother taught him to be a medium with spirits, but early on Pierre had to deny it publicly. His father Samuel could not understand the boy's genius, such as his ability at age 12 to translate Greek and Latin at sight. When Pierre's mother died when he was 16, he no longer had a parent in the family who could understand him, and after getting one of his frequent beatings from his father, he ran away, and was spared near starvation by his uncle Pierre de Montchantin. Initially, Pierre was a watchmaker, but within a short time he attracted the attention of several top Illuminati for his ability to write good tracts, and articles that advocated various economic and political views that they wanted promoted. Pierre joined the Freemasons, and at some point was Illuminized, as most of the French lodges became. Although Pierre went through severe financial difficulties after the French Revolution, he regularly made payments to Masonic organizations in France. Besides being friends with all the famous Masons of the time, one Mason brother of his worthy of note is the French astronomer Lalande, who helped hide him during the Revolution. Someone very powerful protected Pierre Samuel during the French Revolution. This is hinted at by historian Pierre Joly, although Joly never gives his protector's name. I believe he was protected because DuPont was part of the inner satanic hierarchy. He was also protected by the daughter of Swiss financier Jacques Necker. This daughter was Madame Germaine de Staël. The madam was a close friend of Pierre Samuel and she operated a famous salon/cat house. Madame de Staël was nothing less than an intimate friend of Saint-Simon. She shared his occult revolutionary ideas. Henri de Saint-Simon was a student and friend of Jacques Rigaud-Bazin, who was associated with the inner circle of several occult-based revolutionary groups during Pierre Dupont's time in France. Saint-Simon was the author of The New Christianity, which foreshadowed the creation of international communism. He also wrote in the early 1800s The Globe and the Reorganization of the European Community, laying out ideas and plans for European unity. In the early 1800s, the Saint-Simonians suggested in the early 1800s that the date 2000 be the target date for the new order. In order to rearrange the world into the new order, a number of items and stages needed to occur. 2 canals, one through the Suez and one through Panama, were needed, they said, to create interdependence between the nations. They also suggested a high dam on the Nile. They suggested the technological transformation of the Earth, and the biological creation of a new, androgynous humanoid. Androgynous beings are being produced in underground facilities. They are the small greys used to fly the saucers. Progress would be brought about by a series of revolutions. Study from Fire in the Minds of Men by James H. Billington, to understand how the occult fraternities have created all the revolutions since the French Revolution. Saint-Simon, an illuminatus, wanted to have a child with Madame de Staël which would become the Antichrist. It didn't happen, but anyway, it is significant that the person who personally intervened during the French Revolution and saved Pierre Samuel Dupont's life was Madame de Staël. Necker, along with Lafayette, would later loan Dupont large sums of money for him to try out his schemes in business and in forming a communist society. It's interesting that the Physiocrat's journal was Les Éphémérides du Citoyen. The title has astrological occult undertones. On January 1, 1769, Pierre Samuel Dupont took over the journal's management. He became a key leader in France, advocating a new order. Pierre Samuel Dupont believed in Plato's idea of government, which included a philosopher king. Pierre Samuel was deist. He spoke of God, but he meant nature's deistic God, not a personal God. He believed nature was a higher God than his mechanical deist God. Notice, the Jefferson in the Declaration of Independence also wrote, nature's God. This is because the deists like Jefferson and Dupont believed nature was the highest God. The ambiguity of meaning has permitted people to think Jefferson was referring the Christian God in the Declaration of Independence. It is a common occurrence that Christians assume that others who use words that they use, think like the Christians. Even today, many New Agers have an easy task to snow Christians. For instance, they just say, I believe in Christ. The Masonic Reference Book 10.000, famous Freemasons, put out by the Missouri Lodge of Research, provides this about Pierre Samuel Dupont. When 23, he published 2 pamphlets on finances, which attracted the attention of the celebrated Quesnay. He then expounded the doctrines of Quesnay's school, the Physiocrats. Went to Poland in 1774 at the request of King Stanislaus Augustus, a Freemason, to organize a general system of national education. When Turgot became Controller General of French finances, Dupont was named Inspector General of Commerce. He was recalled by Vergennes to assist in negotiating with England the treaty to accord independence to the U.S. In 1789 he was a member of the States General, but his reactionary views led to his imprisonment in 1792. In 1799 he emigrated to the U.S. with his family, and at Jefferson's request, started on a plan for national education in this country. He returned to France in 1802 and was instrumental in promoting the Treaty of 1803, by which Louisiana was sold to the U.S. Pierre Samuel was a key figure in attempts to create a national education system in both Poland and the new U.S. A national education system was a Masonic/Illuminati goal to control education and take it out of the hands of sincere Christians. Jefferson, who was a Grand Orient Mason of the famous Nine Sisters Lodge, and apparently a key illuminatus, was a close friend of Pierre Samuel and was instrumental at several key points in Pierre Samuel's life when he needed help. Jefferson arranged for the first gunpowder order, which was a government order, when the Duponts went into the gunpowder business. Benjamin Franklin, a key leader of several secret occult fraternal groups, was also a close friend of Pierre Samuel. When Benjamin Franklin arrived December 1776 in France, one of the first people who sought out to visit with was Pierre Samuel Dupont. During the next year after that, Dupont was a frequent visitor to Franklin's residence in the village of Passy. In 1783, DuPont expected to sit with Franklin at the treaty table in Paris, but John Adams got the Americans to sign a treaty with Britain without France's involvement. Alexander Hamilton, whose role in the conspiracy is now known, was DuPont's lawyer in the U.S. The next generation. During the second year of Pierre Samuel's marriage to Madeley de Victor Maid was born with the Marquis de Mirabeau as his godfather. Victor Marie DuPont, 1767 to 1827, was an aide-de-camp to Illuminatus Lafayette from 1789 to 1792. Whether Victor was a Mason in France before the family came to the United States in 1800, I do not know. Victor Marie DuPont soon got involved in Freemasonry in the United States after arriving. The following are some of the highlights to his secret Masonic career according to Masonic records. Interpunct 1808 signed a Masonic petition to create a lodge at Angelica, New York. Interpunct 1813 joined Washington Lodge No. 1 of Delaware. Interpunct 1814 joined Knights Templars of Wilmington, Del. Interpunct 1819 Grand Marshal of the Grand Lodge of Delaware, also 1822, 1823, 1825, 1827 Interpunct 1825 Grand Treasurer of the Grand Lodge of Delaware. Pierre Samuel had two more sons, Paul Franoy, died at age 1 month, and Lu3Lrne. Lu3Lrne followed his father's steps in getting illuminated. Lu3Lrne was a prominent outspoken Jacobin. The Jacobins. The Duc d'Orléans, Grand Master of the Grand Orient of France, that is head of all the French Masons, along with two other key Masons d'Orléans and Mirabeau started the Jacobins. According to the book The War of the Antichrist with the Church, a book made from the lectures of George Dillon, Dublin, Ireland, M.H. Gill & Son, 1885, where Dillon lectures on the French Revolution, he states that both Talleyrand and Mirabeau were key Illuminati. The name of the original lodge of the Jacobins was changed to Club Breton and then Jacobin Club. The Jacobins were basically an Illuminized type of Freemasonry. The president of the Jacobin Club was the Freemason Georges Jacques Danton, who was a member of the famous and powerful Nine Sisters Lodge. 9 Sisters or 9 Muses is what the Pleiades is called. Lafayette was a Jacobin, as well as the key players in the French Revolution. A very secret body of 300 key Freemasons ruled France secretly during this period according to the autobiography of Wolfe Tone, Pub. By R. Barry O'Brien, 1893. Robespierre was both a Freemason and an Illuminatus. In fact, he was both a disciple of Weishaupt and Rousseau. Prussian Baron Anachasis Cloots was also a Freemason and Illuminatus. He also was a disciple of Weishaupt and understood better what Weishaupt was trying to accomplish. If one studies what these men taught, you will discover it is what was later known as socialism and communism. The original idea for all the French Revolution started with the satanic hierarchy. In November 1793, the true colors of this satanic-inspired business can be seen in the campaign against religion, where anyone who was a priest in France was killed, and the Illuminati posted one of its mottos in public: "Death is an eternal sleep." Eyewitnesses testify that Satan has a very detailed plan which he entrusts to his very select few at the top. Much of what seems coincidence and unrelated is actually according to a very clever, diabolical, plan. Lu3Lrne DuPont was a major printer for the Jacobins. He was a convinced deist and worshipped nature too. A powderman becomes director of the National Bank. Later in the United States, after successfully setting up the best gunpowder factory in the world, Lu3Lrne DuPont was selected along with his friend Nicholas Biddle to be a director of Hamilton's creation, the United States Bank. Remember that Astor was also selected as a director of this national bank. The Mason Stephen Girard, 1750 to 1831, initiated into Masonry in 1788 in Charleston, SC. Helped establish the Second Bank of the United States in 1816 and served as its director. Girard had amassed a $9 million fortune by the time of his death. He was born in France, and became a sea captain. Where his money came from is somewhat of a mystery. He gave large sums of his money to Masonic charity. Early years in America. On January 3, 1800, the DuPont tribe arrived in the United States with grandiose plans. Part of the plans were to create a new society. While Victor Murray and his father pursued grandiose schemes that tailed miserably, Illuminati DuPont started a gunpowder business in Delaware. Illuminati's success can be attributed to several factors. Interpunk. The French government gave him top-secret machinery and plans to produce the best gunpowder possible in that day. It was state-of-the-art technology, and they supplied manpower to help get started. Interpunk. The DuPonts had friends in various places that helped them in numerous ways, getting financing, business, land, etc. Interpunk. Illuminati DuPont was intelligent, worked very hard and worked with patience. If he hadn't had so many commendable qualities, then the DuPont family may have sunk back in history, and another family taken their place. A royal dynasty. The DuPonts are a dynasty of kings. They have been called kings, and rightly so, even if people have been unaware that they are a dynasty of Illuminati kings. I do not know which particular men have served during the satanic rituals. The family has always had a head of the family. It may be that the most powerful DuPont may also secretly serve as the highest Satanist. I don't know who has been representing the family at the highest levels of secret Satanism. I suspect or surmise it has not been the public head of the family in modern times, but I can list the public head of the family as it passed down through time. Persons below, years as head of family generation coming to America. Pierre Samuel DuPont, 1739 to 1817, first. Illuminati DuPont, 1817–1834 second. Alfred Victor DuPont, 1834–1850 third. Henry DuPont, 1850–1889 third. Henry A. DuPont, 1889, fourth. These men had great authority over the tribe of DuPonts. The DuPonts had family council where even the women had voting rights. The DuPonts, like the Rothschilds, helped set up their children's marriages, and many of the early ones were to cousins. For instance, much to the delight of the DuPonts, Sophie Madeline DuPont married her cousin Samuel Prancer DuPont in 1833. Two of Sophie's drawings occur later in this article. The family owned everything in common, and distributed according to needs and according to the contribution that each could give to the family business. The James Biderman, the son of Evelina DuPont Biderman, went to France, and his descendants would give the DuPonts a lineage in France. One of the families that intermarried and were close friends with the DuPonts was the Cazeneuves family. Both families were close friends with Thomas Jefferson and Albert Gallatin. I have concluded that both Thomas Jefferson and Albert Gallatin were Illuminati. Further, I discovered in a 40-volume set on American statesmen in Volume 13, p. 386, that Albert Gallatin claimed to be descended from the ancient Roman consul Gallatinus. Incredible as it may seem, the black nobility have kept track of their bloodlines. The same people ruling the world today are in many ways the descendants of the rulers in past ages. Antoine Charles Cazeneuve, born in Geneva, SW, was a business partner with Albert Gallatin. During the War of 1812, the DuPont gunpowder factory, since it was the primary American powder company, was the known target for the British to destroy. However, The British never attacked it. The DuPonts had organized a local militia called the Brandon Rangers. Interestingly, their militia flag was a beehive on white silk. Lafayette visited the DuPonts in Delaware the summer of 1825. Another important Mason who would visit the DuPonts was Henry Clay, who was the American Secretary of State and head of the Whig Party. Henry Clay was Grand Master of the Grand Lodge of Kentucky and Grand Orator for the G.L. 1806-09. He was one of the Freemasons involved in a high-level meeting that used the U.S. Senate chambers on March 9, 1822 for their meeting. If the DuPonts were already one of the primary top families, it may well be Clay was coming to them for guidance on how to steer the nation. The DuPonts played a role too in the building of the American Capitol, which was laid out and constructed with numerous occult patterns. The next generation, Pierre Samuel's grandchildren. Lu3Lrne DuPont had a daughter, Sophie Madeline DuPont, 1810 to 1888. Sophie was also her mother's name. Sophie Madeline DuPont, her name Sophie/Sophia, is popular with Moriah, wrote diaries, journal voluminous correspondence. Sophie also drew hundreds of drawings and sketches, many of them characters of people. Of her sketches, this article reproduces two of them which bear importance to this newsletter. The first is a drawing by Sophie DuPont of one of the DuPonts dressed up like Satan with long paper horns and a tail. Interestingly, according to a 12th of December 1829 letter by Sophie to one of her relatives, Sophie comments that the costume of Satan was mistaken for Old Nick. See the article on Saturn in this newsletter for evidence of the connection between Satan and Santa. The next drawing is a drawing that went with a letter from Sophie to Clementina Smith, 21st of July 1837, which is a self-portrait of what Sophie calls blackies, black servants, who carried her to her bath in a special chair. This drawing is included to show how wealthy the DuPonts were within a short time after coming to Delaware, USA. Alfred Victor DuPont, who took over as head of both the family and the factories making gunpowder, was married to Meta. Meta was into Swedenborgianism, which was a type of mystical religious Freemasonry, that was based on the Swedish Mason Swedenborg's teachings. Alfred Victor apparently didn't feel anything negative toward this. His wife Meta organized a Swedenborg church in town. Around the Civil War times, the DuPonts became less identified with deism and more identified with the Episcopal Church. Joanna Smith DuPont was instrumental in this change. One of the families that the DuPonts would marry with was the Casanoves, who were Episcopalians, and some members were, I suspect, involved with the Illuminati. Christ Church was built off the DuPont communal property for Episcopal services. By the Civil War, the state of Delaware was lock, stock and barrel under the control of the DuPonts and their friends the Bayards, the Salisburys, and the Grays. In this 20th century, the DuPonts have gotten firmer control. Because the state of Delaware is controlled by the DuPonts, et al., it is worthwhile to examine some of the people the DuPonts and their elite friends have placed into office. This is a very unfinished skimpy list. I have done only a little research in this direction. Governors of Delaware chronological order: John Collins, Governor 1819 to 1822, Collins family. Caleb P. Bennett, Governor 1832 to 1836, Freemason. Thomas Stockton, Governor 1844? High-ranking Freemason. Charles C. Stockley, Governor 1883–87, Freemason. Benjamin T. Biggs, Governor. 188718991, Freemason. Pierre Samuel DuPont, IV 1977, also U.S. Representative, and other governor positions. U.S. Senators of Delaware, alphabetical order of surnames T. Coleman DuPont Senator. 1921-192. Henry A. DuPont Senator. 1895-1896, 1906 to 1916. In 1896, the U.S. Senate rejected his election and therefore Henry DuPont's credentials due to proof of voter fraud. Delaware legislature, Republican, replaced Henry, a Republican, with a Democrat. But in 1899, when the Senate seat became available and another one in 1901, they could not come to any agreement on a selection of a senator because Henry A. DuPont and John Edwards O'Sullivan addicts that two Republican leaders were fighting so much. Consequently, in 1899 Delaware only had one U.S. senator, and from 1901 to 1903 Delaware had no U.S. senators. L.H. Isler Ball 190345,191925, also served Del. As state treasurer, Freemason. James H. Hughes, Senator 1937-42- Freemason, also was Del. Seconds of state. Richard R. Kenny, Senator 1897-1901, Freemason, also adjective general of Del. Arnold Nodane, Senator 1832-36, Freemason, Grand Master of the G.L. of Del. Also State Senator 3639 John G. Townsend, Senator 1929-42, Freemason, banker, alternate delegate to the UN General Assembly in 1946. James M. Tunn, Senator 1941-47, Freemason, 32°, also lawyer. John Wales, Senator 1849-51, Freemason, President of Nat. Bank of Wilmington and Brandon, seconds of state of Del. 1845-49. William V. Roth, Jr. Senator 1971, CFR, Trilateral Commission, also on the Rep. Nat. Com. The DuPont gunpowder factories dominated the industry. Within only a short time after getting started in 1802 they had the best quality gunpowder in the world for the general market. Every war the United States has fought starting in 1802 with the war against Tripoli, today Ubaya, and the Barbary pirates until the incursion into Somalia this last year, the American military has depended upon DuPont gunpowder. Henry DuPont, 1812 to 1889. Took over command of the gunpowder manufacturing when he was 38. He was very authoritarian and was known as Boss Henry. His narrow-minded, backward and authoritarian thinking ran the DuPont Company into the ground in spite of their control of the gunpowder market. When he died, Alfred I. DuPont, Pierre Samuel DuPont, 1870 to 1954. and Thomas Coleman DuPont, 1863 to 1930, took over various DuPont manufacturing affairs. This triumvirate revived the aging DuPont factories. They bought out the rest of the gunpowder manufacturers, giving them an absolute monopoly in the munitions industry. They modernized the DuPont factories and put the DuPont businesses back into top shape. On August 22, 1857, the DuPonts lost their first family member to an explosion, Alexis DuPont. The DuPonts had always been in the forefront on safety at their gunpowder factories, but that did not prevent them from having to suffer repeated explosions over the years. An explosion at a gunpowder factory is easily set off and very deadly. The tutor that was hired in 1852 to tutor the DuPont children, R. Page Williamson, described in his letters to Virginia that the DuPont children were very spoiled and difficult to work with. In 1872, Henry DuPont brought together Laughlin and Rand and Hazard Powder Company in order to form a gunpowder trade association. What the association did was to eliminate competition between the three largest manufacturers of gunpowder, and create a monopoly for this cartel. Eventually DuPont bought out the other two plus numerous other small gunpowder companies. I suggest that everyone who believes that the DuPonts and the rest of the elite are capitalists, should take another look at history. These men do not believe in capitalism, they believe in monopolies, which boils down to the same thing that occurs under communism. When these people described their setting up a monopoly, they call it bringing order and stability to a fragmented and chaotic industry. In 1889, Alfred I. DuPont attempted to bribe French officers in charge of the production of smokeless gunpowder to give the secrets to him. But no amount of bribe would work, as the Frenchmen knew they would lose their lives if they gave the secrets to him. The British were not any more helpful. Youth was not all peaches and cream. Fred was murdered. William DuPont, 1855 to 1928, was trapped in a marriage with a DuPont cousin, May DuPont, that he didn't want to be married to. Louis Kazan of DuPont, a handsome, intelligent young, committed suicide with a bullet in the library at the Wilmington Club. Alfred was shot in the face by accident on a hunting trip. The DuPont family had their share of heartaches, broken marriages, insanity, etc. When Mary Blinn married into the family, she brought some Jewish blood. As a major part of the budding military-industrial complex, the DuPonts during the 19th century had to work with the Army and Navy. The Army and Navy convinced them to implement a contract with the Koppel Company in Belgium for smokeless powder, which when the formula was received was found to be inferior to what the American were already producing. However, this whole episode ended with the DuPonts going with their own formula and setting up a new plant at Carneys Point, New Jersey. This hits the highlights of the family history in their first 100 years in this nation. To celebrate their first 100 years, every living descendant of the first Pierre Samuel was invited to a great banquet. A building was built to house them. They numbered over 100. At each person's table setting was a special gift of a gold coin, prepared especially to commemorate this centennial. On January 1, 1900, the DuPont tribe celebrated. The DuPonts are shrouded in so much secrecy, that their secrecy is not even known. When Eugene DuPont, the chief executive of the family gunpowder/high explosive business, died near the turn of the century, none of the other DuPonts hardly even a vague idea of how much that company was worth or what assets it had. At that time the DuPonts had powder plants in Parr, Dell, Iowa, and TN. The DuPonts are much the same today, except that their assets are perhaps 10 times better hidden, not only from outsiders but from themselves. The DuPonts have in general made their money the hard way by working and producing, in contrast to the other top families. The DuPonts are to be commended on this, even if at times they have been very tight on what they have given their workers. The DuPonts have also shown an amazing ability to keep their dynasty alive. There seems to be an increasing invisibility to their family. Hitting paged. One of the people who had been involved for a short time with the Illuminati, and is now a Christian, told me that they could remember the name the Society of the Cincinnati and that they knew nothing about the organization, but that it had something to do with the Illuminati. But what is this organization? Without anything but the name I began my investigation. At first look it seemed like some old ladle's genealogy group who are descendants of revolutionary soldiers. However, as I carried out what promised to be a long-term research project on the society, it began to appear that something big was behind this organization. One reference stated, "The Society of the Cincinnati 1783." It is likely that no Englishman feels a greater sense of pride in being a Knight of the Garter, or Scotsman, a Knight of the Thistle, than an American feels in being a member of the Society of the Cincinnati. Wow! Double wow! Here is an organization that essentially no one I know has even heard about, and yet an American would feel a great sense of pride in belonging to it. Interesting. Not only that, but I knew what the Order of the Garter is. The Order of the Garter is the secret inner group, which is an elite group within the Order of St. John of Jerusalem, which is the British part of the Knights of Malta. The Knights of the Garter are the leaders of the Committee of 300. They are diabolical men. Lord Peter Carrington, who is a member of the Satanic Order of Osiris and other demonic groups, is a member of the Order of the Garter. Lord Palmerston is an example from history of another similar example of a Knight of the Garter who was totally corrupt, pretended to be a Christian, and practiced Satanism. I found out that the Massachusetts legislature had had some of its senators and representatives concerned for the welfare and safety of the United States, because, according to testimony on record, the Society of Cincinnati was the beginning of a hereditary aristocracy in the U.S. dedicated to subverting the Republic. The Massachusetts legislature declared the Society of the Cincinnati dangerous. And yet, speaking for the public, for all the legislators' trouble, the truth is nobody has even heard of the Society of the Cincinnati, let alone known or guessed it was dangerous. When the United States was created, it operated under the Articles of Confederation. It was a confederation of independent states. Each of the states printed their money, passed their own laws, etc. The federal government was simply a League of Nations type body. The Society of the Cincinnati was partly responsible for getting that changed. The Society of Cincinnati favored a very strong central government, a national bank, etc. The Freemason Baron von Steuben is credited with starting the organization. The Mason Pierre L'Enfant, who designed the city of Washington with its hidden occult symbols, also designed the logo for the Society of the Cincinnati. Every president of the United States has worn the diamond eagle jewel of the Society of the Cincinnati. Wow! And I hadn't even heard about it until I got this tip from this ex-Illuminatus. Benjamin Franklin was an honorary member. The Marquis de Lafayette was a member. George Washington and James Monroe were original members. At least 15 presidents have been honorary members. President Franklin Pierce and Zachary Taylor, his father was an original member, were hereditary members. Many of the high-ranking Masons who were also officers in the Revolution were original members. 3 prominent Freemasons who would begin the Society of the Cincinnati were Henry Beekman Livingston, 1750 to 1831, James Mann, 1759 to 1832, and Hardy Murphy, 1752 to 1809. Hardy served as Grand Master of the Grand Lodge of North Carolina beginning in 1789. I noticed that many very busy elite people were spending a lot of money and time on this society, whatever its purpose was. The society had a museum, and a headquarters building in Washington, D.C. on Massachusetts Avenue, NW. And state chapters. But why? The stated purpose of the organization didn't seem to explain the interest people put into the organization. Why spend time belonging to an organization whose only purpose is to commemorate the fact that all its members are descendants of Revolutionary War officers? The purpose of the organization is to render permanent the cordial affection subsisting among the officers. Okay. I can understand a group of officers who are all veterans of a war getting together. But their descendants? We are talking about a war whose fighting basically ended in 1781. That's over 200 years ago. Would my busy descendants care to visit with some other Vietnam vet's great-great-great-grandchildren 200 years from now? Yet, my 1983 World Almanac, which lists in fine print about 1,300 associations, gives the membership of the Society of the Cincinnati at 2,800. Other sources indicated that the organization had an affiliate organization in France. But how? How could an organization which was open to only descendants of select revolutionary officers be so identical in purpose to something in France for Frenchmen? I could understand why, but only if the stated purposes were not the whole story. As you can see, I was very suspicious of the Society of the Cincinnati. It appears I had stumbled onto something big. But I hadn't been able to tie the society in with the Illuminati until I stepped up my research on the DuPonts. The tie-in between the Illuminati and the Society of the Cincinnati came when I began investigating what I thought might turn out to be an obscure person. His name was Leighton Coleman, 1837–19, and he was married to Frances Fanny Elizabeth, daughter of Alexis Ione DuPont, 1816–57. Alexis died in an accident. Occult bloodline power can pass through women or men, so it was worth it to investigate Leighton Coleman. Leighton Coleman turned out to be the Bishop of the state of Delaware for the Episcopal Church. He was a prime mover in the temperance movement, which I had already discovered was Illuminati-controlled. Further, Leighton was Grand Chaplain of the Grand Lodge of Freemasons in Pennsylvania, Grand Prelate of the Knights Templar, and Chaplain of the Delaware Society of the Cincinnati. Another of the top 13 Illuminati families is the Kennedy family. There is a connection to the Society of the Cincinnati with this family too. Jacqueline Bouvier Kennedy Onassis, ex-wife to both JFK and Aristotle Onassis, had a grandfather named Major Bouvier, who invented a family genealogy which was mostly fiction, which was self-published in 1925 as Our Forebears, but the fantasy Bouvier genealogy allowed him and his sons Bud and Blackjack to get into the Society of the Cincinnati. See A Woman Named Jackie, by C. David Heyman, p. 18. All three Bouviers were very proud of their memberships and would proudly display their boutonnieres on their labels showing membership. The three cousins that saved the DuPont Company in 1902. The successful three DuPonts, Alfred, Coleman, and Pierre, that together took over the gunpowder factories, ended up in some serious infighting after a few years. Alfred divorced his wife to marry his cousin, and the Coleman and many of the others did not approve of the marriage. Alfred and the others got into some serious family infighting. In 1913, Alfred, at one point letting his rage get the better of him, got the Delaware legislature to pass a special law changing his first wife's son's name to spite his first wife. The special law passed the House in 4 hours secretly at Alfred's request, but failed by 2 votes in the Senate after the other DuPonts found out what Alfred was trying. Alfred built his cousin wife Alicia the most expensive house on the East Coast. In 1910 dollars, the lowest estimate is $2 million, but the actual cost may easily have been several times that. The name of the mansion was named Nems. The main grounds of the Nems estate are 400 acres enclosed by a 9-foot wall. Broken glass was embedded in the concrete on top of the wall. Beyond the 400 are 2,000 acres that make up the estate. From 1906 until 1920, the DuPont family broke up into 2 factions that waged a civil war in various arenas. Alfred I. DuPont led a political campaign that fought the corruption of Coleman DuPont's forces. Up to that time, politics and voting, and vote counting were totally corrupt. By April 1918, Alfred had defeated Coleman for control of Delaware's politics. In 1911, Alfred bought the principal daily paper in the area, the Wilmington Morning News. In 1916, after successfully blocking his uncle Henry A. DuPont from being re-elected, Alfred DuPont bought control of 9 Delaware newspapers. In 1932, on a trip to Egypt, Alfred found a dog named Mummy that was his familiar spirit. In the biography about Alfred which I read, it said, Alfred had scored over his sister Marguerite. Let her collect Virginia ghosts if she wanted them. Only he had a reincarnated Egyptian mascot who could produce wonders as great as those of Aladdin's genie. Alfred DuPont by Joseph F. Whale, p. 593. Alfred L. DuPont himself wrote this in a letter to the Reverend Baker P. Lee, 23 May 32, about his familiar spirit. I have 1 or 2 more jobs for Mummy and then I will give her a vacation before I put her to work again. He wrote at least one other letter where he talks about the magical powers of his dog, which was his familiar spirit. Mrs. Kazan of Lee, Jr. got a letter mentioning Mummy's powers too. Alfred died in 1935. Ed Barley and Jessie Ball DuPont, his widow, took over control of his estate. Ed Bale increased the Alfred I. DuPont's fortune and became the most powerful man in Florida. Ed Barley's wealth passed the $1 billion mark in the 50s or 60s. In the late 1960s, political enemies were able to attack the wealth of Ed Ball with new legislation and some investigation of the misuse of his money hidden in the foundations. In 1981, Ed Bale died. In 1985, Ed Ball's widow claimed that Ed's sister Jessie had actually murdered Alfred I. DuPont in 1935. She claimed that while Ed was alive she had been too afraid to tell the truth about Alfred's murder. Forbes magazine carried the story in October 1965. T. Coleman DuPont went in business with President Taft's brother Charles P. member of the Skull and Bones, in 1910 to build McAlpin Hotel in New York City. Taft's other brother Horace was a member of the Order of Skull and Bones. In fact, the Taft family, which dates back to Braintree, Mass. in 1679, helped start the Skull and Bones Order, and at least 8 Tafts have been in the order. This was the first of a series of luxury hotels. Coleman bought New York Equitable Life Assurance Society, which was America's largest insurance company. New York Equitable Life Assurance Company undoubtedly brought Coleman in touch with other Illuminati elite. He belonged to the Rittenhouse in Philadelphia. He was the director of a number of things, including the Union National Bank in Wilmington and the president of Central Coal and Iron Company, along with a few other coal and iron companies. T. Coleman has been mentioned already in connection to the DuPont gunpowder business, which he ran for a number of years as head honcho. During WW1, the DuPonts made a mint. The company had $9 million surplus in its treasury. The result was that DuPont absorbed General Motors. The DuPonts also went into the chemical business. The American government had seized the German Dye Trust, and the DuPonts were given their patents. The DuPonts began to build a great chemical empire on the synthetic, such as shatterproof glass, paints, rayon, nylon, dyes, photographic film, rubber, chemicals, drugs, etc. Only the Dow Chemical Company is any competition with the DuPont chemical operation. Alfred Victor DuPont, Alfred I.'s son, served only as a private in the Marines during WW1 and was on board several ships. And yet for some reason when WW11 broke out, he was made a consultant to the Joint Chiefs of Staff from 1943 to 1945. He was an Episcopalian. Camille Francis DuPont, 1898, graduated from Yale, like a number of DuPonts have. He was an important layperson within the Episcopal Church. Pierre Samuel DuPont belonged to the American Philosophical Society. He also wears the rosette of an officer de la Légion d'honneur. How or why he got this I haven't found out. He was on Delaware's State Board of Education, 1919, 21. He was the president of General Motors from 1920 to 23 when he turned it over to Alfred P. Sloan, Jr. Pierre Samuel started what is called the buddy system, where DuPont and GM's management worked together. DuPont saved GM from extinction after WW and has watched over GM since. Robert L. DuPont, Jr. is a research psychiatrist. He has done research at Harvard. He was the delegate for the U.S. at United Nations Commission on Narcotic Drugs, 1973 to 78. He is especially knowledgeable about what drugs will do to a person, which is an area of his research. Anne Frances Marguerite DuPont, born 1944 in Duluth, Minnesota, is deep into research into genetics. Those of us who know what these people want to do cringe when we see that some of the top genetic researchers are connected with satanic families. Every American almost every day uses a DuPont product. When I began learning what the DuPont industries produce, it is utterly astonishing. Anything that involves chemicals is under their production. Herbivores and fertilizers for farming, cosmetics and nylons for women, chemicals for all types of industrial production, textiles of all kinds, cleaning fluids such as when your clothes are dry cleaned. The list can go on and on. Most of us are using DuPont products almost continuously all through the day. General Motors, the explosives and gunpowder monopoly, the chemical monopoly, which its tens of thousands of products, gives the DuPonts enormous financial leverage. The DuPonts obviously are in close cooperation with the elite involved with oil because so many of their products are derivatives of petroleum products. In 1940, it was estimated the DuPont family was worth $5 billion. Today, their total worth must be many billions of dollars, not to mention the enormous power they wield. The very survival of the United States military is dependent upon the military products of the DuPonts. The DuPont company used as a tool to bring us into the new order. Although the DuPont companies, the principal DuPont company is E.L. DuPont and Ems & Co., whose 1,991 revenues were $38.7 billion are run by many executives who are not DuPonts. The DuPont family does quietly pull the strings in the background. Many of the executives are men whose philosophy of life matches the DuPonts. It is very clear that the DuPont companies are being used in a big way to move us toward the New World Order. The first item on this concerns how the DuPont workers are being indoctrinated. I received a video of the Pecos River training near Santa Fe, NM, that DuPont workers in the East are sent to. I also looked at a magazine article about this training, indoctrination. In the article, Go Take a Flying Leap, for the company, Successful Meetings June 1992, pp. 59-62. A Christian brother who works for the DuPonts in Tennessee has been secretly undermining the efforts of the DuPont company leaders to turn the workers into New Agers. With the help of Christians in the plant, this Christian brother finds out what is planned, and then does his homework so that he can prove to the workers how New Age ideas are being brought in to subvert their thinking. The company changed from calling all its people employees to calling them initiates. The people at the plant were to all be sent to the Pecos River training by DuPont, but due to the exposure of their New Age subversion, people are not allowing themselves to be led by the nose. This brother sent me a video of the Pecos River training. And there are scenes in it where strangers are kissing each other. Well, not exactly strangers, because the training is designed to break down individuality and to create a group think with intimacy. Initiates are taught, don't slay the ego is your servant. Another magazine article in June 1992, p. 15-16, tells about the 5 types of thinking that the DuPont company is trying to instill in their people. They are 1. Lateral thinking, 2. Metaphoric thinking, 3. Positive thinking, this is also called visualization or in the occult witchcraft, 4. Association trigger, 5. Rapturing and interpreting dreams. An employee environmental awards program was installed where employees can win money by submitting their environmental suggestions. Personal Journal August, 92, pp. 60-71. Many of the readers of this newsletter are already aware of how the environmental issue is contrived and controlled by the elite. One of the items our New Agey Department of Education Secretary Alexander tried to get going was for education to shift from the schools to the factories. This is a process that the Illuminati want to implement to further take us into a total slave state. Interestingly, DuPont has been getting into the act by spearheading Delaware's BRT task force, in which students will attend seminars at DuPont facilities. The DuPont company is employing that is artificial intelligence. The neural networks are to the point they can learn from their mistakes. DuPont is taking us into brave new world. They were the first ones to initiate with Fax Now, a rapid customer service called Fax on Demand. DuPont is now in the process of becoming totally global. They already have plants in a number of South American countries, Mexico, Canada, US, Korea, Japan, and several European nations. They have been trying to figure out how to enter the Commonwealth of Independent States, see what used to be USSR. Apparently, they lost some money already in that regards. The ICI, Imperial Chemical Industries, which is allied with the Warburg family, in England, and DuPont swapped plants. Imperial Chemical Industries has had their headquarters in Wilmington, Delaware for some time before this swap. DuPont got ICI nylon plant, and ICI got DuPont acrylic plant in the States. Why? So both companies could become more international. Or in the words of someone else, to focus resources on businesses where each can develop stronger global positions. See Economist, 10/3/92, p.76. The swap will give DuPont 43% of the European market for nylon fibers used to manufacture carpets. DuPont has built a $20 million research center in Bad Homburg, GER. DuPont has been spending, according to a recent article, $1.27 billion on research. Some of DuPont's research lie in risky areas. That means that it is difficult to see how the research can financially benefit the company. This has been admitted by the company. The Aviation Week and Space Technology, 10/26/92 issue, p. 64,66 talks about the sophisticated composite materials that DuPont is producing for state-of-the-art space and aviation vehicles. I imagine some of these composite materials are finding their way to the secret UFO bases, and DuPont may well be producing some of the parts for these secret anti-gravity machines. The article states that Boeing Defense and Space Group, Lockheed Aeronautical Systems Company, General Dynamics, and DuPont and Hercules, Incorporated are working together on aeronautics projects. Boeing and Lockheed are definitely involved with the production of flying saucers, so this may be a good deal that DuPont is too. The article states that DuPont has been a leading supplier for advanced US military programs. An example of the sophisticated materials that the DuPonts are producing is XTC, the first recyclable, Class A finish thermoplastic sheet molding compound for horizontal exterior body panels. It is a flexible, porous, interwoven sheet of polyethylene beriphthalate impregnated long glass fiber. General Motors, DuPont's, selected the material for use on their air intake manifold on certain 1993 V6 engines. Modern Plastics, Automotive Show features lots of toughened materials, by Stuart A. Wood, April 1992 issue, pp 66-69. The CEO of E.L. DuPont Dynems and Company is Edgar Willard, who took over in 1989. Edgar is innovative, which will be beneficial in the 90s with all the upheavals coming. One item that the Illuminati have planned is to put things into our major city water supplies. Interestingly, DuPont has research facilities and a Chambers work facility in Deepwater, New Jersey, which both deal with water treatment. The DuPont family today is represented at the 6th Illuminati level, the Pilgrim Society. I am convinced their power also run higher, but want more information/research to bring it out to the open. One book said that the DuPonts were one of the top 3 influential families in the United States today. Whether one is aware of the secret satanic power of the DuPonts or not, it is inescapable to conclude that the family is exceedingly powerful in the United States beyond comprehension. Every facet of our lives is influenced by products whose production is still ultimately under the control of the DuPont family of control. For those people who subscribe to the theory that the world is divided between the Rothschilds and Rockefellers, look at the DuPonts. who are truly independent of the other top families, dispels that theory. To quote Carl Schriftgesser in his book Families, the DuPonts of Delaware constitute a definite dynasty, perhaps the most complete dynasty ever established in this republic, and one which seems destined to continue its kingship for generations to come. Today there are 700 members of this family. Every time a package of cigarettes is opened, the simple tearing of the tab is a gesture of tribute to the DuPonts, and every time a great gun booms, with whatever cost to life or property, it echoes merrily in the feudal stronghold of this mighty clan. We must end with the direct statement that the DuPonts today rule Delaware with an iron hand, that their interests affect the daily lives of each one of us in some way, and that the family moves on. It is, today, the great American dynasty. Close, unassailed, it keeps to itself, hides its scandals, boasts not of its good works, but continues, within American democracy, to exert its own indomitable way. Review of sources. Many key books used in preparing this article can be identified by the references in the text. About 120 magazine articles were reviewed, and many key articles used are identified in the text. Several confidential interviews were also involved in developing the article, as well as the manuscript by an ex-Mason and insider who the elite murdered. Check this out. Several years ago, I developed a friendship with a man from Silverton. From that friendship I got the vibes that something was strange about Silverton, or later, through my contacts, I found out that Anton LaVey's church had set up their Oregon headquarters in Silverton. I suspect this was because Silverton had some occult activity already there. About 25 to 30 miles southeast of Silverton, or is Mill City and Gates. The area between this is wooded and has beautiful falls and a large park. Now the threads of this story return to Portland. A man who saw my book The Watchtower and the Masons told me 2 years ago that he knew John Lawrence. He said I and John would like to meet, and that we would arrange it. One of the weekly papers here is the Willamette Weekly, and they seem to be free of some of the stifling control of the New World Order, in contrast to our daily paper the Oregonian. A research writer for the Willamette Weekly, using John Lawrence's research on the Skull and Bones Order, wrote a long article in the Willamette Weekly about the Skull and Bones Order. John Lawrence and I would be a natural shoe-in as men, since we both investigate secret satanic groups. But the man who knew John Lawrence always told me, after promising to get us together, that John had disappeared. Not only that, but this man's original openness turned to not wanting to have much to do with me, touching some type of very sensitive secret. Here is what I have been able to find out. Several satanic groups are in the Gates, or area. John Lawrence was extremely interested in what the 322 of the Skull and Bones Society meant. He was convinced that number linked the Skull and Bones Society with other groups. John Lawrence and 2 other researchers like himself moved to Mill City to investigate the secret satanic groups in the area. From someone from the inside, it turns out that the CIA shot 2 of those researchers while they were in the Mill City area investigating. The CIA went looking for John Lawrence. And John Lawrence is now in hiding. People in the Mill City area were afraid to answer my questions. However, I was able to glean a little information with a great deal of effort. Some occult group bought a ranch near Gates, or the head of the group is Jim Cole. They bought a ranch, which is not in Jim Cole's name. The last police raid against any occult activity was over 5 years ago, and it appears that the Satanists are in the key positions in the Mill City and Gates. They may even have a person on the police force. The last obvious item to comment on is that for some reason, the CIA is very mixed up and sensitive about this occult activity. John Lawrence was one reaction to my DuPont article was that someone whose mother-in-law works for the DuPonts in Pennsylvania asked a few questions and found out that her mother-in-law is an actual witch. I don't mean as in an old hag, I mean as in witchcraft. This witch is close friends of the DuPonts and has been protected from being fired by the DuPonts. What is most significant in this whole thing to me is that my article got other people cognizant of what's happening so that they could teach themselves. Once people begin to really catch on to things, they will begin to detect things all around that are happening in regards to the know. Most Americans don't have any frame of reference to hang any facts about the conspiracy. They bemoan the idea of a satanic conspiracy. They claim there is no proof all the while it is all around them. For instance, did anyone catch what Bill Clinton did when he faced the people and waved at the inauguration? See the last article in this newsletter for an answer. A friend called my attention to Inside Edition's television story on Louis DuPont Smith, the heir to the $10 million fortune of the DuPont chemical company. Louis DuPont Smith is exposing his family. Of course, on national television, which is controlled by the Illuminati, they are not going to do much exposing, but they did let a few hints get through. Louis DuPont Smith did get a sentence left in what was shown on TV, where he points the finger at powerful families as the culprits behind the drug trade. The reason B was allowed to voice this was that Louis was the person behind the book Dope Incorporated, and it was this involvement that got him in hot trouble with his family. Lyndon LaRouche, who was truly exposing the satanic conspiracy, wrote a good book, Dope Incorporated. The book exposes the Queen of England is a participant in the drug trade. Yes, the British royal family does tie in the elite, the occult, and the drug trade. They are not as nice as their pictures suggest. Louis DuPont Smith, having a good feel for what is going on, recognized that Dope Incorporated is the, as B put it, paraphrased, the only book showing the involvement of powerful families. Louis provided the $212,000 for the book to be printed. Good for him. Let's just make it plain, the satanic hierarchy is behind the drug problem. Louis' family was very upset that he was helping the enemy, and they got a judge to rule that Louis was incompetent to handle his financial affairs, and the court declared that Louis can have on $15,000 per year of his fortune. The DuPonts also tried to stop his wedding. A federal informant saved Louis from getting captured, and taken 60 miles into the Atlantic on his father's yacht to be tortured and programmed. His family had hired a motorcycle gang with black hoods and some CIA Green Beret types to kidnap Louis. Louis managed to get wind of the scheme and save himself. He tried to get his family on conspiracy to kidnap, but the DuPont family, bear in mind, as one of the top 13 Illuminati families, owns justice in this country. He failed to get his family on the conspiracy charge. One detail that I didn't mention in the original story on the DuPonts was the one of the more recent governors of Delaware, C. Douglas Buck, was married to Alice H. DuPont. I also left out a great deal of the inside story on the politicking that has gone on in Delaware this century. It is so detailed with so many names that I didn't want to confuse people with it. Anyway, the bottom line is that behind the scenes, all of the governors since the 1920s have been approved by the DuPonts. I debated whether to include the DuPonts genealogy. I had it, so I decided to give it, on the chance someone might use it. The genealogy shows several things. A. That the DuPonts, like the Astors, repeatedly used the same names over and over. B. That the DuPonts, like the Rothschilds, had a lot of first cousin marriages. Marriages between a DuPont and a DuPont are given asterisks. However, some of the marriages between people with different last names are also between first cousins and other relation. If it looks like I've gone to a great deal of trouble for nothing, I can understand what you're saying. We certainly don't need to know every DuPont. But just like in a laboratory, one deals with many exact small details in numerous experiments to discover a principle. That is what I am doing here. I am trying to break ground so that people will understand more about how the elite think, etc. I had hoped that I might also be able to track which branches are with the Illuminati and which may have bowed out. '5. The Freeman bloodline. Independent discoverers of the pre-Eurasian, Holy Blood, Holy Grail. describing the pre-Eutychian Knights Templar. The House of David. Gaylord Freeman as Grand Master. Grandmaster Gaylord Freeman and Roger Freeman instructed the U.S. government. Origins of the family. Illuminati and Satanism. Walter Mundale. Freeman family writes books. Ties to other important families. Mormon leadership. Digressing about the Mormon connection. Summary. More on the Freemans. The amazing thing about this family is that it is not a family that people would have thought of as being one of the top 13, however, for me as a researcher of the elite and the satanic hierarchy, the name pops up with surprising frequency. For instance, Stephen M. Freeman runs the Legal Affairs Department of the Civil Rights Division of the Anti-Defamation League, which is a daughter of the B'nai B'rith. The ADL is a dangerous organization controlled by the hierarchy. The Illuminati drug money to fund this organization. Another Freeman is Walter Freeman, who introduced the lobotomy into the U.S. with James W. Watts in 1936. The frontal lobotomy was a brutal method of mind control that has been permitted to be done to us, under the disguise that it is of benefit to humanity. Then there was Simon Freeman, an important intelligence officer. And the list goes on of people that are in key places with the Freeman name. But the most important position of all, which removes all doubt that the family is at the top, is that the late Grand Master of the pre-Eutychian was Gaylord Freeman. Independent discoverers of the pre-Eutychian. What is the pre-Eutychian? Are we sure it exists? How does this relate to the hierarchy? The pre-Eutychian, Priory of Zion, was unknown to the general public until 1982, when a book co-authored by Michael Bagent, Richard Lee, and Henry Lincoln came out. The book was entitled Holy Blood, Holy Grail, and it offered historical proof that an organization called the pre-Eutychian was powerful and had existed since the time of the early Crusades, 1099 AD. In 1991, I came out a little more information on the pre-Eutychian. The organization is so little known to even my readership, that we need to stop and really examine the pre-Eutychian. In trying to figure out the mysteries surrounding this organization, Lincoln, Lee and Bagent's research led them to conclude that the holy bloodline that the pre-Eutychian guarded was the bloodline of Jesus. This immediately made all their research anathema, condemned and disliked by the most of Christendom. I watched to see if Christians would refute the unbiblical parts of their research, but besides a couple of short articles, Christian Century, 9/128/82, Raiders of the Lost Grail, and Christianity Today, 9/3/82, Holy Blood, Holy Grail, Holy Mackerel, in Christian periodicals. In addition to this was a small book in England, The Holy Grail Revealed, which simplistically claimed that the book was of no value because obviously it was erroneous. No one even pretended to try to refute the book, as far as I know, except for that English book which did pretend but didn't refute anything. The authors went on to write two more popular historical exposes concerning the pre-Eutychian and Freemasonry, The Messianic Legacy and the Temple and the Lodge. Actually, to be fair to the Christians, if I hadn't already known from my research that much of the European information in Holy Blood, Holy Grail was correct, the wild religious speculation about Jesus in Part 3 may have caused me to doubt the book too. The first Christian author to pick up on the pre-Eutychian was J.R. Church, who wrote Guardians of the Grail, which built on Holy Blood, Holy Grail's research in a constructive way and put more pieces of the puzzle together. At last a book was out that challenged some of the false ideas of Holy Blood, Holy Grail, without blindly throwing their excellent research. While the public at large had never heard of the pre-Eutychian until Holy Blood, Holy Grail came out, the organization was written about in high-level military intelligence briefings years before the book. Some of the men in high-level intelligence have become concerned with the direction this nation is going. It is through such men that independent confirmation had leaked out even before the book. The information did get to some researchers. I came out with my Be Wise as Serpents book in 1991, which among other things covered the pre-Uruguayan, after I had concluded that the evidence verified its existence. I approached the issue from my own angle of research. In researching the Illuminati it became clear 1. That bloodlines were very important, 2. That the people in high-level Satanism believe they are descendants of the House of David, 3. The Illuminati's activities tied in many ways to the pre-Uruguayan. One startling tie-in was that the Freeman family was, according to an informant, one of the top 13 Illuminati families. The ex-Illuminati people I received information from were not familiar with Holy Blood, Holy Grail nor Guardians of the Grail. Even if they had, which they definitely hadn't, neither book mentions the Freeman family. It wasn't until the researchers of Holy Blood, Holy Grail wrote their sequel The Messianic Legacy that was published in 1987 that the name Freeman came out as the leader of the pre-Uruguayan. In short, the way the research of mine and others simultaneously from different angles came up independently with similar conclusions using totally different sources confirms beyond a doubt that the pre-Uruguayan exists, and that the Freeman family is indeed a very powerful family. I have never spelled out in detail the proofs about the pre-Uruguayan and the Freeman family, and even now I am not going to. To me the basics are facts. And I don't want to get bogged down trying to prove the obvious, when there is so much more to learn. There are stubborn people whose minds will not come along no matter how much proof and encouragement. They will just have to stay where they are. Describing the pre-Uruguayan. The original start of the pre-Uruguayan appears to have been the idea of a number of powerful bloodlines, and included various descendants of the Merovingians, including the House of Lorraine, the House of Guise, the Medicis, Sforzas, the Ists, the Gonzagas, and the Street Clares, Sinclairs. The Medicis are tied to the black nobility also. From the beginning the pre-Uruguayan has been committed to Hermetic magic, a type of black magic that originated with the ancient Egyptians and portrayed in the Egyptian Book of the Dead. Rendi Anjou, a descendant of the Merovingians, persuaded Cosimo de' Medici to establish in c. 1444 a non-church library at San Marco where Plato, Pythagorean works, and books on Hermetic magic were translated. Up until this time, the Catholic Church had control of all the libraries. It was from Cosimo de' Medici's library that the spark of Greek and Egyptian teachings set off what developed into the Renaissance, which was revival of humanism and the occult. It appears that during the Middle Ages, witchcraft and the mystery religions had seriously dissolved to the point that these modes of thought had to be relearned from the ancient writings. Interestingly, the Middle Ages when witchcraft and paganism were dissolving have been branded the Dark Ages by the establishment, and inaccurately painted as a time when learning went out. A magazine put out during WW by pre-Uruguayan members was Venkr. The organization that took credit for the magazine was Alpha Galates. It carried articles on Atlantis, Theosophy, Celtic wisdom, and other esoteric things. The magazine also declared itself in favor of a united Europe. Robert Schumann, who was associated with the magazine Venkr, later became a leading architect of the EEC. An internal magazine for pre-Uruguayan members is Circuit, the acronym for Chivalry of Catholic Rules and Institutions of the Independent and Traditionalist Union. A 1956 issue of Circuit promotes the use of a 13-sign zodiac rather than the traditional 12. The 1959 series of Circuit refer the reader to Venkr. The Circuit magazine, which claims to write its articles with hidden meaning, says this cryptically about the pre-Uruguayan: "We are not strategists and we stand above all religious denominations, political perspectives and financial matters. We give to those who come to us moral aid and the indispensable manna of the Spirit." Another article says, "Except through new methods and new men, for politics are dead." The curious fact remains that men do not wish to recognize this. There exists only one question: economic organization. Dr. Otto von Habsburg, a descendant of the Merovingians, and a Knights of Malta, headed Pan-Europa, an organization that has been working toward a U.S. of Europe. Their logo was a Celtic cross in a circle. The first point in time that the pre-Eutychian can be pinpointed is when Jerusalem was captured by the Crusaders and an abbey of monks that Peter the Hermit had belonged to was established in a building called the Abbey of Notre Dame de Mont de Sion just outside of Jerusalem. This abbey had an order that was called the Order de Sion. Over the centuries the Order de Sion has developed into what we have today as the pre-Eutychian, Priory of Zion in English. Bear in mind that the Order of Sion was visible for several centuries but has been totally secret after the 13th century. It became semi-visible during the 1960s and 70s and became secret again in 1984. The group of monks that made up the original order were led by Ursus of the Merovingians. They were given a place at Orville in France until they apparently decided to move to the Holy Land. This order appears to have had the power behind the scenes to have been in the position to select who would sit on the throne at Jerusalem, and they initially selected their man Godefroy de Bouillon. The Order de Sion, pre-Eutychian, set up a military order called the Knights Templar. Louis VI of France became indebted to the Knights Templar, and in repayment of the help he had received he established some of the Order de Sion at the Priory of Saint Samson, along with establishing 26 men, 2 groups of 13, at a small priory at the Mount of Sion, Orleans, France. In 1188, the Order de Sion let the Knights Templars apparently go their own way, which eventually was to trouble. The story of the Knights Templars is exceedingly interesting because it relates to the satanic international bankers of today. The Knights Templars became the first European-wide international bankers. How their story fits into everything would take too long to tell at this point. At that time period when the Knights Templars took off on their own, the Order de Sion became the pre-Eutychian, and also used the names Ormus and Rosecroix. The pre-Eutychian is intimately connected to the creation and guidance of the Rosicrucians and Freemasons. In the Be Wise as Serpents book, Chapter 12, it talks about how the pre-Eutychian set up the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry. In 1613, the House of Lorraine, part of the pre-Eutychian, joined with the House of Stuart. After that the pre-Eutychian began to display more interest in Scotland. Scotland was one of the few countries where the Knights Templars had thrived when the order was suppressed by the order of the Pope. Scotland also had several occult traditions operating. It was a hotbed of occult activity. Scotland and the Scottish people have played a very big role in the New World Order conspiracy for centuries. Meanwhile, when the pre-Eutychian went underground they established their archives in some secret rooms beneath the chapel of St. Catherine, at the castle at Gisors, northern France in the Rue de Vienne. The archives were, according to reports, contained in 30 coffers. Secret tunnels connect the chapel with the local cemetery. The Merovingian descendants and the pre-Eutychian have guarded the sacred bloodline that Satan has built up. Their members are secretly scattered in key positions throughout society. Many of the descendants are unaware of their heritage. For instance, within the Sinclair family only certain branches have kept up their generational occult heritage, and are aware of what is going on. Family trees subdivide over the centuries until the Merovingian family tree has become a forest. The houses of Habsburg-Lorraine, whose titles are Dukes of Lorraine and Kings of Jerusalem, planted, Luxembourg, Montpessat, Montesquieu, among many others including the Freeman family, and hundreds of others. Be Wise as Serpents revealed for the first time, as far as I know, how all the heads, presidents, of the LDS and RLDS have been descendants of the Merovingian dynasty, and they and the Masons have both used the Merovingian symbol, the B. The House of David. In my research of high-level Satanists, it became clear that the bloodline that was key in their minds was the House of David, not Jesus Christ's lineage. I discovered that the House of David had set up a kingdom in southern France. I discovered this while rummaging through history books on the Middle Ages. I came upon a book, A Jewish Princedom in Feudal France 768-900. This book was the key for me to realize that the Merovingian dynasty, which wove its bloodline into the royal bloods of Europe, was Jewish in origin. When I read Holy Blood, Holy Grail, it became apparent that the author's theory of Jesus' bloodline had clouded their realization that the key was that the pre-Eutychian was of the house of David and was in this sense Jewish, although most of the pre-Eutychian are most likely not attending synagogues. Indeed, the Grand Master of the pre-Eutychian, Pierre Planted de Saint-Clair, told them so much. To quote the pertinent paragraph from the Messianic Legacy, p. 296, at our meeting in April, 1982, M. Planted adopted an ambivalent attitude towards our book, Holy Blood, Holy Grail. On the whole, he endorsed it and offered to correct, for the French edition, certain vague or unclear references. At the same time, he would neither confirm nor deny our thesis that the Merovingian bloodline was descended from Jesus. There was no evidence either way, he said non-committal. It was all too far in the past, all too long ago. There were no reliable genealogies. Besides, Jesus had brothers. Nevertheless, he acknowledged the Merovingians to have been of Judaic descent, deriving from the royal line of David. The significance of this is tremendous. It means that those people who have been saying that it is a Jewish conspiracy have been correct, even if some of these people saying these things may not be greatest characters. This also opens the door as to why the top leaders of the Illuminati have been willing to work with the Ashkenazi Jews. In Be Wise as Serpents, I show from Masonic sources that there is indeed a big connection at the top with the Jewish leadership and the House of David and Freemasonry. The goals of Freemasonry are intertwined with the goals of the pre-Eutychian. There is a big danger in labeling the conspiracy Jewish. When people label Jewish as bad, it confuses more than clarifies. The Jewish people are not the enemy. Next, although many of the satanic hierarchy claim to be from the House of David, they do not publicly proclaim themselves as Jews. In fact, they may publicly take a negative posture toward the Jews, such as Lady Astor and some of the Duponts have been. It is perhaps fine that Zionism be labeled evil. Zionism includes both Christians and Jews. To be a Zionist is to identify oneself with a movement that the elite has set up and control for their purposes. Many in the Zionist movement are like common people everywhere. They want to do what is right, they have simply not gotten the bigger picture, and are being used. When two groups have some similarities but each want to keep their own identity, they can be mortal rivals. One group that has been very easy for Satan to provoke against Christians is the Jews. Perhaps no group of people has hated Christians with more intensity. One of the first groups that Satan worked at controlling were the Jews. But to call the conspiracy Jewish is misleading. The father of it all is Satan. It is satanic, and it will use anyone it can. And God will use anyone too. How many of us have escaped helping one cause or another of the establishment, or in being in some organization that the establishment was using? Let each of us examine ourselves and get our own lives in order. There is a song about violin that was going to auctioned off cheap until a master violinist picked it up and played a good tune on it. Don't auction people off cheaply. The touch of the master's hand can turn anyone into a beautiful thing. Don't reject anyone who will let the master's hand tune his life. This is a war against evil, not race. Not everyone of the most evil bloodlines is on the enemy's side. Many are trying to serve the Lord. Likewise, just because the Freeman family is one of the top 13 satanic families doesn't mean that all or even most Freemans are part of the hierarchy. Gaylord Freeman as Grand Master. From 1918 to 1963, Jean Cocteau was Grand Master of the pre-Eutychian. Following the unification of the various powers into a secret no government in 1954, the pre-Eutychian had a major policy dispute. In 1963, with Cocteau's death, Gaylord Freeman, helped by Antonio Mosagora and Pierre Planted de Saint-Clair, governed the Pre-Eurotocyan. In 1981, Pierre Planted took over as Grand Master. In 1952, long before becoming Grand Master, Planted de Saint-Clair transferred 100 million francs worth of gold ingots to Switzerland to the Union des Banques Suisses. When this was publicly revealed, he said that it was a legitimate move made for the French government. In 1955, several men associated with the Pre-Eurotocyan obtained some old parchments, two of which gave them Merovingian genealogies, and they used the British notary of royal appointment Patrick Francis Jerdan Freeman, that's one name, in relation to a request to the French government to take the old documents to London, England, where they were kept at 39 Great Russell Street. Later PFJ. Freeman was used again the next year to request that the documents be allowed to stay in England to be held in a safe deposit box at Lloyd's Bank of Europe in London. One of the men involved went by the name Captain Ronald Stansmore Nutting of London, born in Dublin, Ir, who is reported by reliable sources to have been in British intelligence MI5, and had sat on the board of directors of at least 14 companies, including Arthur Guinness and Guardian Assurance. He was chairman of the board of the British and Irish Steam Packet Company. He was also governor of the Bank of Ireland. One of Guardian Assurance's departmental chairmen was also an MI5 operative besides Captain Nutting. Another PDS member who was with Nutting was Viscount Frederick Leathers, who was British Minister of War Transport during WW.I. Viscount Leathers had a business associate and longtime friend Sir William Stevenson, who was the wartime chief for MI6's American branch office called BSC, British Security Coordination, in New York. Another friend of Leathers was Knupp Guthrie, also headed BSC for MI6 in New York. Guthrie was a shipping executive. Due to internal trouble in the Pre-Eurotocyan that resulted from a rule that members had to place a birth certificate and signature with the priory, an English faction created forgeries of birth certificates and signatures and in secret protest sent these as originals to France. P.J. Freeman then got involved in this act of defiance. Another division occurred between the French members and the Brit.American members. The French wanted more of a role and some type of restoration of the monarchy in a united Europe. The British members, who far outnumbered the few French, wanted to skip the monarchy idea. The Vatican and the Pre-Eurotocyan, PDS. My personal abbreviation, work together. Apparently, the Vatican is given some type of minor kickback for their cooperation. John Drick, A. Robert Aboud, and Gaylord Freeman were three members of the Pre-Eurotocyan that were associated with the First National Bank of Chicago. John Drick had started as an assistant cashier in 1944 and became a vice president 3 years later. In 1969 Drick became both the president and one of the directors of the bank. He also was on the board of a number of other companies including Stefan Chemical, Mackay Incorporated, Oak Industries, and Central Illinois Public Service. The Guardian Royal Exchange Assurance, the Guardian Assurance, in London, where P.J. Freeman worked, had shared a building with the First National Bank of Chicago, which had Gaylord Freeman as chairman of the board of directors. In other words, the two businesses and the two Freemans all connected, it seems, to the Pre-Eurotocyan, and then by other inferences all connected back to the hierarchy. Gaylord Freeman's signature appeared on a Pre-Eurotocyan document of December 16, 1983. Gaylord Freeman never publicly admitted that he even knew anything about the PDS. Grandmaster Gaylord Freeman and Roger Freeman instructed the U.S. government. On the next page is a photocopy of the article that the New York Times ran when Gaylord, Gail, Freeman died. It has often been said, if you want to know who really runs things, look at a man's advisors. Now check this out. Gaylord Freeman never ran for any major political office, and the voting process is supposedly to get men who know what they are doing into office, and yet if you read the New York Times biography you will read, Mr. Freeman was frequently called on by Washington for advice and assistance. Yes, presidents and congressmen called Gaylord Freeman for advice. Instructions might be a better term, and yet most of us haven't even heard of the man. Again, for those who think that only the Rockefellers and Rothschilds are powerful families, let me ask, why weren't they calling Rockefeller? Not only did the presidents turn to Gaylord Freeman for advice, orders, they also turned to another member of the family, Roger E. Freeman. Roger E. Freeman was a senior fellow at the Hoover Institute. I suspect Roger was Jewish, but the newspaper doesn't say any religion. The New York Times biographical news article that came out when Roger died is also put on the next page. Note that in the headline they emphasize that Roger Freeman played the role as advisor to two presidents. And yet I doubt that hardly any American has heard of him. One prominent Freeman, James D. Freeman, has played a leadership role in Unity School. James Freeman has written at least 6 important books for Unity which they have published. 2 of his works are Unity School and The Story of Unity. Had the article on spiritual warfare covered ritual sites in Kansas, Missouri, I would have mentioned about the Unity School. Near, adjoining, the Unity School, in between Kansas City, KS, and Kansas City, MO, is a strip of woody land. Little Ricky Road goes through this area, and the forest along Little Ricky Road has been used for satanic rituals by a coven that was made up of adults, not teenagers. Interestingly, a man who was part of the Unity School hierarchy, and came to Christ, told me that the school secretly conducted Luciferian initiations and that Robert Schuller, 33-degree Mason, and leading Protestant clergyman knew all about Luciferian initiations being conducted there. Yet Schuller went ahead and taught his principles of church growth to Unity School. They call the school Unity School of Christianity, but a more accurate name would be Unity School of Witchcraft. Many witches have in fact been associated with the Unity Church and are closely working with it to secretly destroy Christianity. I know from inside information that the hierarchy is sending orders to the school, so it would not surprise me if James D. Freeman was actually part of the Freeman family, that is one of the top 13 Illuminati families. Some of the family are clearly Jewish, such as Ernest Robert Freeman, who lives in Maryland and is an important Jewish leader. He has been the DLR of the Jewish Community Council in his area, and president of the Sachs/Freeman Associates. The Sachs family also ties into the conspiracy, so that is interesting. And Grace Freeman, who is Jewish, wrote inside the synagogue. Some of the Freemans are leaders in Christendom too. Lee Jackson Freeman is an American Baptist minister. He went to Union Theological Seminary, which is a totally ungodly place. They turn out socialists for graduates, etc. Lee Jackson Freeman was a member of the executive board of the National Ministries of the American Baptist Church. He also served in the ecumenical ministries in his Scranton, PA area. Lexi Freeman is a Nashville, 10. Methodist pastor, Waverly Place, who is a Freemason. Origins of the family. There are obviously different unrelated family lines that have the last name Freeman. In the preliminary genealogical work that I have done, I have found Freemans coming from England, France, Germany and Austria. Howard Dell Freeman is a Christian author, who has written about how the economic system of our nation is ungodly. I wrote him a letter of inquiry about the Freeman family. He wrote me and told me that his family came from the English town of Barnstaple, and that the Freemans in that area treated him as a royal guest when he visited the area. He was shown around England over a 50-mile radius by the Freemans in England. His opinion was that his last name did not originate in Barnstaple, England. The history books record an MP, Member of Parliament, back in the times when our revolution was being plotted, who was named Sam Brooke Freeman, c. 1721–82. He was from Fawley Court, near Henley, in Berkshire. He went to Oxford. I do not know if the Freemans in Moriah, the Illuminati, are from England originally, but from the little clues I have that would be my first guess. If not England, then likely France. Mary Freeman of Marlborough, Wiltshire, England claimed back in 1988 that on 7/13/88, almost at midnight, that she, Mary Freeman, was leaving the ancient Druid stone circle at Avebury when she saw a UFO over Silbury Hill. Most people are interested in her UFO report. I'm curious why this Freeman lady was out late at night at some ancient Druid site. Illuminati and Satanism. Due to time restraints, I haven't progressed as far in my research as I would like. However, I have been able to identify one Freeman in the Illuminati. He was Minnesota's Governor Orville Freeman, who appointed Walter Mondale to the position of Attorney General when Walter was just 32 years old. Walter Mondale later enjoyed the status of being the only U.S. Senator on the Trilateral Commission. Walter Mondale went on to serve the Illuminati as U.S. Vice President, and Orville Freeman was appointed as a cabinet member for Kennedy's and then Johnson's administration. Another Freeman is listed on secret membership lists as joining the Order of Skull and Bones in 1869. See his picture, which is reproduced. Don Freeman wrote books on witches, including Space Witch and Tilly Witch. Another Freeman was instrumental in the OTO being set up. For those who know about the OTO, I've mentioned it in the past, it is Hermetic magic and Satanism. Right here in Oregon, we have been watching some Freemans, because it appears that there are some Satanic Coven members here in Oregon who are Freemans. Freeman family writes books. It is interesting to look at some of the titles that various Freemans have authored. Here is a sampling. See if some of these don't sound like the authors could be potential candidates for being in a coven. Martin Freeman, Forecasting Astrology, plus several other astrology books. Richard B. Freeman, The Overeducated American. Michael Freeman, Cohabitation Without Marriage. Lucy Freeman, Listening to the Inner Self. Kathleen Freeman, Books on the Greeks' Philosophy. A.V. Freeman, International Responsibility of States for Denial of Justice. Harold Freeman, Toward Socialism in America. Joe Freeman, Books promoting women's liberation, such as Politics of Women's Liberation and Women: A Feminist Perspective. David F. Freeman wrote a handbook on private foundations. That's interesting because if anyone is skilled in creating foundations, especially private ones, it's the Illuminati. The Freeman family includes many lawyers, doctors, and psychiatrists. Some of the Freeman scientists are studying areas that are interesting. A.J. Freeman wrote on his area of expertise, magnetoelectric interaction phenomena in crystals. Sounds like a subject people interacting with the UFOs might study. Ties to other important families. Part of what I can do for the reader is to begin to give him or her a feel for how the Freeman family connects into the rest of things. This next section's information will include information that only tangentially relates to the Freemans, but is important to place them in the context of what is happening backstage out of the sight of the world's eyes. The Freemans in the Satanic hierarchy in the U.S. work with the Illuminati families of the Collins and Wheeler families. Readers are already familiar with the Collins family, but not the Wheelers. Now let me explain who the Wheelers are, because I am trying to put some pieces of the puzzle in place for you. General Earl Wheeler and his brother Leo Wheeler, a Grand Master of the Illuminati, see the top diagram. PG 14:1/1/93 newsletter, are secret Satanists and also 33-degree Freemasons. Leo Wheeler, by virtue of his Grand Master status in the Satanic hierarchy, has been able to visit the Dulles, N.M. underground facility. The route he used was to fly in, and then the last stretch is done in a black limousine. Various people in the Dulles area have occasionally spotted these VIP black limousines. The Wheeler family has a long history of involvement with Satanism, and its genealogical history goes back to the house of David. An amazing clue, or an amazing coincidence, appears when we look at the genealogy of the Mormon leaders. The Be Wise as Serpents book makes the connections of the Mormon leadership, but it doesn't appear that many have read or understood the significance. Maybe this here will help. The top Mormon leadership, LDS and RLDS, all are related and descendants of the Moravians, but for sake of discussion let us take Brigham Young. Brigham Young's first name was Brigham. It was given to him because of the importance of the Brigham family. His grandmother was Sybil Brigham. Sibyls were prophetesses of the ancient world, and the name is a semi-common occult name. Brigham Young and his family practiced magic. They were also intimately aware of their genealogy, which goes back to the Moravian dynasty. One wonders if it is coincidence that the Moravians' primary symbol, the bee, is also the symbol for the Mormon Church and Utah. Look at a Deseret Industries, Mormon thrift stores, building in your area and you will see the bee on their side. But not only does Brigham Young have Moravian blood from at least 2 lines of blood, and possibly as many as 6 lines of blood back, but he also is related to the Collins family of Massachusetts that we wrote about in the 2/1/93 newsletter. Further, Brigham Young is also a blood relative of the Wheelers. This is the clue which is amazing. A chart of all this is given on the next page. If Young's Wheeler relatives are related to the satanic Illuminati Wheelers, then we have an example of how 3 strains of top satanic blood have interwoven and resulted in the birth of the Freemason, witch, and president of the LDS Brigham Young. Perhaps the tie-in doesn't exist, but it certainly is worthy of our examination. Digressing about the Mormon connection. There may be some disinformation put out on this by the other side after this comes out, so don't be taken in by their establishment. As I have mentioned before, a descendant of Joseph Smith, Jr., who was satanic ritual abuse victim, has quietly told certain people that her family is indeed a satanic bloodline. Further, I have mentioned other confidential pieces of information about how the leaders of the Salt Lake City Mormon Church, LDS, are working with the various parts of the Illuminati's empire, Incal. The Jehovah's Witnesses. Although the public split occurred between Mormonism and Masonry before the Mormons went to Utah, that was only for public consumption. The leadership have coordinated activities. The Mormon religion is really a high rite of Freemasonry, and this explains why when the Mormons went to Utah, the Mormons held Masonic schools. Hosea Stout mentions these Mormon Masonic schools in On the Mormon Frontier, The Diary of Hosea Stout, ed. by Juanita Brooks, 2 vols. Salt Lake City, University of Utah Press, 1964, 2, 415, 423. After going to Utah, Brigham Young contacted the chiefs of Freemasonry in England and proposed that Mormonism be granted a public charter to become its own Masonic rite. The hierarchy told him no. After that, Brigham Young began to publicly distance Mormonism from Masonry, and the Masons strangely broke many of their own rules to distance themselves publicly from Mormonism. LDS Apostle Reed Smoot was given permission to run for office by the LDS Church. President Harding appointed him to the World War Foreign Debt Commission, and he also served the elite as the chairman of the Senate Finance Committee. The War Finance Corporation just happened due to Smoot's arranging it to give the LDS Church a $10 million loan. Mariner S. Eccles, of an old elite family, and a Mormon, and an Illuminatus, became seconds of the Treasury in 1934, and was chairman of the Federal Reserve Board from 34 to 51. Ezra Taft Benson, later the LDS president, was appointed seconds of Agriculture. David B. a prominent Mormon, was made the head of all the mayors in the San Francisco area. The full title is, Governor of the San Francisco Bay Area Council of Mayors. Mormon Charles C. Cox was put in charge of the Securities and Exchange as commissioner. I could go on listing some other Mormons who have been placed in key establishment positions. Why? Why are the Illuminati and their establishment not afraid of these Mormons who have leadership positions in the LDS Church? This is a whole area I would love to explain, but as this article is digressing from the Freemans, I need to return to subject being considered. The Lords of Anjou, part of the PDS, were Plantagenets, and so was one of Brigham Young's ancestors. If we go back through the Goddard and Gifford family ancestors, I am trying to get my readers to look behind the curtain of organizations that we publicly, and to see what is going on backstage. And then I am trying to show how the people backstage are related and know it. Summary. We find the Freeman family popping up as the Grand Master of the Pre-Urta Scion, as a co-rounder of the OTO, as a member of the Skull and Bones, as a powerful member, as members of satanic covens, and as authors of occult books, as well as other suspicious things. It also should be mentioned that two of the Freemans have been very important advisors to the U.S. presidents and many other high political leaders. The Freeman family has all the earmarks of being one of the top 13 Illuminati families, as my confidential sources reveal. More on the Freemans. In 1991, Pulitzer Prize winner James B. Stewart, the front-page editor of the Wall Street Journal, came out with his book Den of Thieves. The book is the detailed story of how major insiders on Wall Street were systematic crooks. The four biggest names of the insider trading ring were Michael Milken, Ivan Boesky, Martin Siegel, and Dennis Levine. Robert Freeman worked with the ring, and ended up pleading guilty after the evidence cornered him. I am always suspicious of exposes of the establishment done by the establishment's system. Often, the big crooks get away and the middle management take the blame. Take for instance, Iran-Contra. But Stewart's book Den of Thieves may be helpful in our understanding the Freeman family better. The Freeman family is one of the top 13 Illuminati families. At this time, there is nothing to tie Robert Freeman to Satanism, and that is not the purpose here. In an investigation, all the possible clues are collected. I am bringing my readership into this investigation of the top 13 families, and here is a possible suspect to make note of. Robert Freeman worked for the Jewish investment firm of Goldman Sachs. Goldman Sachs' headquarters is on Broad Street in New York, just a short distance from Goldman Sachs' trading floor. In their headquarters building on the glass-enclosed 29th floor was Robert Freeman's office. Robert Freeman was a graduate of Dartmouth. He liked to vacation in Colorado skiing with his family. He worked with Siegel and Boesky especially in his illegal insider deals. These insiders made millions off investors and would have made billions if they hadn't been arrested. Freeman and Siegel made some complicated deals such as the Unocal and the Storer affairs. Boesky went to Russia after prison and offered his financial talents but was politely rebuffed. One of the men involved with the ring was Milken. Milken's influence had been a major factor behind the stock market recovery after Black Monday, 1987. That was Monday, October 19, and the stock market plunged over 500 PTS. That day, Milken convinced investors to invest in the stock market, and the Federal Reserve flooded the market with cash to prevent a disaster. Milken was and maybe still is, a close friend of Mason Jesse Jackson. Milken is heralded by many prominent Jews even after his arrest as a great Jew. That's not my opinion. A newspaper article will back that up. The Drexel firm associated with Milken was advised by the Federal Reserve, the Seconds, the Treasury, and the Stock Exchange to declare bankruptcy with Chapter 11, which they did. Goldman & Sachs, both Jews, went to bat for Freeman, and hired private detectives to help his case. K. Scholar in New York represented Freeman legally. Eventually Robert Freeman pleaded guilty and was given a 4-month sentence which he served and was released on August 30, 1990. The significant part is that Robert Freeman was someone who was one of the major players in the New York Stock Exchange. Robert Freeman is not to be confused with Ernest Robert Freeman, who also is connected to the Sachs family, and was mentioned in the original article on the Freeman family, March 15, 1993. 6. The Kennedy bloodline. Kennedy ties to other elite families. Origins of the family and the relationship of the Kennedys. The Scottish Kennedys. How are the various prominent Kennedys related? Beginning at the beginning. The Illuminati and Matthew Kennedy. John Fitzgerald Kennedy. Marilyn Monroe. Jane Mansfield. A poem by Jackie. Joseph Kennedy. Notes. Revisiting the top 13 Illuminati Kennedy family. Short summary. Follow-up on the Kennedy family. To be a researcher and to be informed that the Kennedy family is a top 13 Illuminati family is akin to being told a needle is in a haystack. Someone has estimated that there are 200,000 Kennedys in the United States. And on a list of the most populous surnames of Ireland in 1890, Kennedy ranked 17th. And a recent book listed it as 16th most common today. Fortunately, there is information that allows me to identify at least part of the satanic Kennedys from all the rest of the Kennedys. You will learn some of this later in the article. Kennedy ties to other elite families. Again, the ties between various Illuminati families is very involved, and a long unraveling process, similar to untying a set of bad knots, confronts the researcher. The Kennedy family abounds with marriages to names such as Ankeetels, Baileys, Booths, Buckleys, Collins, Hatfields, Humphreys, Freemans, James, Phelps, Reagans, Russells, and Smiths. The Kennedys that we will look closest at are related to the Fitzpatricks, a powerful Irish family whose coat of arms has 3 fleur-de-lis with a dragon and a lion. The Fitzpatricks may tie back to France, and they may possibly part of the Sang Royal. Sangral Sangral is the term used in the older manuscripts, which can mean both royal bloodline or Holy Grail. Jackie Bouvier Kennedy Onassis, who married John F. Kennedy, was tied to the Auchinclosses via her sister's marriage into the Auchincloss family. The Auchinclosses are Scottish bloodline of the Illuminati. One can fairly hear the woof and tweet of history whistle through the names of the ramified Auchincloss tribe: Bunt, Grosvenor, Rockefeller, Saltonstall, Tiffany, Vanderbilt and Winthrop, among others. For instance, Hugh D. Auchincloss, S.R. married Emma Brewster Jennings, daughter of Oliver B. Jennings, who co-founded Standard Oil with John D. Rockefeller. As for the numerous Kennedy intermarriages with notable names, for instance, Minette Schaffer Kennedy, 1798 to 1878, married Feb Freeman in 1820. But then the question arises, were either of these people secretly part of the occult? Andrew Kennedy married Margaret Penny Hatfield, 1824 to 1989. The Andrew Kennedy family is allied with the Hatfield, Bailey, Collins, and Mullins families. Again, a person is confronted with a great deal of clues, but precious little time and resources to try following up the numerous leads. Origins of the family and the relationship of the Kennedys. See footnote 9 for the reference to consult concerning this entire section. There are several versions of how the Kennedys got started, but when one goes in and examines things, what turns out is that the origins of the Kennedys in Ireland are very clear. They are descendants of Brian Bourne, also known as Brian Kennedy, and his nephew, who spelled it Sinead. The name thereafter was Auchnedy. They originally were Dalcartian Sept, and were in the area near Killehoe, and Killochennedy parish is a reminder of that ancient fact. The Abreens and McNamaras forced them into new territories where they became the Lords of Ormond, what is now North Tipperary. Most Kennedys in Ireland today are still found in that area. The Kennedys remained powerful into the 16th century. The Kennedy family divided up into 3 branches. 1. Don, brown. 2. Theo, fair. 3. Ra, red. The Scottish Kennedys. Around 1600 a Scottish branch of the Kennedys appeared. There are several stories as to how they got their name Kennedy, and it is possible that they were not from Ireland. However, interestingly, genealogists have ascertained that whether the various branches of the aristocratic Kennedys in Scotland and Ireland may have different origins, because the origins of the Scottish branch is unclear, it can be shown that they all subsequently intermarried and became related if they were not related to begin with. Gail Marie Kennedy points this out on page 3 of her book My Kennedy Ancestors. It is believed that all the foregoing Kennedy families are related either by virtue of being descendants of common ancestors, or by intermarriage. I looked up in Burke's General Armory to get a listing of the aristocratic Kennedys, and here is what I got. Kennedys of Ardmillan, County Ayr, Scotland. Kennedys of Auchterfardale, County Lanark, 1752. Kennedys of Blaircarn, County Ayr, Scotland. Kennedys of Cloudburn, County Ayr, Scotland. Kennedys of Cultura, County Down, Northern Ireland. Kennedys of Dublin Funint, 1595, Ulster, Ireland. Kennedys of Girvan-Mains, County Ayr, Scotland. Kennedys of Hillfoot, Ireland. Kennedys of Kirkmehale, County Ayr, Scotland. Kennedys of Kermux, Aberdeen, Scotland. Kennedys of Londonderry, Northern Ireland. Kennedys of Toombruggen, County Tipperary, Ireland. Kennedys of Underwood, County Ayr, 1850, Scotland. Kennedys of Visit Dublin, 1607, Ireland. Johnstown Kennedy of County Dublin, Ireland. Kennedys of Bargany and Ardsonshire, County Ayr, Scotland. Kennedys of Kirkhill from the Bargany Group, 1678, Scotland. It is clear that there have been quite a number of powerful aristocratic Kennedys. One of the more powerful recent Scottish aristocrat Kennedys was the Marquis of Ailsa, 1872 to 1943. Because he is often called the Marquis of Ailsa, you might not know him by his name Archibald Kennedy, who was the 15th Earl of Cassilis. This branch of the Kennedys married into Scottish royalty. For instance, Sir James Kennedy married Mary, a daughter of King Robert E, and their son was Sir Gilbert Kennedy, was made Lord Kennedy before 1458. Archibald Kennedy was an extremely powerful Freemason and held numerous key positions in the Grand Lodge of Scotland. He was first Grand Principal from 1913 to his death in 1943. At his death his titles passed to his brother Charles. Archibald Kennedy was initiated in Holywood House Lodge No. 44, Edinburgh, November 17, 1896. 10,000 Famous Freemasons, Volume L, put out by the Missouri Lodge of Research, p. 8. How are the various prominent Kennedys related? So the question always arises as I examine the elite of the Illuminati and the New World Order: how is this Kennedy related to this other Kennedy? For instance, how is David M. Kennedy, who is a Bilderberger, and William Jesse Kennedy, who is a key man for the Duke Illuminati family? He is president of Mutual Life Insurance Co., a Duke financial asset, of a car, trustee of the Ford Theater where the elite killed Lincoln, and associated with the Pilgrim Sock. Through the Conference Board of New York City. Although I can't explain the exact ties, I can safely say that if one goes back several hundred years, the Kennedy aristocrats all tie together. Beginning at the beginning. One of my first clues that the Kennedys had something to do with the Illuminati was the conspiracy book The Widow's Son: The Historical Illuminatus Chronicles, Volume 2, by Robert Anton Wilson. Robert Anton Wilson and Robert Shee, authors of Illuminatus, are not Christians. On the contrary, They are regular participants in the Central Ohio Starwood Festival for witches and pagans. Robert Anton Wilson has publicly on a number of occasions explained that he is a Gnostic and a great fan of Aleister Crowley. I picked up Wilson's book The Widow's Son in a Satanic/New Age bookstore. In both Volume 2, the teaser chapter at the end, and in Volume 3 of the historical Illuminatus Chronicles, one is taught the significance of Brian Kennedy, the first Kennedy, and how Brian Kennedy's blood got into some very important royal bloodlines. It is interesting that an informed man like Wilson, who spends time doing rituals with Gnostics and witches, would declare that the Kennedy family is an important bloodline in connection with the Illuminati. How many people knew that Tip 1, Speaker of the House of Representatives, was a descendant of the Kennedy clan? Wilson writes for New Agers and witches, not for Christians. One gets the feel that his experience with the occult has somehow given him a very good idea of what is going on in terms of the Masons, the Illuminati, etc. He writes his books in such a way that they are historical novels with a great deal of facts, and yet one is always left wondering by the style of writing whether the author wants to be taken serious or not. Is what he writes make-believe or history padded with some fiction? I personally believe it is just the way the occult works. They expose the facts for their own people, but in a way that will not be taken seriously by others. Wilson acts like a buffoon one minute and a serious conspiracy researcher the next, and he will act both ways all in one article or even on a single page of his books. When a person checks up on Wilson's facts, they usually hold true. On my part, the information about Brian Kennedy was astounding. I had to go as soon as possible to verify it from other sources, and it turns out Wilson was accurate about their genealogy, and their importance in the Illuminati activities historically, etc. The Illuminati and Matthew Kennedy. One of the chief lodges for the branch Illuminati prior to 1784 was located in a huge chateau at Drummondville near Paris, France. The land belonged to the Marquis of Girardin, who protected Rousseau and later gave Rousseau a tomb on his estate. Street Germain presided over this illuminated lodge. This illuminated lodge carried out blood rituals with an altar made from human bones. Interestingly, one of Street Germain's good friends who came over from Ireland to Paris was Matthew Kennedy, 1652 to 1735. Matthew Kennedy was connected with Street Germain's court, and wrote a chronological, genealogical and historical dissertation of the royal family of the Stuarts. In 1613, the Stuart family had married into the Sangreal, and began to play a role in the genealogies of the pre-Eutychian. Frederick of the Palatinate, after he married Elizabeth Stuart, established an occult Rosicrucian state. It was Frederick who helped start the Bloody Thirties war between the Protestants and Catholics. The Stuarts spread the Scottish rite of Freemasonry throughout Europe. For a while the pre-Eutychian seems to have backed the Stuarts, but at some point quit. Street Germain is revered as a Christ figure by the I Am movement and the Church Universal Triumphant, and other New Age groups. A picture that looks similar to Christ, but which is actually a picture of Street Germain, hangs in many of the houses of people involved with the I Am movement or its spin-offs. It is significant that an Irish Kennedy who was interested and liked the Stuart dynasty would be part of Street Germain's court and a popular writer for them. John Fitzgerald Kennedy. If John F. Kennedy had not been assassinated